give up, cause we've come a little closer. Lift me up and I'll take this feeling higher. Hold my hand and we'll make it there together. It's gonna be all night, night, night.
It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night, 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 night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Don't give up, cause we've come a little closer. Lift me up and I'll take this feeling higher. Hold my hand and we'll make it there together. It's gonna be all night, night, night.
It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night, 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 night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night. 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 It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow. Energy, energy,
It's gonna be all night.
energy, energy, energy flow. Energy, energy. Mirror, mirror, I can't seem to make them see who I see in you. I'll make my rules, you know it too. Wish they'd see you just like I do, just like I do. Let me take you to my fantasy. Let me show you everything I see. I'll be taking you to my imagination. Get into my head, it's our Tomorrowland. Tomorrowland. Tomorrow. I won't wake up from the dream I had since I was just a kid. 'Cause when I'm older, I won't look back at what I lost. Just what I got, just what I got. Let me take you to my fantasy. Let me show you everything I see. I'll be taking you to my imagination. Get into my head, it's our Tomorrowland. Tomorrowland. I'll be taking you to my imagination. Get into my head, it's our Tomorrowland.
I've been wandering these places, trying to find where I know I belong. And I've seen too many faces, now I know it was here all along. So don't try to deny it, you know we ain't living here alone. I'm flying. I just want you here, that's all I know. Got me feeling, got me waiting. I'm lucky when you're by my side. When I say it, I'm not lying. And every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like home. Every time we touch, it feels like home. This feels like home, yeah. This feels like every time we touch, it feels like every time we touch, it feels like home. I've been wandering these places, trying to find where I know I belong. And I've seen too many faces, now I know it was here all along. It's an impossible thing that I'm feeling. Pressure is building inside of my veins. Tell me it's real and you swear that you mean it. Yeah, you mean it. So don't try to deny, don't you try to deny. You know we ain't leaving here alone. No, we ain't, no, no. When I'm with you, I'm flying. When I'm with you, I am flying. I just want you here, that's all I
I know, but I don't wanna think about it. We are who we are. There's nothing we can do about it. Save yourself from fear. Be true to who you are.
What a clean fight for Disguise. That will be the team kill.
Liquid.
Jefferson's managed to get Tree down.
Play for point. Side bomb.
It's just going to be an explosion of death in the hands of the Dallas Fuel.
That was impressive.
And they get the touch. Here comes the engage. Psycho with 3. Oh, buddy.
There's the tether, looking for the drag off, but the pickup comes through. Oh, the carrier. Empty got to the rescue.
Twisted Minds looking to close out the series here and take over the trophy. Court has done it so many times before, and he'll do it again. Your OWCS 2025 World Finals champion.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch Champions Series. I can't wait to kick off our second week of this stage. I'm Ash, and I'm joined here with Jake and Matt. How are you guys doing heading into week number 2?
I'm doing great, Ash. I mean, we had some amazing matches in EMEA. I love when, the standings are in chaos and teams are punching up. It's been about as competitive as we've ever seen it here in this region. So I'm excited for today's games.
And I mean, we have a new patch, right? New hero, new patch. I mean, that's always a fun time to jump back in. I know, just watch some OWCS, see kind of what team's been cooking up since Tuesday.
No, for sure. And talking a little bit more about what happened in that first week, guys. You're talking about those shakeups, kind of crazy stuff, right? With how Virtus.pro are looking very squarely on top. They're essentially securing their playoff spot. It's today where they're going to be able to do that, actually. Crispy in interviews last week also claimed that Golden Pants is up there with Junbin in the top of the ball conversation. It looked like it too, Matt. I think it's been a really wild way to kick off our second stage of OWCS.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously the ball is very difficult to pilot for some players. Golden Pants make it look easy for 1, 2, 3, 4. But I think really the kind of story is like how good Virtus.pro looks, right? I mean, they're able to get a 3 over Twisted Minds, a 3 over GK as well. And they look like prime position to kind of take, number 1 in EMEA, which for what the last probably year plus has been dominated by Twisted Minds.
Yeah,
I think just looking at the
team,
standings here, Jake.
It's crazy to see them having such a rough stage. Like, I feel like they know they're not playing at their best, and we've been hyping them so much as a team for good reason because they've had such an incredible run over these last couple of years. It feels like a shock to see them stumble here at the start of the stage. I mean, there's time to right the ship, but they need to work fast.
Yeah, they really do. We saw them not really leaning into like the meta during Champions Clash. It seems like heading into now this current state of Overwatch, like you're saying, they're having a bit of a tough time, and these other teams are catching up really quickly and overtaking that kind of pacing. But of course, EMEA isn't the only place there are upsets. NA also had some upsets going on, like SSG winning that game up against Dallas Fuel, I think was also pretty wild to see. Overall, Matt, I got to get your thoughts on how this stage is starting.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a changing of the guard maybe feels like, or just kind of the meta shifting so much that I think, teams coming back maybe after a break after Champions Clash, not able to kind of pick it up. And really also, if you're one of those teams like, hey, let's take a break. Like, we kind of know there's going to be a new patch second week, so let's kind of not throw all our eggs in that first week basket. But and you see some of the like big upsets, right? SSG is able to get a win over the Fuel. I know we talked about kind of what VP did, I know here in EMEA, and then Weibo just kind of, doing some Weibo stuff. They lose their, to JDG, where, Weibo obviously, the favorite in that region, like by a long margin. So a WoW loss.
I have to say, though, it's fantastic for China. They need some new blood. Like, Weibo has not been cut the mustard at the international lands. It's pretty clear to say they need some young players to, like, be taking on the old guard and, some like, fresh change in the scene. So I actually think it's a very healthy sign for China.
I think it's awesome. Like, it's really cool to see, and I think that the upsets, I feel like that says so much about the direction that the scene is going in right now competitively. But despite the fact that we're, just over the halfway point at the end of today here, heading into playoffs, for these teams to be able to try and make it to that mid-season championship, we got to talk about the changes that are coming into this week too, because things are kind of crazy. Looking at the patch notes, like how many heroes were adjusted in this season's patch notes, and overall we also have like a new hero coming in here too. But locking in on the patch notes, Matt, I want to hear a little bit from you about what you feel like has been maybe a couple of the most impactful changes heading into this meta.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about like Cap Bastion, the things that can happen there, right? Some adjustments to both of those to try and not let that happen as much. So Bastion, the artillery perk, where you kind of gain the overhealth when you kind of use the ultimate, that's gone. So not able to kind of add that extra level of survivability to the Bastion. Some adjustments to like Cat being able to kind of guide him around. And also somebody you'll notice who's missing here is no changes up or down or adjusted to Sigma. So Sigma probably will still be pretty good.
Yeah, I think these patch notes, they're pretty interesting. A lot of small tweaks here and there, but nothing earth-shattering. Like, I still feel like, hey, maybe this Cap Bastion could work in the right circumstance. I don't know that, same, like you said, Matt, like the Sigma Mizuki comp could still be good, but it feels like there's just enough wiggle room now where maybe some new blood could make it in, and what a better time could you find for a new hero to come into the meta? Xion looks fantastic to me.
She really does. I think that this new hero looks sick. I don't know if you guys at home have had the opportunity to play it. In my games, she was getting banned out really frequently, so I barely had a chance to be honest. I'm really hoping to see some play from her today, though, Jake. I want to hear a little bit more about what you think, how she slots in, talk about her abilities, and overall how this character is looking.
I will say, I think this character looks to me on the eye test to be a strong choice for competitive play. High mobility, high DPS heroes often are like kind of the cream of the crop when it comes to what competitive players are looking for in the DPS lineup. So Xion fits right into that. The question I think on a lot of people's mind is, where does she sort of fit in the comps? Does she play in more of a traditional hit scan role? The range is a little bit low for that. Is she a flanker? How does she actually do, on those flanks with lower resources, matched up against the standbys like Tracer, like Genji? So, for me, it's an interesting hero because it looks good, it looks interesting, but it feels like there almost needs to be a new style, something different coming into the meta for her to really shine. And so even, like, I think we'll see her at least a little bit, pretty quick. And then it's one of those heroes I think over time there might be new strategies coming out to play around.
Well, it's going to be exciting to see how she ends up slotting in here at the top level of Overwatch. But we got to talk a little bit about what we got in store for today first. We got 3 EMEA matches for you guys today. It's a big question of whether Telesi will continue to shake things up against GK earlier at the beginning of their day. Also, if 1, 2, 3, 4 can continue their streak up against the best of the best. But we will have to wait and see. We do have 2 matches of NA as well afterwards, but this is all culminating into some bigger stuff, guys, because of course these teams are looking to qualify for the mid-season championship at EWC in Paris. Top 3 of both EMEA and NA will be making it out, and you guys can get your tickets right now for MSC in Paris. Once again, scan that QR code on your screens, and we actually have a little code for you guys as well to use, OW15, to get 15% off your tickets for the mid-season championship there as well. So make sure to check those out. Now we can actually get into the nitty-gritty of the games. Let's talk a little bit about this GK and Telesi matchup, because Telesi, they're this squad that that they managed to actually get a map off of Twisted Minds last weekend, which is pretty wild. But locking into that GK conversation first, they still haven't been able to pick up a win. They haven't been able to get a map either, Matt. But this is still a very strong roster at its core.
Well, I mean, they have two fairly difficult games, right? I know against, I believe it's Alcatia to kick things off, and then I know against Virtus.pro. You take a look at this roster, there's no reason for them to be bad, right? I know Kellex kind of comes in here. I know subbing in for Haku, here in our second stage. And then also, I know combined with Ziad, Labda, like this is like a really strong core that we saw kind of almost last year, right? I know go on a little bit of a run. So I expect them to be much better. Like, can they get past, Telesi? Can they get past 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Can they kind of like figure out a way to get into that top 4 playoff? And I think they'd be dangerous.
Yeah, they still need to fight, though, just to be in the playoff contention. Like, they took a couple of tough L's. The L to Virtus.pro is like, you can almost write it off the way VP are playing this stage. Like, probably just about everyone is going to be taking a 3-0 into that one. But the loss to Katsuya, it hurts. And this is a match they need to not just right the ship, but to do it decisively, right? To really, pick up some big map score, to win some maps, first of all, and show us that they are really here to compete and come to the Midseason Championship.
Yeah, it's going to be a really important matchup here for the side of GK. And then a bit of a different story for Telesi, right? Who don't have that kind of same pressure on their shoulders. Coming in through promo relegation, taking a map off of what were considered the kings of this region last week in their OWCS debut, Jake. I think that we've seen parts of this roster within OWWC, like for Team Poland, when we're looking over at players like ICAV and Texel. So we've already gotten a bit of a taste recently of what they can do, and it's going to be fun to see what they're able to bring here in today's matchup.
Yeah, Lars impressed me a lot as well in the tank role. It's not easy to play tank in the OWCS. This is like one of the most pressured roles, and for Lars to come in and look really good on the Sigma against players like TVNT on the other side is kind of a crazy feat for him. So impressed by Lars. I want to see more out of him, whether it's the Sigma or the Zarya, wherever he chooses to flex. And then, as you already mentioned, ICAV, very, very impressive to me on the hit scan. XSJ as well. I mean, May got a pretty small buff, but something to be said. And XSJ, very, very comfortable on the May. So this is a team that I think actually could be pretty well suited to the patch notes, with Cat Bastion being toned down just a bit.
Well, we're going to have to see how these teams end up approaching these matches, right? With these patch notes that are coming in for today's matches. But let's get into those predictions before we even head into these games to find out what they're going to be cooking. Guys, I had to go with GK on this one. As impressive as Telesi did look, the fact that they did manage to take a map off of TM, which is something that teams really were not even able to do during the first stage. I think that, again, this GK roster just looks so strong. Matt, you called it out already. The fact that they, strength of schedule, right? They had a lot of hard matches, I think, heading into week 1. So I had to still throw my money on GK for here.
Yeah, I was dangerously close to predicting Telesi. This is a team that I've become kind of a fan of after watching them, put up a real fight against Twisted Minds and kind of push them to a limit. I wouldn't be completely shocked if they get the upset here, but I do think, a return to normalcy, the raw strength on this GK roster, I still just want to give them that one more chance. You got to expect this team to be the favorite. I go to GK.
Yeah, I mean, I went GK too, but you can really make a pretty decent argument for Telesi, right? With how they kind of looked last week and how GK has looked, right? Because 1, 2, 3, 4 takes Katsuya to a game 5, right? So it's not like Katsuya's like kind of up there in your world beater kind of category. So I mean, I think this one could be really close. I think if Telesi wins this, they also have a really good chance to kind of get themselves into the top 4, right? They still have games against Katsuya, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 left. So still an opportunity for them to make it.
There is a world. It would be really cool to see a team come in from promo relegation and be able to make it into playoffs and maybe even beyond. We'll have to wait and see if Telesi are going to continue to grow with how quick, again, these regular stages are. Let's get straight into this matchup, though. I want to see what these teams are going to be cooking with these patch notes that are going to be coming through. If we're going to see a little bit more of the same or some changes in the server. Let's get into GK versus Telesi.
All right, Ash, thank you so much. And I mean, Matt, personally, I just want to see Xion, man. Like, I'm just excited to see if the new hero comes out. And
yeah,
I do feel like with her kind of shorter range, this Antarctic Peninsula pick it's kind of teasing me like maybe she does come out here.
So, and there was one thing that like you and I probably didn't really agree on, in the sense of like, you kind of think she probably ends up more in like a hit scanny type role, as the first ban will be the Lucio, the second ban will be the Shion.
All right.
I think
Chat,
she falls
hear me out.
Yeah.
This is a fantastic sign. If they're banning Shion, she's good.
Yeah, that is a good point. Yeah. If she's getting banned, then clearly there's some play of her. I think she's gonna fit more in like the Tracer Reaper type of mold. I think that the fall off is like, it puts her in a really weird spot where she can't really kind of compete for some of those like hit scan roles.
Yeah. My expectation is that teams will be playing kind of a rush comp with her, so it will be almost like Cassidy, Shion, and maybe you're right. Maybe she is a bit of a Reaper, or maybe you play Shion and Reaper, or
Reaper,
Shion
Maga,
and
Shion.
Yeah, exactly. Like you sort of play a comp where you don't worry about the long range. But I mean, the theory crafts are always, insane. You got to actually get reps on the server to see what actually works. But I will say, if Shion gets banned like this, it's like, she is a very relevant hero in the meta to take a ban this early in the series. So I'm very excited to see how this develops, who ends up pulling her out, and I think the fans are going to be excited to see those motorbikes fly. But it won't be on Antarctic Peninsula, with Lucio and Shion both out of the mix.
Yeah, so Antarctic Peninsula, we didn't see a ton at Champions Clash because it was like just had some of the new changes to it. But I know now that teams have obviously had an opportunity to potentially play it some, and get some more reps on it. Potentially an opportunity to kind of keep this map pretty lively in the pool from the rest of the season, because typically we see a lot of just Ilios and Li Zhang. Let's take a look at some of the map, the hero bans coming into this, Jake. Obviously, with the new patch, there's going to be some pretty big shakeups, but if you look across, overall stage 2, right, Bastion's going to reign supreme there.
Yeah, I do think that's probably the biggest shift in the meta, is that Cat Bastion. I mean, the nerfs, I would call them pretty moderate on Cat Bastion. Mostly, I guess, the cat nerfs to carrying people is like a little bit less efficient. Your mobility is going to be a little bit more limited. I do still think there's going to be a place for it in the meta, but maybe it's going to be less of a, immediate go-to kind of a choice. So I think, maybe, some of these other looks that we've already been seeing end up taking a bit more primacy. But I like this patch because it's subtle enough. It doesn't take a hammer to what teams have been working on and building. It really is that kind of tweak that feels perfect at a mid stage.
Yeah, and I'm curious how like this patch impacts Cat Bastion, and then Sigma doesn't get any changes, right? But one of the better kind of things to go against the Sigma, right? If you can just get like the Maga past the shield, right? And like maybe now you're playing Reaper and Shion, right? It can be pretty difficult. Like you just overwhelm the Sig at that point, right? So I think that'll be kind of curious to see if we end up in that type of spot. And look, I mean, EMEA has a lot of like really good Maga players. The teams in EMEA would probably want to play something, along the lines of like Maga, maybe not Maga Reaper Shion, maybe like with a Cassidy in the mix, right? But like, still the Maga comps, even like maybe some D.Va still kind of like figuring her way into the game. I think that's kind of where EMEA would want to be comp wise.
Yeah, it's the Sigma matchup against Maga is always pretty interesting, because theoretically Sigma has a very good matchup there, but you're right, when you play the overall, like, I will just, completely run at you with my entire team kind of a strategy, that kind of concept can be difficult for Sigma to play against. I think Mizuki can be a part of the solution. I think it's part of why Sigma has felt a little more stable this stage, is that the Mizuki mitigates a lot of those weaknesses. The Sanctuary is a fantastic ultimate. When the enemy is all in committing on you, you can just kind of back up, pop the Sanctuary, and it's very hard for them to kind of keep going that extra mile to finish you off. Sigma can get a lot of value with the Flux, but Shion kind of shifts everything, especially if she's going to get banned, if she's going to be a relevant choice for teams to go to. That feels like a hero to me that wants to bring the pace, as you were mentioning, right? Wants to kind of be in one of those very fast-moving comps. You think about diving on top of the enemy. I mean, the Shion ultimate is pretty sick for that, right? To like get in the enemy backline and just tear them up.
And Mizuki does get like a slight buff, right? But it's like more like to the TP, right? There's no healing output buff. Like it's just subtle, kind of like more. Yeah, it's nothing kind of crazy. And I mean, taking a look through some of the other kind of heroes in the support category, it's really Whiplash with Brig. I mean, a little bit of extra damage, like. Movement speed nerf on the Ana perk is for the Nano. That's kind of brutal for her. So we'll see kind of where things going to end up in terms of support. And then Xi'an obviously banned here in our first map in EMEA. But we expect that's probably a good sign for how teams are viewing her in the region.
Yeah, especially on the Antarctic Peninsula, map with a lot of those close ranges. Let's see what's queued up here for both teams. Obviously, you know, it's the caster's first role here in the OWCS to get baited by teams picking their heroes in the spawn room. But TeLaCie, I'm a believer in what they're playing here. I mean, at least in terms of this being really their comp. XSJ on the May got a little bit of a range buff to that endothermic blaster. So that actually could be nice at times. Like, it's meaningful when you know, you can connect on that, start slowing people down, stay on top of them, run them over. There's something to be had there, but...
Yeah, the freeze also gets a buff, but only against non-tanks. So, just a little bit faster in terms of freeze. So it'll be just Sigma comms here off the rip as SXJ gets really low off the start.
Lambda TP'd into the backline, but has already lost his TP. He's no way out of the situation. Has to fight his way out. And ICAV XSJ cut him down, but it cost Lars his life. Now a 4-on-4. TeLaCie without their tank trying to still fight through this. Ziad eventually does go down. We're down to a low number scrap, but ICAV may be able to clean this up if he can finish off Alfie. Symmetra charged up. It's not easy to get the burn down. Alfie just cuts them to pieces. Great support work from GK. That one goes down to the absolute wire. These two teams very evenly matched, it would seem.
Yeah, as Alfie they're not able to kind of connect those shots, and the sim is just so ramped up at that period in time. SSJ gonna go over and play far here, so putting even more pressure down onto Lambda. No way that really Alfie can kind of engage with this far up in the sky. Is kind of some poke damage coming down from TeLaCie here off the start. Is Alfie though, Jake, already close to a wall?
Yeah, he did so much in that first fight. It's huge to have the wall, especially because this far coming out can give you some trouble, but with the sim wall, you could really mitigate that. Lars trying to move forward, taking some of this high ground control, creates an opportunity here for ICAV to start poking away at the point, but ICAV not finding really any areas of weakness. GK holding very strong. Little fake TP to force something out. Texall goes with the rush, but Alfie drops the sim wall, and you just cannot step up to that. Jonowich dies stepping forward. They go through the sim wall, and the cleanup begins. Lambda looking sharp today here on the Cassidy, and it's just clean up for GK.
Yeah, it's a really nice play in terms of like using that sim wall when the Kitsune rush comes down from Texall, and now it sets up GK perfectly, right? Sanctuary rush here available to use. You also have the Deadeye. I mean, just a really dominant round from GK thus far. Is I was gonna say as well, like, you know, Ziad, we kind of painted him as more like Diva Ram, like really going to be tested here playing the SIG in this series.
XSJ trying to find his way in, but with Deadeye's exchange, it's not a comfortable spot for a bar to be a TP forward, considered for Lambda, but ultimately not. Jonowich pops the Sanctuary very defensively, and Lars steps up, gets blocks. Lambda already finds one. He'll find a second as well. Cleaning up here, and I gotta say, Lambda, it hasn't been the best stage for him, but he has come out swinging here in this series.
I mean, you didn't even have to use either of those support ults for GK, right? You're able to use the kind of that Deadeye, prevent them from kind of coming on in. The Sanctuary used like more in the choke is it'll just be TeLaCie here just trying to rush in, trying to get a touch. I mean, Lars comes in on the ball. It's going to go right into the Kitsune rush. I mean, this has been as dominant as could be, really, from GK off the rip.
Yeah, I mean, XSJ is not a comfortable
what is he
spot
supposed
on
to do?
here.
Yeah,
everyone's sitting at the Sanctuary looking up at you. And that is a statement round from GK. I mean, TeLaCie fight well in the first fight, right? It feels like maybe we could have seen a different sort of a round if they had come away from that, deathmatch scrap that it came down to. But Alfie getting the point control, doing so much, and just having such a snowball advantage on the sim, it's a great sign for GK that they can run away with a lead like that and just not give any routes back into the round.
So we'll see, if any changes kind of come through here for TeLaCie. In round number 2, it looks like maybe just going to TP out and go back and play either the FAR or the May. I mean, dude, I don't know how successful they'll be kind of running that one back. We'll see. If they're going to try and match the sim, so they will. So they're going to actually try and match the sim here of GK. So trying to create some extra mobility there for the rest of the squad, and then also kind of the sim, obviously the ramp damage if you can get it going, but this also feels way more comfortable for a team like GK.
Yeah, poke battle is going to be crucial here, but I'd argue GK has the better position playing on the point themselves. It's TeLaCie who have to come break the status quo. Everyone's trying to find angles, but Ziad is healthy and he's not afraid to box them out. First cap just goes to PK. Telesi need to find something, but Ziad wastes no time. He presses Lars really out of the engagement here on the Sigma. No kills coming through just yet. So Telesi's still fighting well here, but they can't quite get the flip back in return. And yeah, eventually Ziad finds his man. The formation completely shattered here from Telesi.
Yeah, really nice start. And I agree with you. The position there from GK off the rip, just way better, right? Kind of playing that, off angle, then being able to kind of move up onto the point. And although kind of like Telesi kind of controls that pillar with a little bit of high ground, it's so difficult for them to actually push up onto the point and try and make a play. So GK, really, I mean, they have shown no signs of slowing down thus far. It's really been all them, at least through our first point here on Antarctic Peninsula. And then, I mean, they're already going to get up to above 50% here on point number 2.
They're going to try and swing this corner. This has been a tough spot for a lot of teams. Now they swing deep with the TP, though. It kind of gets them past the most difficult spot there. Ultimates are available for GK. Labda can open with the Deadeye, and even finds one through onto XSJ. That's not a kill you can allow to happen. Without the Symmetra, they're so vulnerable, but they feel forced to take the fight here. Rushes come out, but a better rush for GK and the player advantage. You just have to fight something, but it's so desperate here for ICAP.
Yeah, I mean, how is he supposed to even push up, though, right? I mean, everybody's so healthy there for GK, just kind of bully them off of the side. And now, I mean, Telesi, you'll be able to come back here. Maybe get one more fight, Jake, but it's not even going to be that good of a fight, right? I mean, you're going to have sanctuaries for both sides. Alfie with that sim wall, right? A huge advantage over SXJ thus far.
Oh, and a flux in the spawn. I love this, putting a ton of pressure on Symmetra early. She does take the damage, but hold on. The support just barely keeps her alive. Still, they're running out of time. They've got to move quick to get to this checkpoint. EK trying to fight aggressively. Might end up costing them. Touch should come in here, but Texel's already down. Sanctuary out. It's going to be an all-in commit from GK, fighting these players who can't quite make it to point. And down 2 now. Ziad holding things down eventually is going to drop, but maybe the damage is done. Simwell from XSJ slows things down, but I mean, everyone's all the way through the shield. Lars surrounded, beset from all sides by GK attackers, and GK are going to close out Antarctic Peninsula 200-0. It doesn't get more dominant than that, Matt.
And that was not close whatsoever. So, no, GK looking dominant there in our first map. Obviously, Telesi, they'll have an opportunity to kind of pick next map, and maybe they'll kind of be able to change some things around, but it feels like really there was no resistance for how GK wanted to play there. Just kind of ran them over.
Yeah, that is a fantastic sign. Alpha E 21-0. Kelix, no deaths as well. I mean, this is as clean as they come, right? Like that's a setback for Telesi, right? You might have felt pretty good about your result last week, right? Taking a map off TM. The rest of the series was relatively competitive as well for Telesi, but they get taken to task here. I mean, this is a level difference. This is the true welcome to the OWCS sort of game here from GK.
Yeah, this was just like just a beatdown. I mean, at every moment, it never felt like that GK was at a risk of losing. I thought they looked worse for Telesi playing the sim, trying to match it. Like, I think they looked much better playing the May. They were never really even able to get like a sim wall until the very end there, I know, in round number 2. So really rough game from them in map number 1. Potentially, I know they want to play some Xion, maybe they want to try some other stuff, and that wasn't available there. No Lucio available, no in map number 1. So we'll see now as all the picks and bans will go in their favor, see if they can kind of swing things in their favor in a big way, because they need to make up a huge gap.
Yeah, it's tough because that comp, right, seems to be maybe the definitive one at the moment, right?
Yeah.
Like some version of it, whether you go with the May or the Pharah or the Sim, I think those are somewhat flexible, can kind of change the flavor of the style. But in the end, you need to work together with the Sigma, be aggressive. And it felt like some of those moments, Ziad was just like fearless, just, like running at them. Telesi's just falling back, but they're kind of splitting up. And Matt, that's a comp where splitting up, you got to really know what you're doing. It's very easy to fall apart the moment your formation breaks. That's not a dive comp. That is a comp where you want to group up and break the enemy Sigma. And that's exactly what we saw from EK, right? They were boxing out the enemy at every turn. Not afraid to get aggressive either, right? Even when they're defending the point, not afraid to kind of send it in there and force some kind of an opportunity with the teleport. So for Alpha, looking good on the Sim is a great sign for them. seems to be, I think, a big difference maker between the teams who really can pilot the sim and maybe those who can't.
If I'm Telesi, I would consider banning the sim. Like, I thought, obviously, that's kind of how GK wants to play around it. They tried to match it. Obviously, didn't look that great. If I'm Telesi, I really kind of consider banning the sim, depending on where we go in terms of maps. So, yeah, although I know, obviously, a lot of balance changes. One we did mention is, like, Sigma doesn't get adjusted at all in the tank role, right? And I think almost every other tank gets some type of adjustment, but Sig. So, and he was already pretty strong, right? So, I know kind of continuing to see some Sigma play, at least here, I know in our first round in EMEA. Still, I think a lot of time, right? Because like teams usually don't figure out these patches until like, a week or two has passed, right? They see, I know what Korea is doing, right? They kind of like incorporate some of that into their game. So I think we'll take a bit to see kind of definitively what the meta looks like. It'll be New Junk City to pick here for Telesi.
All right, if this isn't a Xi'an map, I don't know what is. So this feels right, like the relatively close range engagements. Teams already kind of play a brawling style. I'm ready, man. I feel like when the new hero comes out, like, yeah, there's all these tweaks that are going to matter, right? Like Cap Bastion especially being, a little bit weaker than before, a little bit less option space there. But come on now. If Lucio's going to get banned out, this time it's GK's turn to ban out the Lucio. See what the response is from Telesi.
Yeah, so they actually, interesting enough, both teams actually kind of forfeit the ban on their map. So, okay, Sim, I like that. That's kind of what I was like thinking about. Like, can they get rid of the Sim here, right? Maybe end up playing, some Reaper potentially. You could play the May, right? That's kind of what they played early on. I just thought they weren't, I think the Sim just gives, a huge advantage over to GK.
Yeah, I will say, I feel like Reaper's days are numbered with Xi'an. I think that is a very rough matchup for Reaper. Like getting just deleted from that execute kind of effect. I think it's going to be a really hard matchup for Reaper in particular, more than most heroes, because even at that close range where Reaper should be strong, I still feel like Xi'an might have the edge. So, Reaper mains might be struggling a little bit, but you're gonna have to live with it. It's part of the reality here of Overwatch.
I mean, Reaper also loses 25 HP, right? Goes down to 275. So,
which maybe he needed. In fairness, like Reaper stocks
he could use the minus 50 there, maybe even too. You can make an argument for. But
all right, come on now. For the Reaper mains, let's a little bit of love for
no.
Reaper special move, man.
Look, he's had enough time in the sun. He's done great.
He's back to the shadows where he belongs.
Yeah, he's back down in the doldrums. So, Xi'an is available here. We'll see if each team decides to play the news hero. Gets banned in our first map. So, at least off the start, it looks like, hey, we're gonna get I'm interested to see if they decide to play the Malga. I mean, that's one that we were talking a little bit about. I know pre-game, maybe people decide to pick up.
Could work, right? Maybe with the May. I mean, this might be a full mirror outside of the tank pick, but maybe not. Lars, back to the Sigma. It's time for serious business. Both teams rocking up pretty much the same look. Expect to see the Curies come out here after the Juno speed ring. But I think May is going to be kind of the story of this one, right? Like, who can find the better May wall?
Yeah, that's kind of what we're looking for here, right? You get both Mays out there. It's Alfie we know can play May at a really high level. So one thing we didn't get to see a lot of, ICAP, we casted a little bit of his gameplay during the Overwatch World Cup was really strong on the Cassidy. Didn't really get to show it there in that first map just because how dominant GK was, but just keep an eye on him. Maybe he can kind of even things up here with Labda.
Oh, Alfie finds the first kill. XSJ getting a little bit too tricky. Try to swing wide. Labda ready for him, and the DPS are down. EK gonna run rampant now. No roads back into this one for Telesi. They do grab one kill. Texel finds Kellex, which could slow down, at least the forward hold for EK, but it's not much to write home about that.
No, not a great start for Telesi. Is big accretion there towards the spawn, but yeah, I mean, you lose both DPS that fast, especially. Like, Alki just kind of like walks into one of the side rooms, just looks through the doorway, just able to kind of take out SSJ just instantly with an icicle. Didn't really even have to work that hard for the kill, right? Can't exactly allow that to kind of continually happen here for Telesi. You're going to kind of hang in this series. That's going to be The kinetic grasp already used here for Lars. I mean, dude, Alfie finds another one, finds Jonowich here.
Oh, that's a good find back from Lars, though. Keeps the fight in contention. XSJ is in way too deep there. Does not have a way back out after the ice block. And Labda with a quick little triple. Make it maybe a quad feed. Lars even going to get staggered out in this one. I love this play. Sigma not being in this next fight is going to be brutal. He's trying to pop himself with his own
Yeah, he's trying to
orbs.
like,
there.
yeah,
It's actually
kill
a
himself
nice
with his orbs
look.
off the wall. I mean,
That's
I don't even
IIQ.
think you can't even fight this, though,
You can't
right?
do that. You can do that.
Yeah, you can
actually
do that.
yourself.
Yeah. But I'm saying you can't even fight this point. It's going to go over to
No,
Geekay
no.
with this
Yeah.
stagger. And then now what? Geekay's going to take all 5 ultimates into the next point. I mean, has an
rough.
opportunity to snowball pretty quickly here.
It is like a 10 ulti fight, though, right? Like the check marks on the left side could be misleading. I mean, Telesay are basically going to have everything as well. Jonowich a couple seconds late. I kind of doubt that'll matter. We'll have to see. Either team, I mean, this is a big moment, right? If you can get the better fight here, especially from an economy perspective, you could set yourself up to win the entire map.
I guess from what I've seen, though, from Telesay this far, I would want them to have like a 2 or 3 ult advantage like going into some of these fights. ICAV with Deadeye here is, ooh, does find a lot of damage down on his yacht. That's a huge amount of damage.
Everybody frozen from both sides, but I think XSJ got a little bit the better of that, kind of countering both of the support ultimates that came out from GK with just the Blizzard. So we talked about it, man. You kind of came into fruition here. A nice winning trade here. I mean, you do use both DPS ults, but I think you're more than willing to trade away a high noon here for a support ult.
You needed to win the fight as well. I mean, there was really no, like, you had to just kind of dump everything in there if you're Telesay. You can't allow them to kind of get control of the point here first and then basically get, like, 1 or 2 fights away from basically just going up 2-0 in the first, like, 4 minutes of the game, right? So the kill on his yacht is massive, though, right? I know Deadeye from ICAV on the corner there catches him off guard. That is a nice sanctuary there. It's going to be Ziad trying to actually use the flux here as well. I don't think he's going to connect with anything.
He gets somebody, but there's no follow-up. There's no position for them to step up. And with losing Labda in the trade here, it looks pretty dire for DK. So Telesay getting some great fight back. They might be able to run down all of these players. Yeah, with that kill on Nikiriko, the rest of the team stats are foregone conclusions. Alfie knows it as well. He's trying to prevent the stagger onto himself, but the supporting is great here. Everyone's just keeping their teammates alive. And that, I mean, Alfie is not going to be here for the final fight. And given these comps, I mean, this is the nature of Flashpoint on this kind of a style. There's no contest here.
I mean, it looks like night and day, right? I mean, with how Telesay played that second point, they looked awesome there. See if they can kind of continue it here throughout the rest of this flashpoint. As look, I thought it was a really nice sanctuary there from Jonowich, right? Kind of like puts it up, allows him to kind of push in when Labda is trying to use that Deadeye, and Ziad tries to end up using the flux like in response, right, to deter them from kind of pushing up, taking that space, but doesn't catch much of anything, and they lose a DPS player early. So where things start to fall apart. So we go into this next fight, GK. They have an opportunity here, Jake, to just kind of poke a little bit, play for this Kitsune rush, but ooh, that's a huge flux there. It's going to be the ice block. And also Ziad taking some serious damage, though. It's going to be the Blizzard from SXJ, though. When they come on down, the Blizzard there waiting for them. That is a huge setup. Now you're going to stagger out Labda just a little bit, but that'll be this next flashpoint taken early by Telesay.
Yeah, that's a huge Blizzard, right? You know, after you're dropped by the flux, that little moment of slow, right? It's just enough to kind of keep you locked down, and 3 players frozen. That fight's going to be done. It is 2 powerful team fight ultimates out of the kit for Telesay, and DK able to farm up quite a few of their own. So on this retake, they should have a better shot. Let's see what Alfie can find with his own Blizzard. Already rush immediate here, straight to the point. Love that position for Finn. The Sanctuary now doubling down, ensuring Texal can't really get value off of his ultimate. And with Alfie finding that pickup on the XSJ, it's just the Deadeye to stand the difference here, but ICAV has to drop it to dodge that Sigma Rock, and the rest of Telesay, hopes kind of falling by their ears now. Lars is going to do what he can to kind of stall this point out and get whatever extra time is possible, but that'll be Telesay back to the drawing board, and an expensive loss for them. They throw a lot of ultimates and really don't get much of anything out of it.
I mean, what? It's rushes used from both sides off the start. And then I thought, you know, Telesay, they're trying to, like, back up the Sanctuary comes after they already had lost 1 player. So a little bit of a rough spot, I know, for them at that point, where then the Sanctuary is already active for GK, and they're able to kind of fight inside of it. And for GK, right, you can do this Flux plus Blizzard combination. Let's see if they decide to pull it off.
I mean, just a man and ice block, but the wall out. It was beautiful. Lars, though, floats over the enemy rock and actually gets out of danger for the moment. See if they can save XSJ. He needs a lot of help. Labda with a clean headshot is going to finish that kill. Lars brings one back, though, keeping this fight interesting with Labda. Ziad both starting to drop here. Telesi may have just boxed their way through this one. That is a tough choke to break, but Telesi get the job done.
Yeah, it's a really nice flux there from Lars, or even though they lose SXJ, right? The Blizzard comes in from Alfie. They're still able to kind of battle on through, but Flux does a significant amount of damage. They get Kellex there with it, and then they're able to kind of like push on in. Finn and Ziad dangerously low. Alfie over to Tracer here trying to get a touch as see Ziad kind of float all over that May wall there, try and get to the point. It'll be Alfie who gets the touch though to trigger OTs.
Labda goes for the Deadeye, but he's a little bit exposed here. ICAP has the Deadeye in response, but with this May wall up, someone has to step up and touch the point. Maybe they're able to keep this overtime flowing, and Finn has a quick cross. XSJ, wait, he threw Blizzard, but I believe it got rock stunned out there. DK doing everything to keep this point alive. Labda finds 2 in the fight, and even though Lars finds 1, I think the cleanup is going to be here for GK. I believe XSJ got rocked out of his Blizzard there. That is a back-breaking play from Ziad.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take a while here for Lars to actually like kind of like stagger out. So SXJ is going to go over to Tracer, so you'll be able to get a touch.
Nah,
actually, it looks like they're going to give it up. Yeah.
Without the SIG, it's hopeless.
Yeah, if you were able to get a touch, like, I mean, you have like Rush Sanctuary, but you're better off just kind of saving those for the next point, right? To kick things off. So, yeah, Lars will, that just getting staggered out there, kind of brutal. It looks like also GK will have a slight advantage on the rotation going over the next flashpoint.
That is such a momentum steal from GK to bring that one back. Alfie is going to stick around on the Tracer, almost has that pulse bomb online. This is an open point. There's a lot of room for him to work. Already put some pressure down on the enemy backline. Ziad, looks like the Flux didn't catch much of anything there. Did get the rush out of Texal, which is kind of a nice ult to just pull out. GK playing this one slow. Point's not even open yet.
Yeah, both teams with Sanctuaries here as Alfie now has worked around the outside for the pulse bomb as Labda finds ICAV as having a little bit of a rough go, as that'll be the Flux from Lars. Does a decent amount of damage. Finn dangerously low, same with Ziad, but they just can't find any kills.
Oh, the support is so good from DK's backline, keeping Ziad up through all of this, and Alfie is just profiting from all the chaos here on this flashpoint. Telesi not able to clean that one up. Good support all trades out of DK, and it feels like this is a point where Alfie's Tracer is paying dividends. Like, there's so much distraction element, and the May is not really able to put the same level of pressure on.
Well, and also, I mean, if you're Telesi, right, you lose one player early, with the Flux from Lars is pretty good. I mean, you get Finn and Ziad so low, there has to be a way to finish off at least one of those players, right? Give yourself a chance to fight, I know, really consistently in that engagement. So it's going to be a Deadeye here from Labda. So the Blizzard comes through from SSJ, but he rolls right out of it.
Ziad frozen pretty brutally, but the support is good, but it costs Kellex his life. Finn has to focus there on keeping the tank up. Telesi now with a player advantage. See if they're able to clean this one up. Still a pulse bomb in the hands of Alfie. If he could equalize this here, it would be huge, but GK starting to drop low. Ziad looks like he must just be falling back off the play, although hold on, Labda finds Jonowich, and that could turn everything around. Telesi charged forward
so
there, trying to clean up the fight, but yeah, now they're in real trouble, and Alfie is staying alive that whole time. Now looks like a genius play. Still holding that pulse bomb. ICAV eventually drops him, but he's in a rough position on Cassidy, and yeah, will just go down.
And I mean, without Lars, there's no way you're going to be able to kind of come out on top, right? So the point will flip back to GK as an opportunity for them to kind of close this one out here. Time and time again, I mean, they get Ziada and Finn low. They're not able to finish him off. Lars did a fantastic job using that kinetic grass to shield, trying to keep himself up for as long as possible. But without the supports in a really brutal spot, it'll be the Deadeye from ICAV that gets lifted up there by the Flux. Some damage comes on down.
Yeah, now they're trying to get through the choke rush. Well placed from Texal, does get positioned towards the point, but Finn finds ICAV, and the aggression pays off. EK fully surround the attackers. Lars comes up to touch the point, but the rest of the team is already down. EK, what an aggressive little push here to close out Flashpoint. The Flux is out from Lars, but doesn't seem likely to produce much of anything. And a Deadeye from Labda, celebratory in this case. EK go up 2-0.
I mean, look, closer, right? I know Telesi obviously gave us a little bit more of a competitive game there, but GK just kind of in control at the end, able to pull out some of these fights, a player down. And look, Telesi, Jake, they get an advantage in some of these fights, right? And they're able to kind of get, whether it be Finn or get Ziad dangerously low. I think the support play from GK today has been really good, though, between I know Kellex and Finn keeping Ziad alive, and that's really kind of the difference maker, I know, here on New Junk City.
And this feels like a different GK than we've seen last week, right? Like, they look a lot more drilled, a lot more, the word I would use is patient in this comp, right? Like, Alfie holds that pulse bomb for a couple minutes, and he's just poking and prodding, you're drawing attention to himself in the back line, but never going down. And then that leads to these tank advantages in the front line. And then we see some of like just really strong straight up deathmatch from the May Cassidy here to open the round. And I think this is maybe the most important thing in this current meta, that your Cassidy and May are aggressive. They're creating opportunities in these early fights and able to clutch things out. As you said, though, signs of life for Tennessee, like it's competitive at moments, but it does feel like EK are the better team right now.
Yeah, especially when like kind of playing these types of comps. I thought that this would have been one where Tennessee maybe been able to like make it even closer, right, without the sim in the mix, because the sim was definitely something they were not able to deal with on Antarctic Peninsula. But the sim gone, it, you know, obviously we get a little bit of a closer game, but the same result. I would have expected it maybe, or would have liked to see them make it a little bit more competitive game from Tennessee's side.
Yeah, you know, you think like, honestly, I think if Ziad doesn't stun the Blizzard there, or I mean, it had to have been him. I saw the May was stunned. I think that's the only stun in the comp. If you don't get that and you lose that second flashpoint, which I think you would, if the Blizzard comes out and you're in overtime touching the point, like it looks terrible for you on that point. We could see that one go very differently, right, from that kind of a position. So that map is I really think it is kind of down to one moment, even though it's a 3-1 victory for GK. I will say XSJ's May is a threat. Like, you know, the Blizzards from him could be massive, but that is also your best chance, I think, for Tennessee to get a win off that style. You have another map pick now and another hero ban, but when you're down 2-0, you got to dig very deep, and this is a less experienced team, right, up against some real veterans on the GK side.
Yeah, and it's can you ban, I don't know, do you ban Sig and try and play something like completely different? You know, he can't really ban the Cassidy, right? I mean, that's just like a weird like one in this type of comp.
I mean,
like,
ICAV is so comfortable on it, right? Like,
yeah, exactly.
I mean, Lambda looks amazing on it too, though, I will say. So it's, I agree with you. I don't think there's an obvious ban, because I think Lars actually looks very good on the Sigma too. Like, I give him a lot of credit in this matchup. I don't think you want to be banning that out.
Would you ban Kiri?
You know, I will say, yeah, maybe the Kiri ban. I think the fact that Lucio is now unbannable is actually the biggest change. Regardless of what they actually ban, it's a King's Row pick, but we need to see. I think there's like, Lucio's been banned twice already in the series. Why is that the case? Lucio hasn't really been meta in previous weeks. I think people have been kind of ignoring him because Cat Bastion creates so many problems. The Sigmazuki feels better. Now we get to see, maybe, is there like a faster paced rush style percolating in the metagame?
Yeah, that could be interesting, right? Now that Lucio is going to be available for the rest of the series, if that kind of changes anything, is King's Row is the map selection. Although, hey, look, Sig, I mean, it's pretty good on Kings, you know, in a lot of different areas, right? So not exactly kind of picking him out. So it'll be
another deferment, man.
Yeah, another deferment. So it'll be.
Meta, it's crazy how much the meta has shifted. Like, a lot of teams are deferring their bans now.
Yeah, it's pretty common now. I think it's like also kind of giving, you know, maybe like you don't want to really be the one who tells right away exactly kind of what they want to do or how to play. So it'll be a Pharah ban here, with a Pharah ban that protects, you know, like a Xion, right? If, you know, Tennessee was going to try and get rid of it here, as we've seen EK remove it.
I see this Pharah ban as very straightforward, actually. I think EK are just saying, hey, we will threaten to play Sim. You're not going to be able to bring out the Pharah to deal with her.
That's true.
Yeah. So for me, I'm like, I just kind of like it. I think this is actually quite the good Pharah map, you know, of the pool right now. Like, first and second points, pretty fantastic for Pharah. The Sigris, okay, so Tennessee say, I think this is a ban not because it's like Lars versus Ziad. This is like, we need something to change. We need something fundamental to change.
Yeah.
And in that way, I agree with it. I don't look at like Lars as having a weak showing, and he's been good on the Sigma. I just think this is forcing a big shift in the series, which is the nature of where Tennessee find themselves. They should be a little desperate here.
Yeah, and we did see a little bit earlier, right, where SXJ on Antarctic Peninsula pulled out the Pharah for a little bit to try and play against some of those sim comps, right? So we've seen teams play Pharah, you know, especially first point here on King's Row in the past. So yeah, it's probably one where now maybe it's like more of a geek wants to continue to play some sim, right? So now the Pharah not going to be available here. We will go to Kings Row. Although we do love New Junk City.
Kings Row's looking crazy, man.
Yeah, look, a lot of changes, right? Kings Row. But New Junk City was our last map. And that one we've already seen. And we already know the result. Now we go to Kings Row, where Telesi, right, already a reverse sweep, to be able to kind of keep themselves in it. So for me, look, you get rid of the Sig, like Ziad can play Diva and Ram at like a really high level. Like I think maybe you want to change up just kind of the pace.
He might be better.
Honestly, I think he is probably better on like Diva and Ram than Sig.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I would say like Diva, Ram are probably. I think the Sig may be like third best. Just kind of thinking off the top of my head at the moment. But like, yeah, this is like a matchup where we'll see how Lars fares on the Ramatra. But this is a really good, strong pick historically for Ziad.
Yeah, they are just going to basically run it back with the same style, just try to replace the Sigma with the Ramatra, see how that does for them. ICAV scouting things out. They're going to consider their choice. They're pretty much going to take the mirror, but with the Mei versus the Sim. See how that works out for XSJ.
It just feels like we've seen this already.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's I think you would have looked at like maybe like a little bit of a wilder change potentially for Telesi to kind of force the issue, but we'll see if just getting rid of the Sig is enough. Nice Mei wall there.
And Ziad has already used his form. He's going to take a lot of poke on his way up at all. The car wash. XSJ got cheeky with the flank, was not ready, but Althea came prepared for that angle. And killing the Mei now means it's kind of go time for the rest of the team. So they're going to chase down a lot of these kills. Lars trying to play the high ground, but the A speed disadvantage is just going to be too much. A cleanse from downtown from Texal delays the inevitable, but this fight certainly feels exactly that, inevitable. Alfie ready for those sim turrets, and XSJ, yeah, I got between their found himself in the wrong neighborhood there at Hotel.
Ziad just knows one direction. It's just forward, as just kind of marching towards the spawn. Well, yeah, I mean, look, the car wash over there, over in the hotel, going to be very difficult for like any kind of pushing through there, an off angle, right? It's going to just really give that Mei a lot of trouble.
It's honestly
that's
really
the Mei wall already, and then Lars is so low.
Like this map on attack, you really want to be able to send somebody through that off angle. That is very much the standard way to push, especially as like a Mei, kind of force some kind of cheeky little engagement there. But having that angle kind of blocked is huge. Here's an early rush out of Texal and a Deadeye from ICAP. They're trying to just pile on the pressure and overwhelm, and Labda just takes way too much heat to stay up through that one. The counter rush is out from Finn, but look at Lars refusing to back down. Maybe he's going to have to slow it down now with the Sanctuary's exchange. Still a high energy sim cooking into this one. Ziad with the Annihilation starting to eat away at their health bars. And with that symbol up from Alfie, with Labda coming back on the Tracer, a moment of stability for DK, but it cost them absolutely every ultimate to get some.
Yeah, I mean, they're desperate for a kill, right? As all you see, they wanted to go right on top of ICAV, and Alfie TP's on in and gets taken out. This should open things up for Telesi to be able to take this first point. I think EK, right? They knew that they have obviously nothing to work with. They need to kind of push in, try and get a early pickoff. They try and collapse on ICAV, but nice kill there onto Alfie on the sim at that time, and that's going to allow Telesi to get the objective.
Yeah, good read from Telesi. I mean, they had their rush up, I think, maybe 5%, 10% faster than Finn, which happens when you have a losing fight where you can take in more damage. They just instantly send it, and with that small lead, like I like to see teams willing to take a gamble and push a 5 to 10% ult advantage just to catch the opponent off guard, and in this case it worked. So Telesi finding a bit of purchase on Kings Row.
Yeah, now Labda over the Soj. We know how good he is on that Sojourn. Oh, that is a nasty headshot though from SXJ. I mean, Ziad, he's going to be in a world of trouble. It's a nice Maywall though from Alfie, trying to kind of lock them in. It's not going to work out here for GK, and just like that, Telesi wins another fight.
That's a big fight win because they do so without expending any of their ultimate bank, and it's a quick fight. So GK really don't farm up ultimates. Like, we're going to be coming down to a final fight on second point here, and GK have nothing to work with. You really need to build up these ultimates for Finn and Althea. They're 30% away, Matt, and that card is not slowing down.
You could just like Deadeye maybe for ICAV and kind of walk this in, and that's exactly what they look like they're trying to do. It'll be the Deadeye kind of walking on forward here, just marching on. Oh, that gets a few players low.
Yeah, some big damage. Here comes the rush from Texall, not taking any chances. Ziad tanking through everything for now, but even the Ramatra form is not enough, and the point flips. Lambda grabs one back, but not much to fight for anymore for DK. They're going to have to just run this one down. They do build up their ultimate bank, but Telesi love the discipline from them. Even down 2-0 in the series, in a desperate spot, they win that crucial fight with just High Noon and Rush. Two great ultimates in that kind of overtime scenario.
I mean, they have looked awesome here on their offense after getting that first checkpoint. It started off a little bit slow, but now really starting to pick up, as I think DK, you're going to be looking at like a huge investment here to try and keep this going. It's going to be the Kitsune rush here. It's going to be the Blizzard out from SXJ. It's going to be Sanctuary here used by Telesi, as well, as they want to kind of continue to fight. But it looks like they may have to back out.
Yeah, great split from DK in that one. Ziad plays in front of the Blizzard, everybody else plays behind it, and they're actually able to keep that fight going despite the good initiation. So Telesi throwing two ults in and losing a fight in which DK only respond with one. So DK finding a really nice lockdown here on this third point. Tons of damage on Lars in that Maywall, but he is going to be able to form and get healed up. OC out from Lambda, though, wants to really push these players back, and as the May comes out of the ice block, she is going to be in trouble. Plays that shield well, and Lars actually comes in with the Annihilation. This time the Blizzard completely isolates him. Yeah, there's just no way for him to fight there. 1v5 past the Blizzard, and DK clean house. This time the zoning ultimate from the May actually works out.
Yeah, it's a nice Blizzard from Alfie, and then at Chain as like Lars goes on in, and at that point, like, there's no way to kind of keep the Annihilation rolling. He's just trying to move forward, but just gets stopped directly in his track. Is maybe an opportunity here. Well, I was gonna say, like, you have Kitsune Rush, right, with like a Deadeye create some space, and then they have the Annihilation Sanctuary on the other side. It's like a sick combination to deal with it. So DK may be looking in a position where they could hold on defense.
This corner on King's Row is fantastic. Here comes the Sanctuary and the Rush traded out on point. DK still healthy, but the Rush is maybe starting to overwhelm. A Sanctuary starts to drop. Ziad with the Annihilation is putting down a lot of threat on the other side. But Telesi still sticking into this one. Here comes the Blizzard from XSJ, and it looks to be very high impact. The cleanse comes out, but they're still refrozen. Absolutely everybody, only the Sojourn makes it out alive. Sojourn does grab a kill back the other way, but has to just jump on the cart to sack her life. XSJ, what a Blizzard to lock that fight up.
Yeah, and then I know when both players are frozen, using the ice block to just get that easy double kill. Kellex here. And I just use this speed ring for the extra mobility, and then switch back to the Mizuki. Is Telesi, this would be huge, Jake. It feels like they almost need a map completion here, and you cannot lose Jonowich with a Sanctuary there. I mean, that can't happen.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Now, once that kill happens, this push is done. Telesi still have 90 seconds on the clock, right? So there's an opportunity to reset and get another fight going. But Geeke, taking now the spawn control, and I think they're going to fight early. I don't think they're going to yield much position. This corner on King's Row is a huge test for teams. I mean, it is a very awkward spot to attack. There are no easy ways in.
I mean, a minute 13, maybe 2 fights, if you're fortunate here for Telesi. Ziad does get quite low here. Gonna have to try and back out. It's gonna be the Sanctuary as well. She's trying to keep Telesi pretty healthy as they push on forward.
Yeah, but it feels like he just knew he was going to get the Sanctuary out with that OC, and now the Rush is out on the point. Alfie with the Blizzard. This is so hard to fight into, and Telesi, they just don't have the gas to stick around in this one. It's going to need to be a reset for them. They're trying to grab some kind of a cheeky counter kill, but the shield is good for Ziad. It's not going to allow any kind of shenanigans here.
Yeah, I mean, what? That's Lars Annihilation there, too? I mean, that is rough. It's, I mean, now for Telesi, right, you come back with your Kitsune Rush. You're going to have to fight into the Sanctuary, though, and like you mentioned, it was a really nice use of the overclock there that kind of gets the Sanctuary out from Jonowich. So, more than happy to trade those ultimates for DK. It's going to be ICAP here using that Deadeye. Oh, and the Sanctuary just kind of moves on right into it and gets 2.
And this time, Geeke go for just like an all-out aggression, trying to maybe catch Telesi unawares, but Telesi actually seemed ready for the play. Good defensive responses from them to stabilize, and now Geeke find themselves in the back foot. XSJ did go down, so player advantage here for the defenders if they can actually get out to this fight in force, which is a question because Texall continues to put the pressure on with the Rush. Ziad dropping low, but has that Annihilation to re-up the armor and stabilize just a little bit longer. Supports are out, and Geeke getting their foothold onto this fight. Teleport forward for ICAV. He needs to win this one, but Lambda will cut him down, and Alfie finds another. That should seal the deal for this defense. Telesi, a strong push from most of the map, but a great third point from Geeke to bring this one back. Sanctuary from Jonowich, but it's just 2 supports playing in it. Shouldn't make much of a difference.
Yeah, and it feels like once ICAV falls there to Labda. I mean, Labda has that off angle, can just kind of free fire on whoever's on the point. And I know didn't even really need that extra damage. It wasn't even that close there at that final moment. So GK did a really good job on defense there at the very end. But, you know, Telesi obviously impressed with their offense, right? Looked pretty good there.
Yeah, definitely had some strong moments, and getting it all the way to the end on Kings Row, I think is actually still very winnable, right? You have ample opportunities to win the map. We've seen full holds, we've seen second point holds. So defensively, I feel like Kings Row is going to be pretty favored. But also, GK have a win con here. I mean, this could be very well the final round of the series. GK would love to close this one out 3-0 and really take a huge stab at righting the ship of the series.
No, Cat She on offense. No, it's not what we're going to see.
Yeah. Oh wait, hold up. Never say never, Matt.
I mean, I wouldn't really understand the point of that.
Yeah,
I'd love to be really wrong.
No, there's no way, right?
Yeah, no.
Surely
I mean, Telesi, this is kind of what we expected on defense, right? So, gonna be playing the Ram yet again. So just kind of getting rid of that. Sigma has just kind of unlocked the Ramatra gameplay, which I think, look, dude, Lars has had a pretty good series, like even, you know, all things considering.
He's holding his own, that's for sure.
Yeah, I thought it definitely has held his own.
Almost certainly going to be a mirror, though, on the offense. EK, though, are going to go with the Sojourn, and I actually do like this look, especially on first point, a little bit more room to work with. See what the Soj can find. Telesi, they need to get some clock really running down here, even on first point. They need to find something.
And I love the Sojourn. I mean, they went to it there in their defense, but just the insta-kill ability is both mains getting dangerously low here in the side room.
Alfie boxed out of that one, needed some extra support. A little bit of a 1v1 win for XSJ in that kind of a flank trade. Still no kills yet on the fight. GK, though, retaking this high ground. See what they can do on the offense. I mean, no one has not found any holes at XSJ, though. Super low, might be in trouble. Needs help out of this ice block, and now the attack comes in onto Lars. GK hitting on multiple fronts, maybe finding a window through. Ziad steps up into the hotel. It's a risky place to be, and actually Lab has to pay with his life. XSJ already has a blizzard somehow. Now it's fully isolated Ziad through the hotel.
That is a fast blizzard. I mean, that is
not only.
I love the position there from Ziad as well. I mean, what? They get to the high ground, right? They kind of force Lars out of that position. And they get them down towards that hotel. I mean, that's a brutal spot to be in for the defenders, but that is a really fast blizzard.
Yeah, it's a huge to claw fight win there, especially without dropping a single player. It sets you up for another hold off the back of it. Did cost you a blizzard, but Telesi looking comfortable, looking confident here on this defense. If they're able to hit now, and a little bit of an attack coming in for Ziad, who's trying to pressure this capture point, but under the withering fire of the defenders, it is not proving easy. He has to form just to stay alive, just to keep contesting this. Alfie, though, is going to back him up on the point, and Ultimate's starting to tank up here for DK. Here comes the rush from Finn, immediately responded to with a big dump from Telesi on the defense. They have not even given up the first tick yet. ICAV can't find any connections off the Deadeye, but still a 5-on-5 on the point. A Blizzard, though, isolates a lot of players. Sanctuary necessary for the defenders. A little bit of a better one for Kelix, but Texel finds Ziad, and Telesi actually healthy across the board. Lars needs a save, and he'll get it. The cleanse comes in, but doesn't have enough resource to stick around in the fight. Now an absolute brawl on the point. It is anybody's game to win, rather, but maybe Laughter with the OC is just going to be too much for DK, or for Telesi to hold. The ball is back in the mix, and it is a hard-fought first point, but DK eventually should get this cap.
Oh, well, I mean, Jake, I'm surprised, like, you know, when Ziad pushes up there, Kelix drops the Sanctuary directly behind Ziad, and instead of moving back into the Sanctuary, Ziad just kind of pushes on forward towards that, like, phone booth into the doorway. He ends up falling, and that's where you're like, oh my god, is DK gonna blow this? But they're able to still kind of come out on top. Nice Maywall there from Alfie. I know it's some players dangerously low in the choke. Oh, that's going to be the Blizzard. Does it even get out? It looks like he actually dies while it's being casted.
Hold on, there's still a fight to be played. The Annihilation is rolling. Without the May, it's kind of crazy to continue here. Lars has to tank up and try to back out, try to just get around this corner. But without the May, I think DK know they have this kind of advantage. They're going to continue swarming forward. Teleport out here from Texal to stay alive and stabilize. They're just trying to keep their players up. DK would love to get a clean team wipe here, but Lars may have slipped the net. So, you know, Chelsea, they're basically not going to get a first fight on second point, which actually bodes very well for DK.
Now It's going to be the consuming rush that Texel opens things up with. It's going to be answered
Lars.
in response. So Lars just explodes there. I mean, that had to be like a icicle with the May wall, and then also just kind of some railgun shots there from Labda. He just
threw
a
like
bloodbath.
one punch, Matt.
Yeah,
he threw one punch and then just got knocked out in one.
He popped like a Nemesis form and then just ragdoll to the moon. I mean, he was just gone within seconds.
Yeah, Blizzard Annihilation for the OT. I don't feel good for Jealousy on this recon. Maybe Lars can get into the mix. They do have the Tracer, but I mean, things are so chaotic here on the point. Alfie just trying to force players into that perfect Blizzard now. Denies anyone from coming up to contest the point. Tracer holding it for now, but the main group is just fully frozen. And EK get us all the way to last. They've got almost 4 minutes on the clock. It is a reset to their ultimate economy,
Yes.
but it's not like the defenders have too much to work with either.
So, I mean, they do kind of dump everything. ICAV, maybe with an OC here, you can kind of like come up with a kill or two, right? Just kind of like push them back. That can buy you like 45 seconds, almost a minute, right? And then like you're kind of like right back in it with maybe some ultimate advantage.
Look at Ziad's position, though.
Yeah.
This is awkward. It's like you can't even fight with Ram here, and you can't clear him out either. Indecision for Telesi, and they're giving up card time. This is going to become final fight now. A little bit of a do-or-die moment for ICAV. Pops the OC, but misses that first shot now onto Labda. Looking for something, anything here to stifle the defenders, but everybody's just hiding. Well, the risky peek for Kellex is lucky to survive that one. But he's staying alive here in the corner. Now Labda's turn to strike back, swings up, very aggressive, dives on top of ICAV, shuts him down, forces out the annihilation from Lars, but once again, Lars doesn't seem to quite have the HP, the support coming through. Now the rush isn't enough to overwhelm. For now, the defenders hold strong, but somebody else is gonna bear the brunt of that. In this case, it's XSJ. Rushes out for Texol, but there's very few teammates left to use it. GK Esports, man, what a series from them. They are gonna close King's Row out in style. Not even close on the final map. And Telesi, a team we came into the stage with maybe some excitement for, with that taking a map off TM, and GK just shut them down.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge win for GK as well, right? They end up losing 3-0 to Alcatia and then getting 3-0'd by VP. A lot of questions kind of about them coming in this series, right? And you know, even some people in the chat like kind of like riding with Telesi in this one, but man, that is a drubbing, and that just shows you the kind of potential that GK can get to, right? 3 teams from EMEA end up going to the Midseason Championship, right? So they obviously have a really good shot to be one of those top 3. As we take a look at some of the highlights, I thought looking a losing effort, I thought you know, Lars played a pretty good series overall, right? And there were some really difficult spots at moments, but I thought kind of battled through it in a nice way.
Yeah, I thought XSJ's May was great. I thought ICAV had his moments. And so for the individuals on Telesi, I still think there is going to be a lot of excitement from the fans for what they can achieve. But for GK, in many ways, I think this is what we would have expected from them. Like, it really does feel like maybe those first 2 matches were a bit of an aberration. Ziad looks back in real form here. Labda having a huge series, and Alfie still looking comfortable on the flex. And then the backline, I think, really finding their footing in the Sigmazuki. So they look like a really threatening team, those first 2 games notwithstanding.
They really do now. I think that looking at this GK Esports roster, you guys hit the nail on the head. It's a bit more about what we expect from this squad, and I think that setting up this series here for our second week of the regular season, we talked about how they needed to make their stamp in this matchup up against Telesi, and it felt like they absolutely did that. Telesi, though, I think that they definitely had some really great moments, like in King's Row, that XXJ Blizzard on that 3rd point was awesome to see, but overall it did feel like I think the likes of GK were just in the driver's seat the majority of the time, Matt. And what do you feel like? Maybe do you feel like they look different from week 1, or do you feel like this is more just like a difference in opponent?
I think it's probably they looked better than week 1, but then also a lesser opponent. Yeah, so like I think they kind of like both go into no account here, and I think for GK, right after you know how week 1 went, you know you kind of have to be perfect from here on out to kind of make that top 4, right? So a lot of pressure on them. Telesi kind of coming in, it only played 1 game, right? So I think it's really kind of GK stepping up to another level today.
Yeah, and they still have a couple matches to go, but we do have an interview with Finn in a little bit. We're just getting that set up still. Overall, though, I think taking a look now at the rest of the teams that GK have to face up against, they're going to be playing up against 1, 2, 3, 4 tomorrow morning, I believe.
Yep.
And then in week 3, it will be Twisted Minds to be their final feat to try and get these wins here to be in that top 4 here for the playoffs. Jake, when you're looking at those last 2 teams that they have to play up against, how do you feel like EK are looking to fare now after we got to see them now in week 2?
I will say, I think, as much as TM week 1 wasn't their greatest, in fact, one of their weakest showings in a long time, I don't expect that to last too long. I think the players are just too good on Twisted Minds. I think they will find, the way through, especially with a patch to shake things up and give them kind of a way back in. I think you would have rather seen them a little bit earlier in the stage. So that's going to be a tough one. I think they really need to get a win against 1, 2, 3, 4. That is also not a free one, though, because 1, 2, 3, 4, unique squad.
I mean, that series tomorrow with 1, 2, 3, 4 Ash is a must-win for both teams, right? Like, both teams. Well, GK will be 1 and 2 now. If they can get to 2 and 2, right? That 1, 2, 3, 4, like that'll probably be who comes down to that like final spot, and like you kind of absolutely need that win.
Yeah, you definitely do. But let's talk to Finn about the conversation that we have to have around the remainder of this week, but also the win that you got today. Finn, congratulations for your guys' first win of this stage. I would love to hear a little bit about, I guess, what it's been like for you to work alongside Kellex and how it's been bringing him onto the roster here for GK.
To be honest, when Kellex come in our team, it's like so many like different, like because Kellex have leadership and he have many age, so like he can we have some LBB and Jiat, young people, so like we need like grandfather, so Kellex doing that, so we are good thing. Yeah, Kellex that good thing.
Yeah, so I got to ask Finn, this stage didn't start well for you guys. I think a lot of high hopes going to be coming in. It was some tough losses, but you came back today, and this is, I think, maybe the GK that fans are hoping to see, that maybe your team has been working to put on. So what was the change from last week to this week? How did you guys improve so much before this match?
So like first of all, our like comms really like confused because our screen was good, but like every match we lose, so we have to change com for like we doing bad, like keep talking about and like keep like to be honest, we after match 3-0 and 3-0 we got, and after match we yell each other, and like I think that thing is we change a lot, so we talk each other more and like change com, and
Yeah, it looked like it definitely paid off this week, Finn. I'm going to ask you real quick. New season dropped the other day, a bunch of different hero adjustments, balance patch. Do you think it's really going to kind of change the meta much, or we're going to continue to see kind of standard EMEA, some more Sigma type play?
I think Sion is coming, so I think Sion pretty good, and then like I think it's over balanced now, Sion, but like needs time just. So I think like 1 week, 2 weeks after, everyone using Sion, yeah, and then I think Sigma meta keep doing because Miz keep buff, and then Sigma not nerf.
No, that makes sense. It does take some time for these new heroes to kind of get like worked into a lot of the comps for these teams. But Finn, I just wanted to say thank you so much for doing this interview with us, and congratulations on GK's first win of this stage.
Thank you.
Anyways, now taking a look at these standings, guys, I think that things have really shaken up, obviously, from our first stage of OWCS this year. Matt, you're laughing. Give me your overall.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, even though GK wins this, now just kind of like taking a step back and looking at it, the fact that they've lost to Alcad and 1, 2, 3, 4 has beaten Alcad, they're gonna have to have 1, 2, 3. They're gonna have to be 1, 2, 3, 4, and then also have them find like another loss somewhere else, right? So they are actually gonna probably need Telesi to win that final game of the season against them, which I mean that's like a huge shakeup, right? Like EMEA, we've seen Twisted Minds and VP at the top for a while, right? It's really been Twisted Minds, the one there, but it looks like things maybe really shaking up here in stage 2.
I think if you want to fight for one of those midseason championship spots, you're going to have to go through Twisted Minds. Like, you need to not just win the 1, 2, 3, 4 series. You need to beat TM, and that's going to be a TM at their sort of final form, you know, getting the most time to reset and prepare for this meta. That is going to be a scary one. I will say, GK, their form looked drastically better. It is a weaker opponent, so it may be too early to tell. But at the same time, I still liked what they were showing me. I still felt like, okay, this is a team that has maybe found their footing in the stage. So I wouldn't give up hope for GK just yet. It was a tough first week, but I think they can maybe find a road back.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the journey is going to end up looking like. A very quick journey at that, again, with how fast the stage like flies by. It's wild. But this day is also flying by because we have our next matchup in EMEA coming up next between Twisted Minds versus 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll see if TM are going to return to form here in week 2. But before we do go, we wanted to give you guys a quick break and allow you to connect your Battle.net accounts here to ensure that you can start earning those Twitch drops. Guys, I can't speak right now because these drops look so sick. I'm like so excited for the loot box that I can't even talk.
It was the waffles. It was the waffles that got Ash.
It really was. It's my fault. I had waffles for breakfast this morning. But I think the buddy also is super cute, guys. Cannot lie. So you want to ensure that you guys can check these out. These drops will be available in OWCS, EMEA, NA, Korea, and on co-streamer channels. So plenty of opportunities for that. You guys link your accounts and we'll be right back.
Your climb to OWCS with FACEIT League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey. Progress through skill balanced divisions until you hit the Master Finals broadcast and get scouted by the best teams. Your climb to OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
Welcome back, everyone, to the OWCS. So coming up next, we do have the kings of our region in EMEA up against the underdogs who upset OWCS last week. Starting off with Twisted Minds, their form isn't quite what we're used to seeing from them, Matt, and I feel like this is a team where there's a lot of expectation for them to bounce back quickly here into week 2.
Yeah, I mean, look, anything but first for them in the region is like kind of unacceptable, right? With how they've been as of late, right? One of, if not the best team in the world over the last year. And look, a rough start here. In stage 2, I think the meta is obviously not playing nice for them at the moment. They had a really good run. I know with D.Va kind of being the kind of go-to for a very long time, but I think, look, it'd be silly to kind of think this team is just going to like fall apart, collapse, and we're never going to hear from them again, right? I think, teams can have, a rough week, 2-week stretch, and then, bounce right back into it. So I would be surprised if we continue to see Twisted Minds, not play to form.
I think honestly, their underperformance in week one rather shouldn't be a complete shock. It's like they had such a great success at the Champions Clash because they gave up on the prepared strategy, went back to the well in a sim strat. So to come back in now at the start of the stage, about okay, let's go back to what we were practicing, what's working for us. That didn't work for you at Champions Clash, and so I think there may be some issue of like, do they have the full faith in the comp? They even, I believe, brought KSA in for a map. It didn't really look too good. TVNT coming back in, so clearly some like uncertainty or experimentation in the TM camp. That being said, to your point, yeah, like they're an incredibly strong team. We shouldn't think this is going to last forever. But this is an odd team they're matched up against. This is not going to be a comfortable one for Twisted Minds.
No, it definitely isn't. 1-2-3-4 that was able to take that win up against Katsia last weekend. I think that this is a squad where we've only seen one change for this roster, right? They swap out their tank player, they bring Golden Pants in, and the ball's looking good, Jake.
Look, I'm here. I'm so here. This is Wrecking Ball season. Golden Pants is him on the ball. All right, Cat Bastion may have been nerfed.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's been nerfed that much. Like, I think it's still playable. I think it's still probably good on the right kind of a map, and especially if you have a very adept Wrecking Ball player. For me, that's always been the strongest version of this comp. And so for 1-2-3-4, it's like I choose to believe. I just have become a full-on fan of this team. The bias is so real.
Oh, no.
We love a little bit of bias on the desk. And speaking of bias, guys, we got predictions. So who are we going to be rooting for here in this matchup? For me, I still had to go with the tried and true Twisted Minds. I think this is a squad where their experience, their talent, and skill just really isn't deniable. Honestly, I do think maybe a bit of an identity issue right now for TM, considering the meta changes and whatnot and how they're looking to adapt. But I think that 1-2-3-4 is still going to make it close. But Jake, in the green room, we're talking. Are you about to sell us on something?
You guys are so boring. You're so straightforward. 1-2-3-4 got this. Wrecking Ball is about to take over the world, guys, and it starts now. 1-2-3-4 all the way.
You would think they like 3-0'd Alcatia with the way we're talking. They barely won in like a game 5. I am going with Twisted Minds. I fully believe they're going to kind of get back on track.
I hope so. I hope so for their sake. Let's see if Twisted Minds will be able to make their stamp here in stage 2, or if 1-2-3-4 will continue on this upset train.
Yeah, thanks so much, Ash. And we're going to jump into the game pretty quick on this one. Antarctic Peninsula is going to be the map pick. Opening ban from 1-2-3-4 ban the Cat and TM ban the Sojourn. Is that right?
I mean, look, I trust our graphic with my entire life, and it is correct.
Okay.
20% of the chat is riding with you, Jake.
No, those are my ride or dies, baby. That's what's up.
I took every channel point. I took every channel point I have, and I chucked into TM. So we'll see kind of how this one. So the ball. Sell us realistically on how this one works out. Is we are actually already in the game. So interesting that they decide to play the Bastion even though they get rid of the Cat.
Wait, this is spicy. They buffed the Bastion without Cat because the perk is now actually really good for Bastion. The mobility perk.
Oh yes,
so
the
that
grenade.
Might matter.
Yeah,
the new tier 1 perk. Twisted Minds are bunkering defensively here, but they're gonna have to push forward. I mean, this Wu Yang and Bastion are gonna put a lot of pressure on. Now the point force comes in. You see Brig gets bullied off the angle. D.Va does as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. Holding really strong in this one. TM give up the first flip. Cassidy takes one peek and gets just up.
I mean, that is like just kind of the power of the bash. I mean, TBNT does take out Kai, but how do you end up dealing with this ball as Golden Pants able to go play from the health packs? The point almost flipped here. TBNT is able to kind of get this one back over for Twisted Mind. So Wuyang up on the high ground now. Crispy not going to be able to fight that alone. This is not good. I mean, you have Kanale here as well. Everybody's going to fall. So early start for 1, 2, 3, 4 looked pretty good, but then I know TM eventually kind of found their footing.
Yeah, when they lost Bastion, it got problematic. You really need your hit scan DPS to stay alive to actually make value from all the distraction that the Wrecking Ball is doing. It doesn't mean much.
I like the Mizuki though.
Somebody putting down damage.
Like, obviously TBNT is going to make plays consistently for the Bastion, right? So to kind of play that Mizuki just around the Bastion, quite nice.
Big slam. Bunny Astro's super low. Ooh, that hinder hurts though. Jaywu now, bit of room to work with. See if he wants to get aggressive. Katashiro return has been used, and ooh, the pulse bomb isn't close enough. Not quite. Crispy dances away from that one, but it's only buying time. Kai comes out with the artillery fire, making Quartz think twice about his position. The slam is good, but the shells can't quite hit those follow-ups. And Quartz at the high noon should continue to stabilize this position. Array is out from Astro, so they're really quadrupling down on this. Twisted Minds feeling a bit of pressure
too.
Had to define. Got pulse bomb by Maimon there to rally just to stay alive. So the bank's starting to run dry. Twisted Minds find himself in an awkward corner surrounded by the minefield, but they still have point control, man.
Yeah, I mean, you do have this Kitsune rush, though, as Golden Pants finds Quartz, as he has been so difficult to just deal with. I mean, just look at the disruption. Run the ball, just the back and forth. I mean, simple. He is in such a rough spot. Bunny Asher doing a great job kind of keeping him alive as he grapples back on the map somehow. Is he going to get out? Oh, that is crazy.
That is beautiful. I mean, both supports have to just defend each other just to stay alive. So they're not healing the rest of the team. They're not forcing to fight. Now, though, Twisted Mind's going to step back up to the plate. Quartz has a bit of room to work with. Can he cook up a kill here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Pretty much have to be defensive with these support ultimates, but they have a lot of clock to run here on TM. A lot of time to work with.
Yeah, it'll be the Kitsune rush that they'll open things up with. Golden Pants gets really low, but you see with the turret form here from Kai, everybody has to back out here. It's on Maimon. That's huge, actually. Gets rid of Funny Astro. Not a lot of healing resources available for Twisted Minds, and that's going to allow Golden Pants to just go right on in.
Nice little shield block from Simple. Avoids getting picked up by that slam. Kanale also needs to get out of here. Maimon, though, close to the pulse bomb. There's no Kyrie in this comp for TM, so a pulse bomb can very much lead to a kill. Would be huge, almost, I would say, necessary maybe for Maimon in this spot. Sees some targets in his sights. Big damage onto Astro. Pulse bomb goes wide. Quartz dodges everything. Stays full HP somehow on this Cassidy. But still, the attack coming into the back line. Rallies out from TM, though. They're starting to box up onto the point. They even get the flip. And playing towards this point side room looks comfortable for them. Quartz as well with the Deadeye, and now it's 1, 2, 3, 4. They gotta find something, and not much ultimate to speak of. Golden Pants does pick up a minefield, drops it right on the TM position, and actually some big connections from that. Forces Quartz to run for the hill, see what they can get done on the point with this space.
Yeah, just kind of like separates them for a while, as Maimon's going to be the one who tries to get a flip here. It's going to be OT. Twisted Minds in control of the point just now. TBNT getting dangerously low. You see Simple has to actually kind of go over the high ground there. Tries to keep him in mech and not able to do so.
That's a huge find. Deadeye needs to get something back for Quartz. Or maybe TBNT can actually get back in the suit already halfway through it. 1, 2, 3, 4 need to close this fight out and quick, but a big boot from Golden Pants puts TBNT into a bad neighborhood. Maimon does pay his life for that kill. But as the flip goes back the other way, this round is really starting to come together for 1, 2, 3, 4. If they can get just one more stagger kill on Quartz, it would be enough, but Golden Pants is feeling a little too scared to go for that. TBNT coming back on the Maga. It is going to come down to an OT fight. Maga, finally, the desperation from TM. They have to go to it.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to be able to just kind of bully your way on through this. I mean, that Bastion damage is so strong while inside of that Kitsune rush as well. Golden Pants with a slam there on the high ground. Put down a little bit of damage as, see, they're trying to move around. Oh, Crispy has to stay alive here as the point's going to be contested.
Rush has to be big here. Here it comes from Kanale. Overtime's really ticked. You cannot get off point for more than a couple seconds. And Kai finds one. A second comes in from Crispy. A 1, 2, 3, 4 may have just done it here on this first round. Twisted Minds, just a few players left alive, kind of stalling, delaying. TBNT runs out of gas on the point, and it's just Astro on the Juno. Can't even come in for a stall. And the wrecking ball takes a round. Are you regretting your prejudice
I
yet, Matt?
don't feel so good. No, I mean, look, you
It's
can't.
it's so early. It's so
early. We're like 2
I have
minutes
to,
into
I
the
have to
series.
live this up while I can, Matt. I have to live
yeah.
this up while I can.
Yeah, you're just like you have to just kind of play it like this is the world finals after the first kill and just kind of lose your mind. Look, I mean, the ball is gonna give them issues, right? They'll be able to get rid of the ball, right? You can do some other stuff as well, but definitely a little bit alarming if you are Twisted Mind. So we'll see if they decide to change anything up, or it's just gonna be Maga with the Brig Juno here early on. So looks like they're going to come out with that yet again. Maybe with this map, though, like not having some high ground, you can actually kind of make a play for the Bastion a little bit easier there on the previous map.
Yeah, I think Crispy and Kai are going to be kind of on notice because this Maga comp can absolutely punish your low mobility players. His attack comes in. Look how safe Kai is playing. He's like basically in his own spawn.
Yeah.
I think that's actually a great position because
that kind of puts Team in no man's land, right? Though, like they can't really go in.
They don't want to dive that deep. So it's great positioning from 1, 2, 3, 4. They really understand this comp well. Trying to just play for the point, but the poke fight feels good, and J-Loop gets dropped by Crispy at range. Everybody's just dancing around TBNT, but losing the Tracer really mitigates a lot of the pressure. And here comes Maga, forces, commits everything now, but his gas is running low, and they're going to even just disrespect, stepping up into that Maga, going to burn him down. Maimon looking for some exits as well. Look at, somehow Golden Pants is like deep in the enemy spawn, but no one's here to help Simple. It's working out.
Yeah, I mean, and then that allows Kai. I mean, Kai's playing his own game. He's so far away, it feels like, up until the final moment where he actually kind of could just safely move up. That's going to get them over to the D.Va yet again. The D.Va swap.
He's
Golden
going,
Pants here.
TBNT sniffs him out. But what can the
I mean, what do you do, right? I mean,
he's just ignoring them. I love it.
And dude, a tidal blast as well on the ball is pretty nasty too. I mean, you use on the Tracer as well, but
Tracer, Bastion. I mean, defensively on Bastion could be nice too. Twisted Minds, once again, they're going to just try and force the point. But what can Crispy and Maimon get done? Oh, Ford's finding Kai is massive. Now that as soon as you lose some of that damage threat, the point instantly flips. The threat goes away, and I mean, just like one kind of little sloppy moment where somehow Quartz is able to find a kill on Kai, and you see how immediately this comp crumbles. I mean, the Wrecking Ball comp is not a stable strategy. It needs everything to go right.
No, yes. It feels like if they can get rid of Kai, it just kind of starts to crumble a little bit. It's like the disruption of the ball with the Tracer, then plus the damage from the Bastion, right? That kind of like puts it over the top. With the Bastion gone, it's definitely obviously less scary, as it'll be the rush here over the point. It'll be Minefield here that kind of like pushes them off to a side room.
Astro's down, even with his own ray out. He can't stay alive. The damage from the Bastion is just too much. And here comes the Tidal Blast, just keeping Kai alive. It's mostly defensive though, and now here comes Simple back into this with the rally, trying to run down the Bastion, who's just tanking up through it. Golden Pants coming back in, getting his revenge, absolutely decimating the formation from TM. TBNT is not going to commit to this one, doesn't want to pop himself for good reason. Not much hope for Twisted Minds in this fight. 1, 2, 3, 4. The retake is arguably the most difficult moment here for the ball comp, and they passed that test.
Yeah, and they get J-Ooze. That's going to slow things down a little bit. So, Golden Pants just seeing if he can knock one up into the sky there. So what they could do also is, like, you know, slam with the artillery plus pulse bomb. They tried to do that on the last round. They just weren't able to kind of combo that into any kills. You do have Quartz with the Deadeye here, kind of going around.
Pulse bomb.
A little bit of their high angle, yeah.
I mean, this is a backbreaking pulse bomb if you can connect it. Roll is out, High Noon is out. Might be the stick. Is it enough damage? Yes, it is. Good connection from Maimon, and the artillery fire are going to be layered over the top of this. Twisted Minds without the key threat of this comp. And their style is really being called into question right now. Brig, Juno running for the hills. They're lucky to be in a small room. Golden Pants is all the way in behind them, but wisely, they're going to disengage from this. Don't want to chase too close to the spawn with Quartz coming back up. But TM, not many ultimates to speak of here for the retake.
Dude, it's so difficult as well because if TM goes and falls back on the D.Va, they just play the Mizuki with this, right? Yeah, if they play like the Maga or something along those lines, right, they can sub out the Mizuki for another support. Just makes it so nasty to try and deal with. This Simple so low.
He's knocked into the mines. He can't get back into the fight. The remake is good for TBNT, but there's still a full rush available for 1, 2, 3, 4. And somehow, against one of the top teams to do it here in EMEA, 1, 2, 3, 4 are going to find this first map victory to open the series on their terms. My 20% believers in chat, rise with me.
I mean, look,
let's go.
Look, let's see what happens. There's, you know, look, we can pick TM. We can get some maps that aren't great for ball in here, right? There's a lot of series to be played, but Golden Pants kind of dominated there in round number 1. I mean, Kai as well. I mean, just a really strong game overall from 1, 2, 3, 4 is. I mean, look, they were able to kind of collapse on a course constantly, right?
And I really feel like, you know, Twisted Minds, they felt like they're forced to play the Brig to deal with the Wrecking Ball, but that's enabling this double flex look from 1, 2, 3, 4 to really reap the benefits. Like, they're outvaluing in the long fights. You can't just bunker with Brig and expect to win because there's Bastion, there's double flex support. Like, the damage is overwhelming. You really can't just tank through it. You have to go out and get some kills. But now, then you're playing a Brig. Like, when we have seen TM connect to the backline, find an opening kill, the fights have been amazing for them. But for the most part, the disruption has been too heavy for that to be the case.
Yeah, and I mean, what? Bastion's, like, damage doesn't get nerfed in any way, right? So obviously still really strong. And then Ball, I believe, is one of 2 tanks with Sig. Yeah, that doesn't get any adjustments. And Ball, we already saw, I know in the hands of like somebody like Junbin, like how good it could be with some of these different types of comps, right? So I thought it was more interesting that they banned the cat and then continue to play it, right? But maybe you feel like you don't really need to play that type of style.
Yeah, maybe they feel like the Cat Bastion mirror could be harder against a Diva or something like that. You know, it's hard to say why they end up going for that ban so early. But also, you know, in fairness, I think for them, what seems to be most important to me is that they get the double flex support, which in this meta, you actually have a lot of options for, right? Like the Wu Yang as an opener, not what we see as much, but it fits well with their style. Then they go to the Mizuki to respond to the Diva a couple times, and it works out great. So some of this pick depth actually feels really good for them.
So the artillery perk gets swapped out, right? For the grenade, like the knockback, right? Where it gives you extra knockback, but then also doesn't do damage for you. We'll have to take a chance the next time we see you on Kai. But that also does allow that other perk to come back in, which is, you know, you have the cooldown reduction of the grenade whenever you change forms, right? So like the grenade also is like pretty significant, like, you know, just kind of like AoE damage, just kind of throwing it into a group, right? Or like an easy target like a Cassidy to be able to hit. It'll be Circuit Royale. That'll be the TM map pick. So this should open it up for like some Sigma, right? And I mean, I wouldn't say this is an awesome ball map, right? By any stretch of the imagination.
Matt, I just feel like, I mean, that's logically, you were absolutely correct, but I just feel like we're going to see Wrecking Ball. I don't know how, I don't know why, but I feel like we're going to see it because that's 1, 2, 3, 4. We haven't seen anything else from them, right? I believe they played it more or less constantly. No, Golden Pants went Winston at one time when Ball was banned, which, all right, I don't know which one I take here on Circuit.
That you're just kind of cooking, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
I think TM go here, I think, in an attempt to win a map without banning Wrecking Ball, right? Like, which I think is a very intelligent map pick from them. I mean, my rational brain keeps telling me, look, TM, they're going to come back in this series. Yeah, they should be in full control. But they should, I mean, map 1, they're down 1-0 in the series, and there is actually a sub. Okay.
Yeah.
So there is depth in this 1, 2, 3, 4 team. They say, you know, on Circuit Royale, maybe not. We're going to bring in our alternate tank and play a more straight up battle.
Well, you don't need to ban the ball now, right? I mean, you can now save the ball ban for another map potentially. I
don't think they would have. I think ball may just be unplayable on Circuit, so they would have just been happy to see the opponent on ball.
But this is
play against it. But
I mean, you need to win this map then if you're TM, right?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I feel like that's always the nature of map 2, though. Is like you lose map 1, you have your full pick of the map pool.
Yeah.
You take us to your most comfortable location. You control the hero bands. You're not getting any more advantage than that for the rest of the series. It's only downhill from there. So for TM, they know it as well. They need to win this here and now, and especially given their performance so far in this stage, like, you got to ask questions about where the mental is for TM. Like, how are they feeling in this moment?
I think we know.
Strategically is one thing.
We know where the mental is. I mean,
it's not good, Matt. It cannot be good.
Yeah, we don't have to get I know a scientist on the phone to figure out where the mental is. I think we have an idea where it is. And look, I mean, it's a rough one, but if you're TM, what after this you have Geeking and Katsia, like those are two very winnable games. Like
Matt, you cannot be telling me you're looking at future series for TM.
Nothing too surprising, right? For here on the way for TM. So like, look, this is going to be an annoying series potentially at times, having to deal with that ball, right? But you can just kind of power on through it.
Series.
Yeah,
I mean, this is literally a must-win for TM. At 1-1, this is a competitive stage. Like the way VP are playing, you feel like the top slot is locked. More like, I mean, that's how it seems. I think if I were TM, that's how I'd think. Second slot is maybe the best you could do. If you lose this, second might be out of the possibility. Maybe you're trying to just crawl to the midseason championship.
Well, look, I mean, you would still have the playoff, right? I mean, you're still going to have to lose or win some games there, right? It's just getting into that top 4. I don't think this team is like too fussed.
Maybe
on,
out of
like,
top 4 is too crazy, right? That's not happening.
I mean, I don't know what you'd be on if for that. I mean, that would be
this is still
impossible
Matt, this is a team you would like expectation wise. This should 1, 2, 3, 4 should be the 5th best team, right? They are the top team out of promotion relegation, so maybe they have the most variability to their performance. But you know, these two teams, like TM as a team, they have a probably their standard is that they should be 3-0ing this team. You know what I mean? Like that would be for them the only acceptable result given their historical performance. So the fact that we're already out of that world is for me a little scary for TM. 1, 2, 3, 4 though, I bet they never practice this. So what are they going to do on Circuit Royale, considering they are like a 95% ball team?
Yeah, and what the first ban they defer, it'll be Farah. And then you'll have, it looks like it was the Mizuki is the ban as well. So bit of a change up here. We'll see. So Twisted Minds also, Jake, it's one thing to note that like they don't really play much Mizuki at all, right? Like, we have not really seen them try and go for that whatsoever.
They have felt very uncomfortable when we do see them go to it. So I think that's why they ban it here. I also think once you take Mizuki out of the pool, things get awkward. And wait, speaking of awkward, I'm sorry, what? The ride?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. This is why I predicted 1, 2, 3, 4. This is why 20% of the chat believes, because I mean they're just racking up the fans here.
The defensive Rhine. We'll see how this kind of works out. So we did see some Rhine towards like the end of even at Champions Clash, right? A small Rhine buff, but not in the probably way that like anyone, you know, would have thought. Where it's the damage increase on Fire Strike and like it goes faster. But
I've been trying to get people to pick Rhine for a hot sec. I believe in this hero right now. I think things have shifted enough. I just think it's, well, I mean, Mizuki's banned, so that's probably the biggest reason, but it's very good against Mizuki, in my view. It should be a good matchup into Mizuki. And this battle for the high ground so far goes well for Maimon. Has to drop back, of course, with this 2v1. Simple coming to assist this high ground, but coming back the other way. For now, this hold is not breaking. 1, 2, 3, 4, getting a lot of damage, and AMDP hits to the spawn, picks up a Fire Strike on the Astro, and he's going for more.
I mean, that is a nasty Fire Strike connection. I mean, we'll see if they can actually kind of end up winning the fight. Simple in a great spot, able to just kind of put some shots down up on the high ground. But, you know, there's some fun stuff from AMDP there off the rip. So he is going to charge on in as Simple. That got scary for a little bit, but then I know AMDP ends up falling.
For a little bit. His life was flashing before his eyes.
He knew. He was good.
He was like, nah, it's fine. There's no way the ride pins me in a quarter second from now. You guys got this. Ryan comes back in on the re-engage. I will say this is where Ryan kind of shines, is retaking hard positions, right? He is one of the better mobility tanks. I can't believe I'm saying that, but actually when it comes to crossing difficult distances, he is very adept at it. Amp Matrix up for Canale. He's going to put it right in the front line. The Fire Strike is crucial. Can hit one-shots now on that Amp Matrix, but no connections. Kai, though, does find ports. And although Simple's in the backline wreaking havoc, he needs to find one more, needs to beat Crispy in this 1v1. Hasn't quite got the connection just yet, but will get the job done. And it's all TM in the feed on the payload. They needed those Fire Strikes to connect. Remember, that Fire Strike breakpoint, it does one-hit most of the cast through that Amp Matrix.
But obviously no connections. Do you have to switch the Rhine at some point? I mean, this is not been, it's just a lot of like, I don't know, man.
He hasn't even gotten the shatter off yet, Matt. He's 60 to shatter. There's
yeah, but like, But it just seems very difficult to, like how you were talking about, like even crossing those spaces. It seems like almost impossible to do. So that'll actually do it simple. So that is a huge kill there from Kai.
OC committed from Quartz. It's a risky fight to OC into. And AMDP backs up for now. It does buy a bit of breathing room for the side of TM, but they're still down simple. He's going to be coming back into this one. Retake comes out. AMDP pins right to the cart, forces the fight. TVNT, though, is sitting on this Annihilation, which is going to be a little bit scary.
You play Ray anyway, yeah.
You can also shatter it, which is quite a strong counter. Misses the pin, though. Oh, AMDP, you cannot let those go through. The Blizzard is out from Maimon. It has frozen TVNT, but looks like he's in a good enough position to stay alive. And without this big shatter, hold on. We're still into this one, boys. 1, 2, 3, 4. Pick up a dominant team fight. And I told you, Matt, you cannot swap the line when Shatter's on the card.
I mean, that is a crazy shatter there from AMDP. Able to just kind of push on in. The Maywall there from Maimon maybe prevents him from getting another kill. But you were talking about it, right? I mean, a little bit after the Annihilation, I know the Shatter kind of comes on into play, and now they're going to push up trying to take this corner here.
Spawn hold? Spawn door challenge?
This will be really difficult to be able to break, right? Getting this corner, taking a lot of damage from that Bastion, maybe some separation from the Mei. It looks like they do back up. Maybe you want to, like, kind of surprise them with this Ant Matrix here and then come down with a pretty sizable push.
Yeah, I think they like, I mean, there's a lot of awkward angles for the attackers here to come up and turn this corner. You really do expose your flanks doing so. And Canale, this Ant Matrix could be devastating. He's going to pop it at the top of the hill. Bit of an early pop, though. And yeah, TM are going to back out through that. So it's really just going to buy maybe 20 seconds of clock time, a little bit of space for AMDP to charge up a bit of that shadow. You see Simple takes that big wide angle, though. And you're not really going to be able to stick around here for long as 1, 2, 3, 4.
And AMDP ends up taking the perk that like generates like the health regen with the barrier up, and then also probably will end up taking the one where you end up being able to bash. So you do get Jwoo though. It's going to have Simple end up using the Captive Sun there over the high ground, just trying to get a shot on the Canale, but hasn't gotten the ticking damage to finish him off. Ooh, nice immortality field from Canale, going to keep himself alive. As even though Quartz finds AMDP, it might be a fight though that 1, 2, 3, 4 are able to win. Looks like, though, with TVNT still up, Jake, they're going to start to try and maybe get some more progress on this payload.
Oh, it's huge that Maimon can make it out of this alive. AMDP is going to be back into this one pretty quick, and they've got a lot of ultimates. We're down. The clock is getting low. Twisted Minds, the bank is pretty much dry here. It's 1, 2, 3, 4's fight to win. TM need to find some kind of a miracle pick. TVNT trying to put more pressure on that he can, but here comes the Ant Matrix from Canale, looking for an instant kill. The Maywall slows things down. Again, buying enough time for Twisted Minds to get a clean retreat off. But that's just the Ant Matrix thrown in. I mean, yep, they have built up some of the ultimates here, but it's still a hard fight in front of them.
Shatter potentially here for AMDP is all that. Oh, actually, kind of like
just
turns
a little out of range.
Reverse Shatters, like trying to go for TVNT, but it's just out of range, which is something rare you see for Shatter trying to use that distance. Blizzard use from Jwoo. It's going to actually freeze up AMDP, but they don't have enough damage, I think, to finish off the Rhine.
Yeah, the Rhine stabilizes. Funny Astro, though, tries to just all-in commit with the Ray, and the Rhine is just out of resources. The shield is too low. Kai trying to hold this corner on the Bastion, putting out big damage, but touching the point is just too far gone. And oh, that's a back-breaking fight. 1, 2, 3, 4. I felt like if that Shatter connected, we could have seen a very different engagement. But I do feel like the Rhine, it hasn't been bad, man. Like, they have done well so far in this map on the Rhinecon.
Yeah, for a second there, it looked like the AMDP was looking at the Queen maybe just to maybe get a shout, then get people out of the spawn, and then kind of swap back. But the Queen would be a little wild. Well, when they swapped Malga, I thought he was going to maybe try and play Queen into it. But now, as TVNT's back to the Diva, over to the Diva, was playing some Ramatcha earlier, going to like that Rhine matchup.
Yeah, trying to play the mobility, but the comp has gotten kind of weird for Twisted Minds. They have a lot of poke, a lot of mobility. Here comes Simple. It's a big connection. See if they can pop some of those Captive Suns, get that acceleration snowball going. They're trying to step up outside and really clear, but Canale is doing God's work here on the Batiste. How does he keep everybody alive? The supports from 1, 2, 3, 4. I almost can't believe
that was
that fight alive.
I mean, the Ant Matrix there, plus the regenerative burst, and then like being able to kind of just pump in heals to players, like all grouped up. I mean, that is wild because that was a huge Captive Sun. I mean, that hit like 2 or 3 different players. Immortality field came out at that moment as well. It's really difficult and interesting setup here for 1, 2, 3, 4. They're going to try and play close to the door here. I mean, they have Blizzard to use.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan's just kind of running the clock on them. Buying time in mind. Mo, what a snipe to shut down the enemy hit scan. May can do it too. Walls up the choke and now looks to clear out Jwoo, who, beats a hasty retreat, knows he can't stick around without the team support in that position. And as the clock gets lower, we're coming to a final fight scenario. My Mode actually going to bait in the flank. If he can one-shot Jwoo, that would be crazy here. Jwoo actually forced a recall, so the May really limiting the angles. Tracer can't have done anything here.
Oh, the May wall's going to block the door.
They're not ready for this one, Matt. They're all frozen. iPhone slams the door on them and cooks them with the blizzard into that one. TM, they're trying to regroup,
dude,
there's no time
May
left.
wall's the backside of that doorway, and then also they kind of throw that immortality field in there. No way they could fight there. Twisted Minds, this one is kind of falling apart for them. It'll be Jwoo who goes in, gets a touch, triggers OT. It'll be an orbital right here first from Crispy.
You can get a huge stall here, and Twisted Mind starting to make some work done in the front line. That Ray, not enough for Crispy to stabilize. The OC for Quartz finally gets purchased, and 1, 2, 3, 4 as a beautiful position, I will say, before the fight from Jwoo. The fact that he's in behind, he could touch forever there in the OT, so Twisted Minds can play much more comfortably than they otherwise would. The OT deaths are going to be rough. Canale going to be coming out of spawn. Does have that Amp Matrix, and AMTP's going to be able to hold on to this card for some time, and the pulse from Jwoo denies the stall. Oh, that's painful for 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, wait, no, the map didn't complete.
Did they see 9?
Yeah, they got off.
What?
Yeah, we should take a look at that if we can.
See 9.
Yeah, no, that's what, when you were talking about that, I was like, dude, that says 2. We can get to replay that. I believe, actually, they kind of, so they were playing off the Olari pylon, and I think they thought that Jwoo was going to be able to contest, but it looked like he backed out to that corner because AMDP came in, and I don't know if they got another touch. I think the OT just, insta-wiped.
I mean, there's a long OT, so you really can't get out. I think Jwoo may have pulse bombed the Rhine and recalled, and actually the OT ends before recall. At that, late enough into the game, the OT does end before recall. Oh, he goes up for the pulse, and then, Funny Astro's just off payload. Why is the Juno not on payload? Oh, that's
or is
so
he above
painful.
it? He's
He's
too
above
high.
It. He's vertically above
too
the
high.
hitbox. Yeah.
Oh.
That's a big mistake from Twisted Minds. I mean,
bro, dude, they could. That was a map completion. They would 100% have gotten that at the end of the way.
They won that fight with the pulse bomb on the Rhine. I don't see any way. Diva just matrixes the Amp Matrix, and you're fine. They had that lock, stock, and barrel. But Matt, the Rhine comp is legit. I feel like
that is,
if AMTP hits that shatter on second point, they full hold second. Legit, if they hit that shatter, they full hold second.
Yeah, that was also a bit of a throw though towards the end. I mean, that is one that Twisted Minds mental has to be.
this is mental.
Has
damage.
to be in the gutter. I mean. Let's see. They're gonna play. What do you think? I like this Maga.
No, I'm a
Maga
Rhine
map.
believer. I'm such a Rhine believer.
I like this comp though into what Twisted Minds is playing. I think just kind of like the damage output of the Bastion, they've had a really difficult time dealing with, and just getting the Maga into the mix, right? Just kind of keep the pace and tempo high. Seems like that's what Twisted Minds is struggling dealing with at the moment.
Yeah, they don't really have a good, clean response for the Amp Matrix. On offense, you can just back off. On defense, when you have to hold the payload, that Amp Matrix can be a huge problem. Just in mind, they want to get aggressive and get picks. I mean, no shields on the side of 1, 2, 3, 4. So very little margin for them as well. And that's a huge kill from Simple. Takes down the legs from behind the composition. Crispy, though, finds one. And the all-out aggression for 1, 2, 3, 4 might just catch their opponents off guard. AMDP right on the edge of the map actually gets back to the help of his Juno. If he can just survive around this corner, the ult charge is going to be massive for Crispy.
Yes, I mean, Crispy's going to get close. Basically almost double Funny Astro in terms of getting over towards that orbital ray, and I don't know if there's a better ultimate for Maga to fight in rather than the orbital ray. I mean, it's just kind of the best.
Yeah, the ray could be rough. There's also Rush going to be coming down eventually. This corner proving to be difficult. Jwoo's in so deep here. Can he survive out of this position? Drops the Blizzard to kind of cover his retreat, and Quartz with the Deadeye should be able to get enough. A frozen Maga in the back line. Not long for this world. Twisted Minds, they hold the line, but that's 2 ultimates thrown in for nothing on the side of the attackers. So actually, as 1, 2, 3, 4, if you could just get into another fight comfortably, you could be in a great spot to cap first.
Yeah, I mean, Captive Sun, right? You have the opportunity, though. You're playing the Kiri this time. Now being able to kind of cleanse that off. If you can get there with the I mean, dude, you have Ray and Blizzard plus a Maga fighting inside the Ray. I mean, you're in a great spot. I mean, potentially the Annihilation comes out, right? But you can freeze that Ram is all they're going to decide to go for right away.
Oh, but it's not quite enough to catch. TVNT gets out of that. Captive Sun looks like it doesn't connect maybe on anybody, and Simple just cut down. The Ray is overwhelming. The front line not able to stand the test. Astro responds in kind, and it's an immediate back off from 1, 2, 3, 4. Here comes the rush from them. It's in a really awkward position, though. They need to find kills. Team Twisted Minds bait that one out beautifully. This is the Twisted Minds we expected. You've got to come to play against it, but the artillery power catches Quartz and buys them a new lease on life. Now MTV steps up behind the shield, gets to the back of TDNT, who's going to struggle to tank up through this, not even popping the Annihilation. Here it is, and maybe that's enough. Simple finds a pick back. The cage fight on the point. TDNT has to tolerate through this, but the freeze from J-Woo is going to be exactly what he needs to keep this fight going. Connects on a few with MTV still alive, but it feels like this attack is starting to run low.
I mean, this is just kind of a bloodbath here. AMDP still alive on the Maga, but I mean, they're just staggering him out. Yeah, I mean, at this point, right? No, nice Maywall there.
Brutal.
From J-Woo. So that is a huge fight win there from TM. That's like everything for 1, 2, 3, 4 kind of gone out the window. I do wonder if they end up thinking about maybe going back to the Rhine. It looks like still holding on to the Maga here.
It's pretty late.
Yeah.
This one's desperate. I don't know if you almost have to just hope that you can get your ultimates up. 40 seconds is not a lot of time though, Matt. TM have maybe passed the toughest hurdle.
And they
I will
need
say
a
the
pick
Captive
from like
Sun
higher
isn't likely to be particularly effective here with the cleanse against them. So this could just be a 0-ult fight. Still a chance for 1, 2, 3, 4.
Maywall.
Yeah. I mean, TMNT doesn't care at all. Disrespecting. Here comes the form. Kai, this is what has to produce something. Crispy so low in the backline. Form doesn't really get much of anything. Quartz is on a bit of an awkward angle, but still able to put that damage down. Simple also working things in, just biding his time with the Captive Sun. Wants to see that cleanse come out before he pops the ultimate. And Quartz may just force it. Great hit. Drops Canale as well. Looking to pop that Juno out of the sky. And that hit is good enough. Kai is going to go down. Simple into the backline, getting it done himself here on the Zillari. Blizzard is out from my mode, but the follow-up is just not going to be there. Twisted Minds close this one out in style. The C9 can be easily, comfortably forgotten now. The back of a map win.
Well, I mean, dude, the shot there on the Canale is massive because he's got the rush, right? That would have been like another advantage kind of coming around that corner with the Maga. So that shot from Quartz is just so impactful. Gets rid of the Kiri as soon as that rush would have most certainly came down. I mean, you see the look at the supports. I mean, for 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, 18 and 17k healing respectively, right? Just like the amount of damage the Rhine and the Maga just taking all throughout. Pretty tremendous. And look, I think TM, we talked about their mental, like able to bounce back after a really weird end to their offense and get a must-win map here in map number 2.
Yeah, Quartz finding some of those signature, like, individual kills that just happen at the perfect moment, right as the enemy wants to attack. And that, I think, really holds it down for them. This Rhine pick, I kind of wish they played it on offense. I thought the Rhine, it worked well. Like, genuinely, it worked well. I think the execution wasn't even all that great from 1, 2, 3, 4. This Shatter was, though. This Shatter turned everything around. I mean, this was into an orbital ray, and you just get absolutely nothing on the offense. I mean, that is a worst-case scenario. Maybe we can show the highlight of the other Shatter that was like, honestly, it was tickling the toes of the enemy Ramatra. It was like an inch behind him.
Yeah, it's a rough one. I mean, you know, I thought, yeah, the Rhine, I mean, we take a look here, I know at the end of this map, yeah, yeah, Funny Asher's just a little bit too high, and I think that's kind of like not there able to touch, but like I thought tremendous defense here from Twisted Minds, and this shot here, yeah, that's the one there on the Quartz, no, from Quartz on the Canale, finishes him off. And yeah, I mean, no rush there towards the end. That's brutal, and that's what allows them to kind of get a first point hold. Now 1, 2, 3, 4 though, they have an opportunity, right? You can get a map pick here, and then you can also protect the ball, right? In theory, if you wanted to play it again.
Which they genuinely always do on their map picks. They almost always do a tank ban to protect Wrecking Ball to ensure that they can go to it. And they may need to because the ban's still available, of course, for the opposition for the rest of the series. The nice thing about the circuit pick is it does block Dorado, which I think is probably the strongest pick for Wrecking Ball in the pool. So what's the next best? It looks like it's going to be Runasapi from 1, 2, 3, 4. I do like Labal when we saw it from them here. It's going to be a little bit more difficult, though, because this is a map where the ranges are a little bit closer, and I feel like Quartz's Cassie is a huge problem.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you could say New Queen Sheet or Runasapi, both pretty good for the ball, now as we look at some of those push maps. So do they ban like a Ramatra, or do they ban like a Diva, maybe?
I would probably lean towards Diva. That would be my guess. Maybe they go for a Sigma if they expect Sigma Mizuki, but Twisted Minds, I don't think they want to play Sigma Mizuki. I mean, if we know one thing about them,
they don't play any Mizuki, it really feels like.
Which I think that's kind of why I believe in 1, 2, 3, 4 in this matchup, because for me, the Mizuki is one of the best counters to Wrecking Ball. Like, the chain is death to Wrecking Ball to be locked down by that chain. It is rough, especially when then there's a flashbang, then there's an accretion. Like, the overall comp is so well suited to deal with Wrecking Ball. So the ban, it's going to be Maga.
Okay.
I mean, I actually love that TM banned the cat, though, because I think the cat Bastion on this is probably maybe the best cat Bastion map, maybe this or like Rialto or Nambani. It's these maps with rooftops you can fly over the top of and just come from these crazy angles on Bastion.
Yeah, it's one that, like, they haven't shown it throughout the series, right? Like, playing the cat, but you would be pretty devastated if they pulled it out now, right? It would be a pretty rough spot to be in if they decided to end up playing that cat at the moment. And then look, the Maga, we've seen TVNT and Twisted Minds play the Maga in the past, and I think 1, 2, 3, 4, I think they're fine with the Diva in play, because they'll play the Mizuki, right? Just chain the Diva right on top of, like, the Bastion, some of the other damage that's coming on down. And I think they're, like, in a really, I mean, then they would be, like, in an advantageous spot to win.
Yeah, definitely. I think maybe the biggest pressure for 1, 2, 3, 4 is on what they can get done with these divers, right? Like, assuming they're going to play Wrecking Ball Tracer here, what actually happens in the matchup? How does it actually go? By the way, did Golden Pants sub back in? I mean, assuming that he did, because that's been the story of this team. Okay, yeah. So it is more than likely going to be Wrecking Ball here. What's the choice for Kai, though? Because Bastion has been very good this year. I almost hope he continues it. Sojourn would maybe be the more conventional look, but, you know, this is 1, 2, 3, 4. They know this comp better than I do, that's for sure.
Yeah, we'll see how they're able to kind of make it work here on Runesapi, a huge map for 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Giving themselves an opportunity to go to game point against Twisted Minds. I mean, that is something nobody would have predicted, but hey, I mean, Golden Pans on the ball, difficult to stop. I mean, dude, they had an opportunity to take that second map too, man. I mean, it ends in a first point hold, but that one, I mean, that could have gone really either way. You kind of talked about the MVP shatter that maybe just kind of a little bit too far out of reach of TVNT, but then
if we see on the replay, I think it's like half a meter. It is insanely close. I thought it hit him.
Okay, so maybe maybe because you're gonna have you know, the Lucio in play, you're not playing the Mizuki. Kyle end up playing the Soj instead of playing that Bastion.
Yeah, let's see how this Wrecking Ball can disrupt the formation. Quartz definitely get the public enemy number 1, and Buddy Astro is gone! Instantly out of the fight. Where did he go, Matt? Just evaporated. Must have taken like a kunai to the face right as that slam comes down. That has to hurt.
Yeah, I mean, just like he doesn't even really get out of the door. I mean, just Golden Pants just kind of flies up and just kind of lands right on top of his head. And yeah, he had to take like some damage, whether it be like a kunai or a tracer or maybe even like a little bit of damage from the Lucio on the other side of things.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's the dream opener. Jabu's in the back line. What can this guy get done? The Lucio Kiri duel, right? Things are a lot more dynamic, a lot more chaotic. Looks like Twisted Minds kind of flipped the map, but 1, 2, 3, 4 are going to be really happy to pull this card away. Corner holding on Diva, it works, but it's awkward, and at any moment you get off card, you're in trouble. Quartz is down. Once again, the poke kill comes in. Simple doesn't have anything left in the tank. Oh, how is he staying alive? Astro keeps
that's
him up.
crazy.
Unbelievable, with the bot stolen as well. Cannot believe TM played their way through that. They are back in this fight.
Yeah, but then you lose Jawu. I mean, this is TM not exactly gonna kind of want to play this really brawl-heavy type of style. That's going to be the Suzu use as well. But look at this. I mean, Golden Pan's pretty healthy, just kind of rolling on through everybody. This certainly is going to be checkpoint here straight away. TVNT tries to get a touch, get knocked off course. Quartz dangerously low. Okay, I mean, now you're going to lose him. This is the Kitsune rush at least for 1, 2, 3, 4. So Twisted Minds, falls back, but they're getting bullied back into their spawn.
I don't love the rush from Canale. He was using it because he thought the Diva would touch. Didn't have faith in Golden Pants. Of course Golden Pants gets that move to secure the cap. You got to expect that from his level of Wrecking Ball play. Now TM, it's their turn to retake the position on the map, and I feel like 1, 2, 3, 4 are kind of drawing them in. A Pulse Bomb goes wide. Maimon pulling a bit of attention into the back line. But there's a long road back here and a lot of opportunities for Golden Pants to come in with the minefield. Here it comes on the payload. Big slam, even hits Quartz. But in that corner, he's going to be safe and sound. The rush is out from Simple, and it's going to slow the roll here of this Wrecking Ball squad. It's just like a defensive rush. They're just bunkered in the corner.
I mean, you can't exactly use that rush and push on into it, right? With all those the minefield there. So this also allows Kai to kind of get this OC and just be in an awesome spot. Oh, you got to get rid of that. Ball looks like they're going to actually make it out with his life. It's going to be the later beat here.
Kai doesn't get the beat, but maybe it doesn't matter. Still the line being held, but Twisted Minds with a bit of an ultimate economy advantage. Gonna step up here. Quartz, Jabu, they have opportunities to change the narrative of this map, and they need to do it now. It really feels like the pressure overwhelming from 1, 2, 3, 4. Twisted Minds have gone with an aggressive counter. They're not trying to play defensive into this one, but Quartz is down. The spam is too much. He cannot find the way forward. Steps up on the Cassidy and gets deleted. Desperation dive now from TBNT. Gets booped even deeper, and the follow-up is coming in. They're trying to be able to pop him before he can get back into the suit. The damage isn't there for it, so still a fight to be had. TBNT back in the suit, but without Quartz. The standard bearer for Twisted Minds, Golden Pants is free to just deliver his reign of terror. Slam even in the room. There is no safety for this Twisted Minds squad as the bot.
Dude, and he's always healthy, it feels like. Outside of that one time on the street, right? There for like 3 players inside of that small room, able to just kind of get a slam. He just gets so healthy, almost like 1,000 HP. Quartz gonna
try to hold the Deadeye. Big channel, big channel. Okay, yeah, Golden Pants can't survive that. And oh, a clean little 2-tap. This is the Quartz we know and love. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a tough one. That's your rush getting batted back by a Deadeye. I mean, a fantastic trade for TM. They are going to need to more where that came from, though, Matt.
Yeah, but dude, it feels like 1, 2, 3, 4. You're going to be able to get back in these fights so fast, right? With the way that you're able to play. I know with the Lucio and the ball. Let's see where they decide to take this next fight. There's now Twisted Minds. They'll start to get some progress with the bot. Where will the engagement come from? There is Golden Pants kind of swinging up on that high ground as he's going to have the minefield here at the ready.
Feels like this guy's server admin. Twisted Minds just have to wait for that assault to come in from the Wrecking Ball. A little bit of a defensive posture though from 1, 2, 3, 4, and they just steal Golden Pants backed up. And Simple's going to take that opportunity to step on the gas. Kai though with the OC, maybe a kill back here would change everything potentially, but TBNT just boxes it out. Really doesn't even pay too much HP for doing so. And team are right back into the contention on this map. A minefield from Golden Pants tries to keep the pressure on as the tempo shifts back against them. Maimo's Pulse Bomb is good for a kill on the Bunny Astro, and maybe he can get more with Golden Pants now piling on for this aggression. Quartz has another Deadeye somehow. This is just a cooldown for him, and Maimo does go down on the retreat.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to buy his team some space there with the Deadeye is it's just a really fast charge of that ultimate there. Golden Pants still holding this corner here. You will have the sound barrier to potentially use. If you want to try and get aggressive, it's going to be TBNT going on in. Trying to put some pressure down as Crispy dangerously low. Does have the beat.
He's holding the beat really well here. Hands of Steel now comes in aggressively, but Funny Astro ready for the defensive response. A better beat, especially for Quartz, who's able to really stick his heels in now and commit to a position. Golden Pants boxed out of the fight, has to back off for the heals. This lead is dwindling for 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks so promising for them, but now TM seem to have found their rhythm on Brunasop.
Yeah, rush available here for 1, 2, 3, 4 coming on in as Golden Pants on a bit of a flank here, just trying to go over the top, and then you get a slam on down right into the rush.
Oh, but Maimo's down. The rush is going to lose a lot of its threat. Oh, Kanale somehow finds a pick on the Astro, keeping this fight just in the realm of possibility, but without the Tracer, so difficult to get this work done on Wrecking Ball, and Golden Pants just wants to stall things out. But that's your rush. I mean, you felt you needed more than that, Matt.
Yeah, I would think so. It's okay, hold on. Now maybe that's enough. A massive boop there from Golden Pants just kind of sends Jayu with enough damage into a Kai railgun. And this is going to allow Golden Pants pretty healthy here, Jake, to move on forward.
Oh, the delayed slam, so clean. Simple wasn't ready for that one. Super low on this Kiriko, but somehow this guy just doesn't go down. Simple and Astro, impossible to finish off in the backline, although Kai with a rail from range and maybe a second actually turns everything around. This is Kai's moment to heat up and provide an opportunity, keeping 1, 2, 3, 4 in the advantage in this series just when it felt like it was turning against them.
And this just does not feel like the type of play style that Twisted Minds wants to play, right? That's just kind of like deathmatchy all over the place, like not exactly even that coordinated at times. It'll be Simple who ends up popping the rush here. So everybody from 1, 2, 3, 4 are going to try and back on out.
So hard to get the rush value in this comp. An awkward pulse bump from Jabu, who's actually just stuck on the roof there. I think it was stood
Top
on
of the
head
doorway,
of Crispy
yeah,
for a fraction of a second. And now opportunity once again. Kai steps on the gas. Immediate opportunity to step up. TVNT use the boosters. He's in an awkward spot. Does have to self-destruct. If they can find a kill on this team, they can't. Quartz out of nowhere just 2-taps Kai. Stifles that aggression. TVNT out of the suit for the second time. This time maybe for good, but still +1 player advantage unless Golden Pants bring something back with this minefield. Quartz though, good position with the Deadeye. It's going to be too hard to fight through him.
No, I mean, Quartz doesn't even know which way to look, though. I mean, there's players to his left, his right. I mean, there's no idea where players are coming from. He's got the Deadeye channeled. And while he's got the Deadeye channeled, Golden Pant's able to find 2. So now the bot will continue to roll for 1, 2, 3, 4. This is probably their best opportunity, though, Jake, from outside of earlier in the game, right? An advantage would beat and rush here, an advantage to give themselves a little bit of a bigger lead.
I feel like they need it. I mean, Twisted Minds have really been battling. They know how crucial this map is for the series. Golden Pants refuses to break the grapple. He's just waiting for his opportunity. Does get some kind of slam in. Lost a lot of HP for that, and it does make the rush need to come out a little early. This lead is going to continue to expand, but maybe only for a moment. Twisted Minds, they want to get off the re-engage. Here comes the beat from Astro. A better beat from Kanale, but only just. Still, Quartz, HP is low. He's falling back off the play. And bot is rolling, so Twisted Mind's gonna swing back through the roof. They need an instant refight. They know how much value this cart push has. Simple wants to rush, but it's so hard to find value of this ultimate against the mobility of the Wrecking Ball.
I mean, I think that's the biggest thing, that where you gained probably 20 or 30 extra meters here. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Golden Pant's gonna be able to make it out, but you can kind of dictate this next fight right around that corner. Coming up is Maimon still being a nuisance here. Working from behind.
GP.
Where are we going here? We're going
from the
all
top
the way
rope.
on top.
Big slam! Kiriko's teleported out, and now Kiriko's vulnerable. No TP on her. Golden Pant's immediately looking for that finish. But the boot from Astro's good. It's not good enough. Simple's off the map!
He didn't
What?
see.
What? Are you kidding? How? This is like one of the best flex sports in the world, and Golden Pants is styling on him. Maybe more to be found. Quartz is in an awkward spot. He doesn't have a way out of his position. Diva's trying to give him what protection she can, but the cart is going to roll yet again here, Matt. And there is not much to give up. Immediate minefield. Golden Pants does not back down.
Yeah, you would have liked that minefield to be maybe a little bit more spread out. It's just kind of blocking the doorway, and everybody had already made it out at that time. So, but I mean, we're below 30 seconds on the clock, and Twisted Minds, I mean, you're just struggling to get out of your base.
Oh, the rush comes out, but it's a ghost town. There's nobody here. Oh, Kai, Kanale, both low. Twisted Minds, they would love to find a pick. They almost need one. A slide away from Kai is good to keep him alive, but Crispy does go down to TVNT. Maybe one can be clawed back by Maimon, but it looks awkward without the Lucio with overtime coming up. This is a risky moment to commit for 1, 2, 3, 4. They get this substruct out of TVNT, and that'll be good enough for them. I think wisely choosing to play the OT fight. This is overtime, maybe the best opportunity for Rush to get big value. Quartz with this high noon has to get value, has to get some kind of a connection.
I mean, Kai with an OC as well could put it away. Gib 1, 2, 3, 4. A map advantage here. That's going to be the OC popped on the other side of the map. TVNT is so low.
Deadeye is out, but it's awkward. No one's peeking. Big beat up from Astro, and the Kanale steps out a little too wide in that moment. Guy just can't find much of anything. Gets the recall. Golden Pants does draw one back, and that actually, Matt, could be good enough for this team fight. They're going to be coming back in off the spawn advantage. The retouch looks very doable, and Quartz will not be in this fight. Crispy has a beat. Everything is lined up for 1, 2, 3, 4. Twisted Minds have to pull something crazy out of their hat now.
Yeah, I mean, having that beat is going to be a massive advantage. Quartz going to go over the shield, just get back into the fight. The slam here onto the objective. Astro dangerously low. That's going to be the beat from Crispy.
It's go time. You got to get these kills. Maimon, big connection, and the pulse is good. Good for 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. They're going to do it here. Unruh Safi going to be going up 2-1 in the series. Absolute heroics from Golden Pants and the boys. The Wrecking Ball is vindicated. Twisted Minds, mentals in the gutter. Match point to 1, 2, 3, 4. The ultimate underdog in this series.
Golden Pants is the GOAT. I mean, just coming in, ends up playing the ball yet again. It is very apparent that Twisted Minds is, struggles against the ball. I wouldn't say they're like they can't do anything against it, right? Obviously, this game is still very close, but it is definitely just throwing a wrench in the type of playstyle they want to do. As you take a look, I mean, Golden Pants, right? Only 2 deaths there. A nice job just kind of knocking players all over the place. A really rough one from Simple, who usually is pretty good, right? I know only 1 limb. Usually we see that way higher, putting up some crazy kill games. I know in the flex support role is Yeah, man. I mean, they're in some trouble if they don't get rid of this ball, or at least take us to a map that probably doesn't suit Golden Pants great.
I mean, it feels like now the Wrecking Ball ban has to come in, but the reason this map win is so massive for the side of 1, 2, 3, 4 is that at least if it does go map 5, they can protect the Wrecking Ball once again. That fact alone is very scary for TM. So TM, yes, they're in control coming into map 4. They're going to get the map pick and a ban. You feel obliged to ban the Wrecking Ball almost no matter where you go, right? I guess what's in the pool? We haven't seen Hybrid. Oh, and he cut the awkward wall climb. Okay, as a Genji player, I'm sorry, I feel your pain, brother. I feel your pain.
So what? You have Hybrid. I mean, you could go New Junk City. That's not really like a ball map, right?
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure it is for Golden Pants. I mean,
probably.
I think they just will. Yeah, maybe New Junk City is the best.
Is there
it blocks Suravasa as like the Suravasa protect Wrecking Ball? You cannot be map 5.
Right, but is there a hybrid map that you'd be worried about?
I mean, yes, there has to. Right? I mean,
it's what, Nimbani,
Hollywood,
Nimbani, Hollywood, and Kings.
Nimbani is pretty good. I think Hollywood is pretty good for Wrecking Ball. That is.
But would you rather pick? Would you rather pick Kings and then play Suravasa?
You have to go New Junk. I think Suravasa is the worst case scenario. Suravasa is the best Wrecking Ball map left in the pool.
Yeah.
Well, we've seen from like Junbin and Crazy Raccoon, like ball is the meta on Suravasa. If you can't hang, you're gonna find yourself in a world of hurt. So for me, I'll be surprised if they don't go New Junk City and ban Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, I mean, New Junk or Kings feels like the only two real opportunities for them to go to. So it'll be Kings. Okay. So
I'm not feeling good for them on Suravasa in map 5.
Well, because
so
they would get the pick to also protect the ball, right? Like you could go the whole series without seeing the ball ban. Yeah.
Well, I'm assuming. Actually, this is an interesting one, right? Does AMDP come back out here? TM are going to get to see that roster before they make their decision here on the ban.
I would almost keep Golden Pants in.
I would say no.
I would keep Golden Pants in to force them to ban the ball, and then you have a free ban there for 1, 2, 3, 4 at the end. Yeah, so they're going to keep Golden Pants in. I like that. Like, even if he has to play Winston or something silly here, right? You have to at least make them think about it.
And also, has the Diva ban been used yet for 1, 2, 3, 4? I don't think it has.
No, it hasn't.
So that means, okay, the Suravasa ban Diva is going to hit.
Yeah.
And Kings Row, it's like, I feel like you're playing with the house cash on Kings Row. You're like, yeah, let's play some Kings. Like, let's see if we can get a win here.
And TM banned, oh no, never mind. It's the,
they banned Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, they banned Ball. I was going to say, so it's the Bastion ban here for 1, 2, 3, 4. So look, I mean, this puts Golden Pants in a weird spot, but...
Is he really going to play Winston? I mean, the Bastion actually honestly, says to me that he's going to play Winston.
You don't say this often. It's almost a little bit of a throwaway in the sense that, like, hey, look, like, we keep him in, force them to ban the ball. We go Suravasa on that last game. We don't even have to worry about them getting rid of the ball. We can, you can get rid of what? You can get rid of, like, the Diva, like you're talking about.
All right, hear me out, Matt. Hear me out. They're up to comp.
Yeah.
Winston dive with Xion and Ana.
Winston dive. I mean, is
all right?
yeah.
I genuinely, the real problem for Winston in the current meta is how good Bastion is. That's the reason Winston is like, we sort of laugh when it comes out because, I mean, come on, how do you play against Bastion and Winston? Your bubble dies in 1 second, you die in 2 seconds. I mean, Primal dies in 3. It's not looking good for Winston in that matchup. But you ban it away, like that. You don't have to worry about it. Are TM really going to go like Reaper here? Maybe. It doesn't feel good for them.
I mean, they're probably just going to play Soldier Cass, right? And you can bait. Can you get away with playing the Winston? I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's not.
For me, a Winston dive with like a Xion and a Genji would hit different on Kings Row. I would believe in that. An Ana, a Xion, a Genji, Nano Xion. That ultimate with Nano has to go completely crazy. I'm sorry. That ultimate has to just one-hit everybody with Nano.
Hey, bro, at this point, we're 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, you're probably going to play with, like, super house money here in map number 4,
what I mean.
right?
Bring out the Xion. Fan service.
Yeah, let the chat pick the comp, for this one. As
let the chat pick the comp is crazy. Everybody's playing Junkrat. Everybody's playing Ryan.
Chat would go crazy. I mean, look, dude, like, obviously, I mean, dude, if you're Golden Pants, even just kind of like match Ram or whatever, like, see how it goes. I don't know.
Nah, this is Winston. I'm telling you, Matt. Bastion ban, this is Winston.
This is straight Winston. Oh my God, it's going to be Winston.
They're going to
All
play
right.
a more straightforward DPS setup, which is hard to argue with. Kai was great
Yeah.
on Sojourn. Had that, I mean, think about that one key fight that he claws back with 2 quick rail kills. Just after I say, Funny Astro and Simple are unkillable, Kai drops them both. That stabilizes the game. So many players. Maimon, huge clutch in OT to ensure the win. These guys look great on their respective heroes in this spot. And the double flex support is scary because it means you have a clock as Twisted Minds, which, by the way, we got our top bars swapped. It is 1, 2, 3, 4 here on the defense.
Yeah, it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4 on defense, so they'll be playing in that Winton base setup. I mean, you could just play Maga into this if you wanted to, right? I mean,
yeah.
Or they'll play D.Va probably.
Maga as a Winston counter is overrated, yeah. Like,
Yeah,
especially, the mobility gap is pretty big. D.Va's a much more straightforward choice here. But there's still a lot of poke coming at you. I mean,
If you
Funny
lost,
Astro and the Lucio needs
you
to get
lost
something
this
done.
for Twisted Minds, the golden pants on the Winston, you dash, so tilted.
No, lock in, Matt. This one is actually a scary one. The Winston comp is not bad here. Like this is I like 1, 2, 3 for comp. I think this is a winning comp.
Yeah, I mean, dude, the Wuyong is a really nice mix into it, right? Can put out some serious damage, but then also kind of keep the Winston heal that range. A lot of players low for Twisted Minds, yeah.
They're like bunkered into the room. All the space in the world here for 1, 2, 3, 4. You have made your way to this high ground, which is going to be the next major push. Your Quartz tries to swing out wide. Kai, that's a big kunai into Kai's face. There's an attack coming. Does Kai see it? He does, and Canale even drops Simple. The D.Va Matrix is good. It overwhelms Kai, but Golden Pants is going to clean up here. They just do not have enough gas to deal with this Winston. You're in enemy territory here on Funny Astro, and Golden Pants will finish you off.
Sick right click.
Building towards a primal. TNT needs to get out with this suit. He should be able to do so comfortably, though.
Yeah, it looks like gonna make it out, but that's not even a tick on the point, right? A nice job here from Golden Pants and Co. on defense as now TNT will move up. This is where it becomes much harder for the Winston here. Has to kind of jump out of the bubble. Maimon does, put down some damage up on the high ground there, so it'll probably be him who ends up kind of getting a touch here with Golden Pants.
Into the rush is pretty scary. The poop away from Astro puts Golden Pants in a terrible position. The cleanse is not good enough to save him, and the rush advantage is just backbreaking. Simple got way too much heals off in that fight. Quartz is going to clean up. I mean, that's how it goes sometimes with the rush disadvantage.
I mean, there's nothing that you could have done to keep the Winston up there. I mean, actually, like, almost impossible.
If the Tidal Blast was up, maybe, but even if you get the Tidal Blast out there, it's like, maybe you just die through the shield. Like,
I literally think they just pop through the damage and just kill him. We'll see the Tidal Blast here.
Now.
Yeah.
Yeah, see where Crispy decides to send it. I'd expect this to go maybe onto Maimon, especially with Primal Rage almost available here for Golden Pants. They're taking some angles, trying to put that poke down, see what Maimon can find. He's got a Pulse Bomb in the back line, a very difficult comp to find Pulse Bomb value. Simple is so ready for it, by the way. Refires that angle. Pulse Bomb, though, into the back of court. It's going to force the cleanse out. But without the cleanse, he just can't stay alive. Here comes the Primal from Golden Pants. Should be a solid team fight off the back of just Primal Pulse. And maybe even they can go into the spawn and get some cleanup cracks. I would like that look here.
Wow, yeah, ends up finding Jayu with a right click, so it's Simple in a really weird spot. Simple is actually, that's actually Quartz who comes out of the spawn on the Widow. Rips Crispy's head off, so that's huge, right? That's the Tidal Blast off the table here. You will have the Rush. I don't even think you can use it. I think you probably have to back up if you're 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's a huge kill, actually, because this would have been a real choke fight. They're running the clock on it. They're getting like a few extra seconds of stall, but I think they're wise not to try to engage. Oh, Golden Pants needs some help here. Has to dash out of the fight, and yeah, has no way back from that position.
That was the overclock,
not backing off
too.
far enough. Yeah, this is an awkward one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Big mistakes from them, throwing away some of the advantage that they've had, and a lot of it came off the back of this guy on your screen. No matter how dire the scenario, you just know Quartz is going to deliver the heat. This guy somehow gets better under pressure. It's where they find themselves, though. I think 1, 2, 3, 4 have a chance for a regroup.
Yeah.
Ultimate's not in their favor, though, Matt.
Well, I mean, look, you have your own Rush, and then you also have your Tidal Blast, so looks like the two players that would contest are so far away, though, Jake.
I mean, Team NT is able to run rampant here. There's no group to mitigate this D.Va. And a self-Tidal Blast is not really what you want to see for Crispy. He's forced to just to stay alive and keep the heals coming in this fight. A nice wave actually gets a decent amount of value, but with that Pulse Bomb, not even actually needed. Golden Pants just under way too much pressure on the point. And TM, yeah, starting to get into the rhythm into this matchup.
Yeah, it definitely seems like they've kind of hit their stride. Golden Pants and Maimon were like kind of going on a flank there, and I think that Twisted Minds obviously realized it and then just kind of decided to just push in forward with TVNT on the D.Va and just kind of bowl them over because there was no way. I mean, Golden Pants had to come back. They didn't even actually kind of go on like a complete flank to go back and kind of touch that payload. But I think if you are 1, 2, 3, 4, like what, you're just trying to get this in OT, right? Like even if you give up a full completion, I mean, yeah, true. You're probably 2 or 3 fights even from thinking about that. Golden Pants
tries to make a move into the back line and just gets batted back. I mean, Twisted Minds are just too good of a team to allow a move like that to pay off. And we are starting to see the cracks in the Winston comp. Crispy over to the Lucio feels like he just needs the boops to get TVNT off his back. I mean, this has been TVNT's round if it's been anyone's on this D.Va. Just look at him, just up in the spawn door. Zero respect given, 0 quarter. Tracer stalling for a moment. Self-destruct in the spawn door for TVNT. The beat comes out. They have to win now. Golden Pants does go down before the primal comes off, and that might be enough, especially with the high noon connection. Cleanse, actually a little early. He has to roll the pulse bomb damage to live it. But Twisted Minds, okay, they capped with 243.
Look,
first point was fun while it lasted, Matt.
Twisted Minds, like, the TVNT is unreal at D.Va, and then if you're going to play, like, a Winston into it, I mean, that's, you know, we kind of have an idea of how it's going to happen. Golden Pants had some, you know, some fun moments, but, dude, I mean, you see the Winston just can't survive. Like, just cannot come close to surviving in, like, any of these fights. I mean... what?
The
like,
Kitsune Rush is like, how do you play against
he's like a
Winston?
Yeah. Or Winston, you just kind of like put him into a blender. Like before Golden Pants can even like jump in, right, and get bubble down, he's already like basically dead. So
he's just permanently on the back foot, and that's the nature of D.Va, right? What she offers in this matchup. I think the way you win this matchup is that you basically have supports getting, or DPS getting way too much value, and then the Winston is just like drawing attention to himself. Primal is a very good ultimate, I will say, in this matchup. It basically removes all your issues as a hero, and they're winning the Primal fights, which they need to, but the fact that they're just falling over when the Primal's not available,
he just needs his ultimate to deny every failure as a hero.
I genuinely think they like have to play Ana or something. It's like, I don't know that will work either. I think you'll probably just die on Ana, but you've got to do something very greedy for 1, 2, 3, 4 in the back line. I think a standard basically mirror match isn't going to be good for them.
Right, because the D.Va would just be so much, I mean, it's so much better, right? Let's see if they stay. Okay, the Ana, we're not going to stay with that either. So it'll be back to the Curie, but you already see me. He's got no armor. It's just going to have to, like, if they wanted to, they could just chase him around that corner.
I will say Winston does better on attack because you don't actually have to like defend the checkpoint, which is kind of your weakness on Winston. You can wait and just look for kills and then cap for free later. Bit of an attack here onto Jaywu in the flank, who uses a lot of blinks to stay alive. TVNT tries to join him, but that makes space for Golden Pants, who immediately jumps over to the phone booth area, taking a little bit of map control away. Getting a little awkward though. That's a rough back jump for Golden Pants, and this is where Quartz is waiting for him. Now TVNT puts the pressure on Golden Pants, just running for the hills, just trying to stay alive and regroup. Barely does, but I mean, it is looking so sketchy here, Matt.
It just feels like they can finish him off whenever they want, right? I mean, you know, they back up here, they give them some high ground. They do allow Golden Pants to get back to full HP. I thought TVNT could have pushed the issue there, maybe even be able to kind of take out the Winston. Is now TVNT quite low, but giving an opportunity for Simple to kind of farm up towards that rush. Here goes Golden Pants trying to take some space.
The moves are good for him, but Jaywu finds Mind Bone, and all these resources that need to be poured into the Winston just to keep him alive and fighting kind of drains the bank for players like Tracer and Twisted Minds. They are such a good team in the deathmatch. I mean, this is just it goes to show how without the chaos of the Wrecking Ball, they look so refined in these kind of setups.
It just shows also like how, you know, I mean, like they're just fighting at such a disadvantage with the Winston, right? Just kind of like constantly on the back foot. Like, it feels like even when they get a brief moment of opportunity where they could like make something happen, both supports are having to basically give all their resources to get the Winston like somewhat in a fightable state. So Golden Pants will jump on in there as you'll get a continuing rush in from the hotel.
A good rush though, maybe. Next bubble is going to be available shortly with that cooldown reduction. Golden Pants wants to isolate the choke, but the players who are on the other side of it have rotated back through to the phone booth side. Beautiful movements from Twisted Minds, ensuring the formation is never broken. Here comes Golden Pants. 95 needs to get this Primal, needs to break things apart, introduce some kind of chaos. But there's so many resources poured into Quartz, and the Deadeye channeling against him. He can't stick around here for long. Has to back off. Good hold. The pulse bomb though is good. They're out of resources to keep Quartz up. And now the Primal really getting back into the mix, getting big value. Funny Astro under serious scrutiny here. He goes down. The pulse bomb needed to drop Golden Plants at this point. It's turning into a real scrap, but maybe still enough fragging power for TM just from JWoo, TVNT, and Simple to keep this one going.
They're going to beat
just for 3. That's the definition of desperation here, Matt.
I mean, they're going to beat Drain Go for it. As Crispy ends up falling. I guess with a minute left, you kind of have to push the issue.
Shion camp. We need Shion camp.
Yeah, we do get the courts back on the Shion, so that'll be something quite fun here. We'll see.
This is our moment, Matt. This is our moment.
Yeah, we'll get a chance to see what he looks like on the new hero.
Do the thing, throw the bike. I mean, I feel like this hero probably is very good against Winston too. You have some that big close range burst.
Is there a hero at this point that's not good against Winston?
That's not good against. That's a dire call out here. OC is good, but a beat could be better. Funny Astro finds the time to step up. Gold Pants running away. The motorbike is good. It gets a little bit of a splash connection to execute right onto Lucio's back. It's good enough to set up the damage. JWoo finishes the job. And Shion on the rush, man, brings the heat. That big burst into Winston. A motorbike thrown in as well. It picks up on the Kiri. This hero is too much fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it is a ton of fun if you haven't played her yet. Just the ability to kind of get in and out on the bike and do different types of stuff with the evade, and the damage output feels really strong. So Golden Band's an opportunity here to probably get a touch. I'll make sure TVNT doesn't knock him off course. It'll actually be Maimon who triggers OT. Oh, the bike actually gets tied through the choke.
What a kill. The rush is out, but it feels like too little too late. This is Twisted Minds now, man. You know, it was a good try. It was a good try for 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, they didn't need to win this map. Now,
no.
You know, keep the Hopium alive.
And honestly, they kind of... I don't even think they would have predicted themselves to maybe win this one, in the sense that you're keeping Golden Pants in to force Twisted Minds to ban the ball here, just the threat of it, which allows you to now, what we would assume would be one of the faster map selections that we've had, like Suravasa, you know, and then could they ban
anything but Suravasa, ban Diva, I might have to retaliate.
Yeah.
This seems like there's literally no contest for what you pick here.
Suravasa ban Diva seems to be the easy way to go here. I mean,
what is the response ban though from TM? I think that's where it gets interesting. Have they used a Tracer ban yet?
No, I don't think so.
I think Tracer is probably the best ban.
Would they ban the Kiri? Like, can that comp work without Kiri and Mizuki?
Yeah, I think the supports, like, you have many options on the ball. Like, even the Kiri ban is probably the most impactful, but arguably banning Kiri can help Wrecking Ball, because now you don't get to play it either. Your support.
That's true. And like
Kiri's one of the most survivable against the ball.
Well, they did try. It didn't seem like that. You know, if you think back to it,
JWoo, that's crazy.
At least in map number 1, right? They didn't actually go and play the Kiri against the ball. They played the Brig, right? They played like Brig Juno, right?
I don't think that's coming back out. That did not work.
That may stay in the you know, in the oven for a little bit longer. Like, let them cook on it. But yeah, I mean, has TM banned Mizuki?
I mean, I honestly think Lucio Kiri is going to be the comp of choice for 1, 2, 3, 4 on this map. I think if they have free reign, so any other support ban, I think Tracer is actually the best ban for TM. I don't know if they're going to find it, because JWoo is such a demon on Tracer. They might want to take the heads up again, but I do think the ball comp relies a lot more on Tracer than other looks do. Like, if you play Diva,
ball
Shion, you play the Reaper. Yeah, I mean, I saw chords on the Shion. I do think this is where Shion fits a little bit better. I don't see Shion as a Tracer replacement. It feels, especially with Wrecking Ball, you cannot do what Tracer can do. Like, to be in the enemy spawn, surviving alone with
we haven't seen Reaper.
That's not happening.
We haven't seen Reaper.
That's genuinely, I think it's like, maybe there's a TM, they ban Tracer and play Cash Reaper. I actually wouldn't mind that here. I think that for me is the best ban for them. I don't know if they can find it, because it's like, to ban JWoo's Tracer is also a little insane. Like, you have to be a little crazy to find this one.
Yeah, I mean, we're just kind of waiting the map selection. We think we have a good idea of what it'll be. Looking at, okay, so no subs. Suravasa was the game 5 map pick by in 1, 2, 3, 4 versus Katsia, where Katsia ends up taking Suravasa, but 1, 2, 3, 4 wins at 3-0. So like a blowout there. on that map.
I mean, this is a fantastic Wrecking Ball map. I would argue this is the best one of the pool. Maybe Dorado is a little better. They're so different, it's hard to compare, but they ban... Wait, what?
It's 1, 2, 3, 4 banning the Cassidy.
Oh, wait a minute. This
Yeah.
is genius. They don't even need to ban the Diva. Although, I also have I'm of two minds about... And wait, actually, this blocks the Tracer ban. It's too genius. They're too smart.
Now that's actually kind of nasty.
Because the Tracer ban is the only... I think it's literally the only meaningful ban other than Lucio Kiri, but those bans from TM, they banned the Wu Yang, but I don't know. I don't think they're going to... I don't think you would play Wu Yang on this map. I think you would play the Lucio Kiri in the mirror and just... Like the same way you did on Runasapi. I think you would just... Basically, they want to run back Runasapi, which was competitive, but still good for them.
Yeah, and I mean, like, obviously Quartz, like, this gives Quartz, like, a little bit more mobility, right? Being able to play the Sojourn, but the Hinder is so important against, like, Tracer and the Ball. Not having that at his disposal is going to be brutal to play through.
I think Sojourn has a hard matchup into Wrecking Ball. It's not that easy because the slide is so finicky. If you get booped in, like, from an unexpected angle right as you're sliding, you could just slide into a wall and just be dead. Like, you have no way out. So, especially before the double slide perk comes online, it's kind of a scary spot. I mean, Quartz is one of the best to ever do it on the hero, so I wouldn't be expecting him to make a lot of those slip-ups, but the opportunity is definitely going to be there for Golden Pants to get in on top of Quartz, which kind of feels like the story of this final map. Like, who can shut down the other? Can the hit scan of Twisted Minds continue to carry the day, or will this Wrecking Ball just be too much to handle?
And, like, we know that they don't play, or at least they have not shown they want to play any, like, Mizuki, right? So you're not really worried about, like, a chain either. So, like, what is the deterrent for Golden Pants, right? Like, is there none?
Like, I mean, TM, it's like, they could still play Sig Mizuki. I mean, without the cast, I don't think it's as good, but I think it is fine. It's just that's the comp they don't play. That's why, frankly, TM are so beatable right now.
Yeah.
That one of the core meta comps, they don't want to play. It seems like they really don't want to touch it, which I think that's the advantage that 1, 2, 3, 4 they've been, you know, leveraging away at all series long. Antarctic Peninsula, everyone else is playing Sig Mizuki there. It's like only TM really that aren't. And so they're in an awkward spot here. They're probably talking about it right now. Like, guys, what do we want to go with? I wouldn't mind it, actually. The DPS from Bastion is very good against Wrecking Ball. I will say the problem, though, is that you just get kited as Bastion. It's very easy to run away. You're not like a tank who commits to any position on Wrecking Ball, and so getting away from the form is generally quite easy, and Sojourn is going to be pretty free if you do go Bastion here.
Yeah, I imagine we're going to see both of these Sims switch over to Tracer.
It is Mizuki from 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Wouldn't have expected that, but I kind of like it, especially on this first point that's generally going to be a little bit slower and more, you know, pokey.
They've been doing this whenever TVNT rolls out on Diva. If he swaps and plays like Ram or Maga or whatever, I imagine you'll see Crispy swap. That's kind of what we've been seeing, at least, you know, throughout the series thus far.
No one can afford to give up an early pick here, but the Wrecking Ball is just proving to be really annoying. I like that he's not committing. Here comes the form from Quartz. Bunny Astro finds my moan. Not a kill you can allow to come through. Now Golden Pants has to do it alone on the flank. Bunny Astro takes a big rail. He's low, but he's not out of the fight just yet. He's even still sticking around, still putting those heals down. The point not yet capped, though. Golden Pants has proved to be pretty difficult to evict from this position, but eventually TVNT and Astro are just going to have too much to work with without my moan putting pressure on the flank, and maybe more to be found, although Crispy dances away with the teleport. Golden Pants evades the form for now. My moan, can't quite find anything. The Sports actually burns down the Wrecking Ball, and now TNT free in the backline, unleashed, does get chained down, but the damage is done.
Yeah, it'll be point control here for Twisted Minds. Is TVNT trying to get a new mech back as
he should get it just fine. 85.
The early pick on the Maimon was massive. It was, we'll see if they'll decide to stay on the Mizuki again. So typically what we see is like when they're kind of playing the Diva, they're going for it, but I think you can make a real argument to play that Lucio here.
I do like the boops from Lucio. I mean, they're straightforward, but the value is real. High ground control here for TM. A slam comes in, speculative for the most part, but the OC from Kai makes it a lot more dangerous. The Matrix is running low here for TVNT. Kai's gonna get the opportunity to swing point, but a beautiful pull from Jwoo. Hold on though, wait, 2 kills back the other way. Golden Pants actually is healthier here on the tank roll. Simple, forced to rush from these counter kills. Can nail on 1 HP. Where is he? He's playing hide and seek right now. Cannot take any kind of a fight, and oh, the OT touch is a little too late. What a rare mistake from Golden Pants there on the roll.
It's not able to get back in touch. Somehow Kanale able to live on through that. I think he went down by that like a lower health pack and then actually just kind of hit. Nobody chased him. So in another flashpoint here opening up in a second, Golden Pants with a huge slam there. It's right into the mix.
Matrix blocks the follow-up though, and this Bastion is a real threat. So far, Quartz has been pretty stable in it, but as I say that, the caster curse cashed in by Kai. Picks up a quick one, and without the Bastion, damage is going to be lacking. Maimon even burns Jwoo, who's looking for the one clip onto Kanale. I mean, he has to go for something like that in that moment. His early pick from the Sojourn is just not winnable from this time.
Yeah, you will have Twisted Minds, though. I mean, the beat just gives you such a level of survivability that, like, can't be matched without it, right? On the other side of things. So, like...
You say that, but Sanctuary, it's like, I feel like beat is just a defensive tool for TM. I don't think they can really go forward with it because the Sanctuary will just kind of stop the aggression. It's a scary beat for TM. I don't think it's easy for Astro to find value on this.
You also have the minefield, right?
Oh, a chain down TVNT. He's got the self-destruct. The beat has to come out. Sanctuary, though, allows the point to be continue to be fought. Kanale drops a rush in as well. Hoop is out from Astro. That clears the way for a big slam to come in. The follow-up damage is good. A
nice
chain now onto Simple. Can't teleport out. The pause. But this fight feels done and dusted. I don't think TM have anything to do but a quick reset.
Yeah, absolutely. And it feels like you're getting some nice slams now onto Quartz, right? And then just knocking them up in the sky, and then everybody focusing, whether it be Kai or Kanale, really kind of looking at the Soj and the Kiri there. So that is the beat gone. Double support ult used by 1, 2, 3, 4, but it looked like a fight that they were in a pretty nice shape to be able to take regardless.
Yeah, I mean, those kind of kills, it comes in because TVNT is just out of Matrix, right? Normally, you slam the Bastion, you Matrix him, no problem, but the amount of poke you have to deal with crossing the sight lines, you know, ultimates coming out, the Matrix just doesn't last forever. You got to use those resources sometime, and it just goes to show the level of pressure that is on this Twisted Mind squad. The Wrecking Ball comp, when those slam comes in, you're getting hit from 4 or 5 angles. It is crazy hard to cover that kind of pressure, and even a team as good as TM, and we have seen their skill at times in surviving those difficult situations, sometimes it's not enough.
Yeah, and I'm curious for your POV, if you were to like rate all of the flash points, like the individual like objectives, like is the first opening one probably the worst for the ball?
It might be because there's not the rolls are a little awkward for ball, like that little high-low.
There's
like,
a close quarter one,
a little more linear.
On like the right. If you're looking at the overhead, like on the right side of the map, that's pretty brutal as well.
Yeah, there's the one with the pool of water.
Yes.
I think that one's actually quite good for Wrecking Ball, though, because he can hit from all these different sides of point, rolling in and out. You know, it's only for advanced Wrecking Ball players, I'll say.
Yeah, don't try it at home. Yes.
These like precise understandings of like how to roll through.
Yeah.
But I actually don't mind it there. Honestly, I think all the outside flash points feel winnable for Ball. That's why I think Ball is the best comp on this map. I think TM they're fighting uphill to win this series here.
Yeah, and I think this point it was like almost like 60% at the moment, in favor of 1, 2, 3, 4.
TVNT's off the map. Yeah, before we even get back into it, I saw it when they paused at the edge of the pool, and like the fight was over. He was off the map in a quarter second. Quartz, Xion. That's gonna be the answer.
Okay.
I love it. I love it. I don't know if I actually love it, but I'm here for it.
I mean, I think you're just trying to like out aggression them, right? Just get right on past the ball and just put pressure onto the back line.
TVNT kind of suffering. Does have to self-destruct and all. Crispy finds Jwoo a second as well. The bike thrown in, but yeah, you're hopeless in this fight. And Crispy's in the back line. He's joining the dive with Golden Pants. This is the sign, I think, of a team that has ascended to true Wrecking Ball status when your Mizuki is in the enemy backline. Like, Twisted Minds is all corralled into one tiny spot on the map. They cannot win the fights in the extremities.
Yeah, we've seen some plays today from Mizuki's that, like, obviously it's a small adjustment, right? But getting a full second extra on the TP and then a cooldown reduction on it allows you to kind of get a little bit more aggressive with the hero. So, like, kind of takes some different angles.
Hero return. This buff is way better for a dive comp than it is for the meta we've been seeing, right? Where you really can use the mobility. Here comes the OC from Kai off the slam. TM covering really nicely for now, and actually Crispy is going to get punished for his hubris. Finally went a little too far, and that should be a fight win for TM if they can clean things up here. Not necessarily easy. The remaining 4 for 1, 2, 3, 4 do have some threat on them, and TM are going to respect it, just trying to grab this point gap.
Yeah, I think you wait until Crispy can get back into the fight, right? So Quartz will have the Xion ultimate here coming up soon. Is it's gonna be the minefield here early. Funny Astro needs a Suzu to get out, yeah.
Yeah, just to stay alive. And Golden Pants has a lot of room to play with here. How's he gonna use it? Xion biding her time with this ultimate. TVNT still holding the point comfortably. It's gonna be up to 1, 2, 3, 4 to force pressure onto the point. But the rush is already out from Simple. Ooh, can this get a kill? It does. Shut down Crispy. Now Bike straight into the backline. Ultimate is available. The boop is going to make it awkward for Quartz, but he gets a lot of assist here in the room. The dash for the extra HP, and Golden Pants wisely backs out of that one. TM really comfortable here on this flashpoint. This has been night and day from the first two battles.
Yeah, I wonder how much Quartz and Twisted Minds even practice this in terms of like bringing the Xion into the mix. Probably none. Probably looking at another hero that can like add some hit scan like damage with some mobility, and it just happens to be the newest one.
Here comes the ultimate from Xion. She's into the backline, gets some good damage on Kai, finishes the job as well, and maybe even gets more on this one. Gonna bike back the point to ensure that the overtime doesn't go against them. Can't quite connect on the Wrecking Ball, but doesn't necessarily need to. Golden Pants just delaying the inevitable and won't even be able to take his heals back to spawn. Still, it's a double support ultimate fight out of Twisted Minds as well as the Xion ult committed, so it ends up being an expensive one for them. But this is a serious point for them too. They're up 2-1 now. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's no more mistakes left for them. I do think these two flashpoints are good for Wrecking Ball, but there is no opportunity for error.
Yeah, they have to be perfect though from here on out, as it seems like Twisted Minds starting to click a little bit here. Playing our newest hero kind of against this comp, as that'll be Sanctuary used by Crispy here. Everybody trying to get aggressive for Twisted Minds is they just kind of run right into that Mizuki ultimate.
I mean, Sanctuary, one of the best ultimates in the game right now for dealing with some unhinged aggression. I like the TM, though, are going to stay alive in the enemy backline here. And maybe TVNT, okay, the Cleanse is going to make sure he's okay. And with the Flashpoint opening, it's like you got to go cap, but Twisted Mind's still alive, still pressuring. But my Moan dropping Astro really starts to hurt because this is going to turn into a crazy stagger now. You're not going to get the regroup you were looking for. My Moan able to put some pressure on, and the self-destruct is out. But still, the kills come through Kai. Trades his life for Simple. I think he's going to be happy with that one because in the most low number engagements is where Wrecking Ball really starts to shine. Player advantage for TM, but will it last long? Golden Pants Maimon still fighting into this one.
Yes, Maimon with a pretty nice advantage. Ooh, nice grab of the health pack there from Jwoo. Golden Pants just got keeping this one going. Yeah, I mean, Crispy's going to come back on the Lucio here. They're going to try and take turns touching. It's going to be the Kitsune rush here from both sides.
Turning into a crazy stall. The point is ticking up like wildfire. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Rushes exchange on point. A nice delayed pulse onto TVNT. Beautiful from Maimon. Gets the Diva kill. Finished off as well. Astro finds one in the backline. Jwoo finds a second. But Simple, ooh, he's really just on death's door. Maimon can't run it down. And the death matching is just too good from Twisted Minds. They're going to eventually win this split back. If they can deal with Golden Pants, which is still an if for me, Matt, because he's rolling on him.
He is just kind of so difficult to deal with. They will end up getting the flip there. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, that was a pretty sizable event. Like using that Kitsune rush, obviously they need to match Simple there, but not coming out on top. You also use the minefield in that fight as well, allowing everybody on Twisted Minds to get back full strength. So it looks like one player will actually touch the point. It looks like Maimon will actually get there, get a touch, drag people back.
Yeah, they're pulling some attention, pulling some space for Kai, but he's got to deliver with this OC, and he's not really getting many targets presented for him. Twisted Minds biding their time, building up this sound barrier. They're going to potentially give up this point. They don't even need to. TVNT keeping that one in contest. They want to win things here and now, and they have the ultimates to maybe do so, Matt. The hopes are so high for 154, but this beat is going to just absolutely decimate them. The aggression already overwhelms from TM. Beautifully executed beat push. And now 1, 2, 3, 4 with their last chance potentially here in this map. They've got to win to stay alive.
Yeah, and you would love to see that overclock come up with something there. If you're 1, 2, 3, 4, Golden Pants will be the one who will be able to get a touch. Twisted Minds with a lot of good ultimates. I mean, you're going to have the Xion ultimate, Pulse Bomb here as well, as Golden Pants need to be so careful.
Oh, the ultimate is so good into the backline. Kai, so much trouble now, but maybe the damage is done. Twisted Minds, they worked so hard for this win. Golden Pants still alive with a minefield on point, but the foursome for Twisted Minds, it is so hard to evict this grouping of heroes. Jwoo adds another kill in, and Twisted Minds are going to get the job done at the end. Even Golden Pants eventually runs out of gas. Oh, what a heartbreaker for 1, 2, 3, 4 for Twisted Minds. Covered in sweat that they could close this series out here.
Oh, I mean, barely, but I mean, you see the newest hero pay off, right? I mean, they used Xion, and that was like really kind of a huge difference maker where Quartz goes over to the newest hero, able to kind of being able to continue the aggression that the team is putting together, right? It didn't really give a nice like dive target per se for anybody to go to, right? You know, for Golden Pants even collapse on everybody with hyper mobility there available for Twisted Minds.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, honestly, a lot comes down to first point. It felt, you know, I think first point should be more winnable, but I agree, the Xion kind of changed everything. Quartz was the dive target for so many fights, and then as Xion, it didn't really feel that way. It felt like he was the one doing the diving, right? You see him just getting aggressive. It felt like, exactly as you said, they turned just the nature of the entire matchup from ball gets to dictate the pace to we dictate the pace. And I mean, that's the Twisted Minds we know and love. When they're in control of the pace, when they're getting their signature aggression, it looks fantastic. And the Wrecking Ball just doesn't really offer any defensive utility against Xion, and that proved to be a liability here on Suravasa.
Yeah, and I know people probably obviously playing the newest hero at home trying to get kind of into it, looking at maybe like what the perks were that, you know, Quartz decides to go with there. So he goes with the Ex Machina, which is the it does the execution damage, so it does 20% more damage below the, you know, half health. And then the major perk, I see a lot of people, you know, when I'm playing, go towards like the all sub-roll passives, but he actually goes for the refuel one. So the bike instantly gives 50 HP and then regens 20 HP per second while on the bike. So
I think as fun as having more passives is,
the bike health is crazy.
Self-heal on hit scan is a big deal.
Well, also because the evade that she has also gives health, over health.
Yeah, exactly,
well.
exactly. So you become a real tank, right, in the front line. You become a threat who can dive in aggressively. You can use that HP any way you want. You could use it to attack. You could also just use it to escape and get out. So I really feel like, I mean, this is what I expected kind of from Xion, that in a very fast, dynamic comp, yes, you can't replace hit scan in a long-range poke trade, but you can absolutely replace a hit scan when you're brawling the way this series went, right? In like these kind of chaotic moments. You could, you know, sometimes you're Cassidy, other times you feel more like Genji on this hero.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? I mean, just the versatility as a hero, and then the Kuspree for the ultimate. One of the cooler things is like you can actually, you know, obviously, you know, take it towards the high ground, right? You can actually kind of get like upward mobility on it, which we typically don't see from some ultimates, being able to kind of like, you know, change verticality planes like that. So it's funny, it's like we were talking about like at the beginning of the day, like maybe we'll see Xion like you know, first series nothing, banned out, this series kind of nothing, and then at the end, final map, it ends up you know, being a huge addition for the team.
I mean, the way this map looked, genuinely, it kind of felt like maybe if they played it all series, this would have been a way better series for them.
Yeah,
like rather
maybe.
than hoping to hit, like, in a way, I think the Wrecking Ball players, they're so good at ball nowadays that like the hinder is something they can play around. Like they're not, especially when the shield perk comes online, it really doesn't feel like that big of a deal. Versus just being harder to kill, there's no counterplay to that, right? Other than just, I don't know, be better or whatever, right? But lasting longer on hit scan, staying alive deeper into the fight for Quartz, I think it just matters more than any kind of aggressive threat that a Cassidy could bring.
It also, like, you know, it puts Golden Pants, you know, obviously in a weird spot where like, okay, there's no Bastion to dive, there's no Cassidy to dive, right? And then on the other side, it gives them a Diva, Xion, and Tracer opportunity to go, you know, into their back line. But huge win for Twisted Minds. Let's bring in Funny Astro. Let's talk a little bit about this game. Is Astro, my man, that one goes down to the wire. I gotta ask, how many times you guys have practiced the Xion kind of coming into your comms, or none at all?
We've given it a few tries, actually. I think the hero looks really, really OP. So we've been giving it a few tries. It works pretty well, I think. You'll see a lot more of it in the next few weeks.
Yeah, I gotta ask, I mean, playing against the Wrecking Ball comps is always a bit of a nightmare on support. I think it's fair to say at this level of play. And this series went down to the absolute wire. You guys were really pushed and tested by 1-2-3-4. How do you see 1-2-3-4 as an opponent, obviously coming out of promotion relegation, but showing really strong performances against good teams here in OWCS? And how did you prepare for this match, being that it's basically the only team playing this style in the EMEA?
I think they're impossible to prepare for because no one plays the same team comps in the same style as they do. So we've more just been focusing on the next couple of weeks of matches, and then coming into this one, we were like, whatever happens, happens. That comp is impossible to prepare for. But what was the first part of your question again?
I'm just asking about, how do you expect them to do well as a team? Like, do you think 1, 2, 3, 4, like, where do you place them if you had to rank them? I know it's probably hard to do considering they're so unique.
I'd say they're probably around maybe 4th in the region. I think they have a decent shot of making it to EWC if they keep up their good form. Obviously, I don't want to talk too much trash about them because that's basically Team UK right there.
You can't beat down the boys too much.
Yeah,
I gotta
exactly.
ask Astro. We haven't seen it too much today, but like obviously a lot of balance changes comes in with the newest season and the newest hero. Is there anything that you're looking at that's like, maybe kind of went under the radar? We were talking like, Sig doesn't get any adjustments. Mizuki actually gets a buff. Like anything you're looking at as a team that kind of you may have to include the next few weeks.
Yeah, I think we've got other things that we're working on. We've played a lot of the Sigma and Mizuki in scrims, but we're just keeping it to ourselves for now. Save some different stuff for match day against this team, and then I think you'll see a different TM starting next week.
I mean, I think that's something that a lot of people, and myself included, expected, right? You guys, it's uncharacteristic for you guys to have a tough couple of weeks. How do you look at as a team at a moment like that? Because honestly, it's one of the hardest things I think for teams to do when you have had such an incredible run of international success. I mean, I think it's not crazy to say over the last calendar year, you've been the best team in the world, like on average across all these performances, and then to have some tough games in a regional competition here in OWCS. How do you guys take that as a team? What's the process like to kind of try to rise out of that moment?
I mean, we're trying lots of stuff. It's obvious, like from last stage, we only dropped 1 map the whole time, and then we come into this stage and we're dropping maps left, right, and center, and we're losing series, and we're struggling. I think there's no secret to that. But I think everyone on the team just knows that if we keep playing together and staying as a team instead of trying to blame each other and keep working hard in scrims, taking rests when we need it, and not going too crazy, try not to lose our minds over a few losses, and I know that we'll come back from it.
Hey, well, you have a rest day tomorrow, just a 1-match week for you guys this week. You kind of can take it easy the rest of the week. Thanks so much for joining us, Astro. Congrats on the win.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, always a good time getting to chat with Funny Astro. That is a series that goes down to the wire. And look, if you're Twisted Minds or you're a fan of them, you're really happy that they're able to pull that one out, Jake.
Yeah, that's going to be a sigh of relief, especially in the 1-match week that you could, glad you escaped that series, right? With the win, that you would take that all the way to the bank, even a 3-2. Up next, of course, it's going to be Virtus.pro taking on OWCS. Many have tried, but Virtus.pro are moving different this stage. It's going to be a scary one, Matt.
I mean, Virtus.pro, they have been a buzzsaw through the opponents this stage. You do not want to miss that match we got coming up next. But also, just to remind you guys, we have some of the on-vaults in the shop in-game. If you're missing out on some of these skins for your collection, we're bringing back the classics. So make sure you kind of jump into game. I mean, that Genji skin is one of the best. I love that Ana skin as well. Just some awesome skins that we've had in the past for Overwatch Esports. So make sure you go into the Unvault in the shop. Make sure you're going to get those limited time. So make sure you boot up the game, grab those skins. You don't want to be somebody without any of these skins. I mean, that happy Genji.
This is your chance. To pretend that you're one of the OGs, that you've been here.
Yeah, you can tell people you were there for Apex. Yeah, you can
like,
tell
I
people.
can't believe everyone got this off the Unvault. I've been watching for 10 years. They're not going to know. If you rock in the skin, they're going to believe you.
Absolutely. So just remind you guys, those are available now in-game in the esports shop. We are going to head to a quick break, and when we come back, we got Virtus.pro versus OWCS on the other side. Yeah, welcome back everybody to OWCS EMEA week number 2 here. Matt Mistrix joined by the wonderful Jake Lyon. We have one more game here for EMEA. It's going to be VP versus Alcatia, where we just saw Twisted Minds, right, in a game 5, right? Right now I would say VP are the best team in EMEA, but our other best team that we've had, Twisted Minds, they kind of hold pace. They get another win, but dude, VP, they looked like on another level last week, Jake.
This has, I think, been the promise of this roster that Coach Smash has sort of finally been bringing together. I mean, for a player like Kevster to be playing as good as he's ever played and on Hitscan has been fantastic to watch. Psycho has been lights out on whether the Cat Bastion comes out or the Flex Heroes. It just doesn't matter. Psycho is just such a steady hand for the team. And then in the back line, Landon and Fixa are just unbreakable. They're so solid, so stable, so consistent that a player like Eisnam, a young player with a lot of potential, he's now way more than this. This is not potential, right? He is just dominant. He is taking over. On the Sigma, he has topped the damage on the server virtually every time he plays that hero.
And that was not a hero that, like, when he got added to the scene, they picked him up to play, right?
No.
I mean, no, obviously they have Vistola in the past, but I think when you kind of have Psycho and Landon coming into this roster, right, and being able to kind of bring that leadership, it's going to make a player like Icenome just that much better. So VP looked to kind of stay perfect, right? 6-0 in terms of like map win-loss at the moment. So looking to stay that good. But Alcatia, I mean, they're a tough opponent on the other side. They have a rough go against 1-2-3-4 last week. I know towards the end of that series, but there's a very talented roster.
Yeah, we did see some strong stuff from them in the opener, and I think honestly, maybe no more pressure than anyone than on Vistola. I mean, going up against really your former protege, right? You were the starter, Eisnam was the backup, and things changed. They let this Vistola tank go. Yeah. This is the opportunity for Vistola to make them regret that decision, for him to come out and have a huge showing, especially with how good Sigma is right now. I think that, for me, is kind of the story of this series, but it's not really a fair one for Vistola considering the form that VP are on as a team right now.
Yeah, it's going to be rough, right? I mean, Alcatia, they get a 3-0 over GK last week, right? So that's a pretty huge win in terms of like where they rank in terms of the playoffs and their chances to kind of get top 4. And then they lose to 1-2-3-4, so they kind of like blew that little bit of an advantage, right? They can kind of hold on. A game like this, you're almost looking for Alcatia. Can you just get some maps, right? Can you get some maps? Nobody's gotten maps off of VP. I think obviously you go in every series wanting to win, but just realistically looking at it, very difficult series up ahead. And then look, Alcatia, they have Ilios on the docket, and then they also close things out with Twisted Minds. So no real easy road here in EMEA, but it feels like this series is one you just got to try and keep close.
Yeah, just to get some fight back would be massive here. VP are going to open things up on the Antarctic Peninsula. We have been seeing an absolute ton of this map today, man. Feels like the Twilight Zone. Nobody ever picks this map.
What is in the water today? I mean,
I will say, after the rework, this map is so much better.
Oh,
I think maybe teams have like started to scrim it more, and they're saying, actually, okay, we kind of like this map, especially when we want to play Sigma and play a poke mirror, which I think probably is the case here for VP.
Well, I think the rework happens like halfway through our last stage, and then we don't get it in until Champions Clash. Like, it doesn't come in right away. So that's where I think you just see teams like probably didn't even think about scrimming it, right? And why move away from, an Oasis, for instance. It'll be a Cassidy ban for Katsia
from VP.
Yeah, another deferment. So we're seeing this quite often now. So they'll defer. The Cassidy ban comes out. It'll be a Zarya ban here in map number 1.
Yeah, I think the Zarya ban just blocks one of the ways that you can like overwhelm the Sigma comp, with like a Zarya. I don't really think Zarya is that commonly picked on this map. I think it's a bit of a throwaway for VP, but they're very comfortable with all the top heroes in the meta. I don't think they feel a ton of pressure to shake things up with the ban the way Katsia might. Also for Kevster, you're breathing rarefied air on Hitscan when you are copying a first round respect ban on Cassidy. Also, probably going to get a lot of Xion with Cass out in this one.
Yeah, that is true. No, we did see a little bit of a buff for Zarya, but nothing like too off the charts. I feel like she was already pretty decent from where she was. Interesting enough, Ice does have a ball in its hero pool. Could potentially see that one come out.
I would be such a fan. I don't think it's happening,
Yeah.
though. They're too stable and steady on this Sigma comp. It is a comfort zone for them. Can see the who else got a buff is actually Vendetta got a pretty meaningful buff. I was looking at it in the notes. I'm like, is there any chance? And maybe there is, but Kevster, a Bastion Sim. Good luck, Vendetta.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be difficult for Vendetta to stay alive. I mean, think about, like, Vendetta, she got buffed pretty considerably, like, ages ago, and then she was, like, permaplay. Then they kind of, I feel like it was, like, 2 or 3 patch cycles where she got, nerfed, but making a little bit of a comeback in this season. It's a really, I mean, this is an all-in comp, right, with the Xion and the Vendetta.
Yeah, they've got to hit a big dive, but they are putting a lot of point pressure on. Aid actually grabs FACEIT on the rotate, but Vastola had to go all in just to set up that play. The point cap comes in for Katsuya, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to hold on to it for too long. That being said, Eisnam doesn't really have the HP to force the issue. Has to be Kevster on the faster, but with Psycho falling to Xion, and maybe a second to go. Aid lighting it up, 3 kills on the fight, and it's a fight win for Katsuya.
I mean, that is huge. That's not huge.
Not so good. That is kind of a throw. Vastola and Nate doing what they can, but already the tide starts to turn against them. And Kevster back in on a Xion of his own. A little bit of a mirror match here.
Yes, I mean, even the Funny Astro kind of, I think, like, subtly trying to allude to it there. That, like, yeah, no, this hero's actually good. Like, we probably will see this hero over the next few weeks, as that'll be a Kitsune rush here for Landon. Getting it over the point, Kev on the bike takes out Taejong. The execute there onto Zox, finishes off another. So I already see now Kev pushing up, see if he can kind of put down some more damage. Dude, the overhealth you get from using the evade is quite massive. I think it's like 100, right? Or is it 50?
I think it's 50, but it's, I mean, you also get that little dash, right? So
yeah,
that buying that, second of time to grab some heal, it's really meaningful. It's a very, very powerful fighting skill. And then the damage you bring on this hero is pretty insane at close range. Here comes a chain from FACEIT, forces the cleanse out. Galda with an unanswered rush here, needs to fight a big connection, just gonna dump it on the point. But that Sanctuary is beautiful for FACEIT, keeps DP fighting strong. Flux completely brooded by Eisnam, no connection there. So movement speed from the rush proves to be too much for him. And now an opportunity for Aid to get into the backline and maybe clean up. Kevster keeps this fight interesting, though, with that pick.
Oh, a nice Sundering Blade there, though. Taejong takes out Ice Gnome, so even though you have some kills that go in favor of Virtus.pro, it is still Katsuya who's kind of fighting on top here, where Kev will end up taking out Taejong, but will not kind of get out with his life. So Katsuya doing a nice job battling back into this one. I think this is this a little bit harder for the Sim to play into. Like, it's just a lot of damage coming her way.
Yeah, it really haven't seen too much from Psycho. Does have the Symbol, which should help, but Aidis is overwhelming them in the back line. Instant kills from him. He bikes away, even finds the time to swing back in for a little extra damage there. Eisnam in trouble, stopped by Vastola and finished off by Taejong. Katsuya, this seems like a completely different team. They are so aggressive here.
I mean, it just seems like after we just saw the last series, right? How the Xion really kind of turned the tide in that 5th game. Now Kevster playing it already, and Aid doing a nice job for Katsuya, playing it with the Vendetta. I think that Vendetta is more surprising to me than actually kind of seeing the Xion in the mix. As Taejong already in deep. That's going to be a cage fight. It's going to be tough for them to even get a great touch. Nice TP out of it, though.
Oh, beautiful TP out and a Symbol as well. They need to make it to the point. Aid is already exacted kills out of the fight. I think he's just done enough, overtime or not. Aid is running rampant, dominating here in this Xion battle, but Kev Vastola eventually should go down here, but is actually still alive on the Maga. Gonna grab a Mega, and Aid is just all over this point. Kevster, it's all he could do to get an overtime touch, but a second, too much to ask for.
Crazy round there from Katsuya. And if you're wondering what happens to Vendetta in this patch, the ultimate cost gets reduced by 15%. So that's pretty sizable. Margin. And then the onslaught, so the stacks, the movement speed, the boost per stack goes from 2 to 3, and then the max duration goes from 5.5 seconds to 7.5 seconds. So
honestly, it's like when you have like all the stats online for Taejong, you are absolutely moving on Vendetta. And I mean, being a melee character, right? Like that close range feels really important that you can control it with your movement speed. So I'm kind of liking what Katsuya are spinning out. This feels like a comp that fits really well for what Xion brings to the table in terms of the pace she wants to play at, and they're gonna run it back. Psycho on the Sim again. Sim is an awkward one. Maybe they feel like they need it against the Maga.
I mean, maybe, but it just feels like a combination with like the Maga Stomp, I know Shion damage, and then also the Vendetta. Like, it's really difficult to keep that Sim alive. Some nice damage down there from Kepster kind of forces them to back on up. So see where Katsia decides to take the fight. It's in a weird spot, right? Because they've kind of been bullied out of the choke and off the high ground already.
Yeah, great positioning here for VP. Taejong over the top, misses the crit though. Psycho still goes down, just cut to pieces by that whirlwind slash. Still the first flip is for VP. They need to find a kill if they want to battle back into this one, and over the top, this crit could hit heavy. It will be good enough to connect onto Eisnom. It started to overwhelm. The chain is good, slows Vendetta down, but they just don't have the gas to keep fighting. First cap is all VP are going to find. It's going to quickly go back the other way. And Sim is so tough to play, considering the mobility of these enemy DPS. Like, compared to a matchup like Cassidy, where Sim could really get on top of you, just doesn't feel realistic against Shion.
No, and who are they even trying to get on top of? I mean, I guess the Juno, right? But even then, think about, like, we haven't really talked about the synergy with the Maga. Like, those, the Shion Vendetta Maga with the cardiac overdrive is like a nasty thing to kind of have to deal with, right? I don't know how you're supposed to heal on through that.
Yeah, tons of resistant lifesteal. You know, Sim is being picked for the strategy for VP. It's going to be a tough one for Psycho to last through. Kadoshiro return, gets Fixit out of trouble, but maybe right back into the fire. Needs a lot of support to stay alive. Katsia keeping on the aggression, but what a burn from Kev. Swings the corner, one tap Zaid. Looking for more in the fight, and that'll be enough to stabilize this map for VP. What a kill from Kev.
I mean, just seeing that damage potential, right? With like the execute just kind of rounding a corner, and if it's like headshots, I mean,
I think it's a one-hit kill if it's headshots. I don't think it's that close. That execute skill does way too much damage, man. Like, that's gonna get looked at.
I mean, imagine like rounding a corner, right? And there's like a Kiri there. Like, you just, it's like not even an opportunity to Suzu or TP, right? It's just like insta-death. So feels like just kind of starting, guys. I would be shocked if next weekend we don't see a ton of Shion from all these teams.
Yeah, it's already seems to have started. Support also available for Katsia. They're considering their angle of attack. It's going to be right up main. Val can add on the rush. It's responded to immediately by Landon. Kepster, though, into the back of the Shion ultimate. Already finds Zox just as the raid comes out. Can't step up, though, inside of this Mauga cage. And the Sanctuary is just good enough to keep the Sola alive. The Flux as well overwhelms the tank of Katsia. And that is cage plus double support ult. Battles back.
Yeah.
Virtus.pro do pay 4 ultimates, but hard to see how you initiate a fight without those tools for Katsia.
It's gonna be rough. I mean, the cage was used there, and then like Isom actually has like a flux going on during it, kind of grips him off. But I mean, no way you're gonna be able to live through that. Like, the sim damage is just ramping to an unreal level at that moment, right? And I believe they're already down to support, even though they had already used the ult. So
these two damage ultimates in sequence could be kind of crazy. Aid's gonna hit from the opposite angle, coming in off the motorbike. Here's the ultimate. Can he find the connection, though? Eisnom is more than happy to tank this one. It's not the best at tank shredding. Gets a little bit of split damage, but no kills off that ultimate. Both ultimates now out for Katsia. VP, they do lose Kevster. Can they continue to fight off the back of the sim wall? Seems like the answer is no. Aid overwhelms with the pressure, just keeps that tempo up. Landon finds one kill back the other way, but it's not gonna mean much. Even Fixa gonna be run down here in the spawn. A big winning retake for Katsia.
Yeah.
That one, though, came down to the wire. The ultimates didn't get the job done. Aid had to do it with the regular form.
But now on the flip side, right? I mean, VP, they don't really have anything on the retake. We'll see if they're able to kind of win one of these fights just in the neutral. Isom will try and push up here, but you see the turrets already kind of like being put in position where if you have to back up, I mean, that is kind of you're trying to bait that Maga going in there to kind of slide on through. As Fixa getting dangerously low already, and then Fixa not able to get any healing.
But hold on, the distraction was good. It allowed Kevster to kill off the enemy Shion. So now Kevster has a bit of room to work with on the flank. I think he's going to be the key player, especially as Taejong takes a rock to the face. Still, this choke point looks so hard to break. The full commit is in from VP, though. They swing wide. Taejong blocking up everything to stay alive, but he can't get out of the flux. Surely this Vendetta is dead to rights, and Landon will drop in before he can even come down. Kevster building up towards that ultimate. What a kill! To see the hit scan playing this character on such a high level is a beautiful thing. And who better than Kevster to straddle this hybrid between hitscan and flex DPS? He is really showing what's possible on Overwatch's newest hero.
And I think even without like the damage, the execute damage, like the perk, I think it's like fully charged. It's like 280 on a crit, like a headshot. Like, with the execute. So it's like
I will say it is a very aim-dependent hero. This hero is all
Yes.
about hitting headshots, and even the bike is not that easy to aim. Like making your decision about, mobility into damage, it's kind of an interesting, multifaceted kind of a skill. But I definitely feel like, man, like who better than Kevster to show us what's possible on a hero that I would argue is a little bit of a new role in Overwatch. Like, I think for the most part it's being played as hit scan right now, but you're right to say it's not exactly like what the conventional hit scan in the cast.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's like the effective range is like shorter than a Cassidy, right? But like it's like not tracer mobility, but like close. Very interesting how that'll kind of develop the roles.
Eisnam and Fixa both running for the hills, but they stay alive, and now they immediately right back into the battle, but a double crit from Taejong brings down Psycho, and in this room, man, you have no business battling Vendetta. She is right back into the action, and the comp for Katsuya that seems well selected for the map.
I mean, you do not want to be fighting Vendetta, Shion, Maga in a small room like that, even though you have, you have like the Sim, and then obviously the Mizuki being able to kind of like do like crazy healing in that type of environment. That is not something you're going to win when everybody here in round 3 is all perked up. So we'll see. I know Ice Gnome and Co, they'll actually make their way to the point here early on as Kev takes an off angle here up on the high ground, but it just feels like Katsuya just trying to plot out the next time to dive on in. They're going for Psycho.
All in aggression. It gets Kevster almost by accident because Taejong is just cleaving through the backline. Psycho gets a massive amount of sustain to stay alive, but a good crit stomp from Pistola will end that here and now. And Fixa and Landon just back to the spawn. This point has proved to be just too close range for Virtus.pro to get things rolling.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably the worst point they could draw here on Antarctic Peninsula. So VP, they've been perfect throughout this stage thus far, on the brink of kind of losing their first map. Katsuya getting above 50% on it. Aid does have the Shion ult. Just kind of dive on in with that Vendetta. It's just like not able to even kind of deal with that damage. You see, even they're kind of using the Juno, just the orbs right away, being able to kind of help out as Aid somehow able to live.
Oh my God, I can't believe he gets out of that. Now he comes into the back line. Psycho is down. Maybe more has the ultimate advantage over Kevster. Doesn't have another ultimate to deploy, though, and has to bike his way out of here. Pulling a lot of attention with this movement. Is eventually going to get run down by Landon. That does cost Eisnam's life, though, and Katsuya still brawling, still trying to fight this one out. Zox does go down before he get that Ray out. Gala is going to respond with the rush to just ensure that this fight goes the way of Katsuya. It is a scrappy one, but I think eventually B3 are going to be evicted from this one, and maybe even a late kill to be found on Fixa, but not quite. The cleanse good enough from Landon to get his boy out of there, and one more fight for Virtus.pro, trying to keep that perfect streak alive.
The David Cage plus an orbital right here, and they're going to just kind of mow them on down. I mean, nothing you could do there. Headshot comes in from Taejong towards the end, as that is going to be Katsuya here, Jake, taking map number 1. A really nice look from them.
I love the way they came into this series, right? Playing their own style, bringing the aggression, bringing the heat, knowing that, like, look, mirror matching VP just keeps them way too in their comfort zone. They're so confident on those styles. To bring out the Shion, the Vendetta, the Mauga, put VP on their heels from the start. VP, I think they felt forced to play the Symmetra into the Maga matchup, to TP out of the cage fight, to put pressure on the Maga as a frontliner, but it was a struggle for Psycho. I mean, with the DPS on the other side, it's not a matchup you want to be in.
And also something of note, when we've seen it, we've seen everybody kind of go towards the when you're on the bike, you obviously get healing, but Aid actually takes where you get all the sub-roll passives. He actually goes, we talked a little bit about that earlier, right? So you gain all of those different passives like at once, which could be quite well, I guess like the one you're going for is, I guess, crit hits reduce movement ability cooldowns, right? That's like the sharpshooter one. I wonder which one that impacts, whether it's the evade or the bike. I'd imagine it's the evade, but still, that could actually give you,
I
like,
honestly think it might be both, right?
There's no
theoretically
way.
there'd be both mobility skills. I mean, effectively, the dash is like, it's like Tracer Blink, right? Like, I would call it, a mobility cooldown. I would argue both of them are. It's like Reaper. Both of his cooldowns are, I would argue, mobility cooldowns. It's sort of interesting how that's defined, especially for Shion, who now, it's interesting because, right, most of the sharpshooters, they don't really have, like, it's like Sojourn has slide, I guess
So-
Ash probably gets
so
coach
you
good
would
from that,
get,
although we don't see her played very much.
You would get basically what? You get eliminating an enemy increases reload speed. You get extra HP from health packs. You get the headshots reduce movement speed, right?
Is she on, what's her base one? I'm embarrassed I don't know this. Is
She's
it
the flanker one.
base?
Yeah.
Okay,
that's
yeah.
the extra health off of health packs. I mean, that's kind of crazy that you get all
it's
those.
It's kind of nice, actually. Yeah, especially I feel like it works really well when you want to play Xion in this kind of like an overwhelming aggression style. I think against a Wrecking Ball, I'd rather just like have any survivability that I could possibly get, right? Like, I see why Quartz went the other way, but in this kind of a battle where you're brawling 24/7, like the sharpshooter perk, if it works as I think it does, it works on both skills, it is insane. The specialist perk, not bad, a little quick reload. And then recon could be kind of sick for like assisting.
You actually do
DPS.
get it on both, supposedly.
Yeah, so okay, I see why. I mean, those
That
are both
then
little bit of
feels
skills.
like
It
the
should
right
work
way
that
to go.
Well, I do think there's an argument for the bike perk in a matchup where your main goal is survivability. And for Aid, I think he's correct. Like, his goal is to kill. In the Mauga comp with Vendetta, they are aggressive 24/7, and I think the perk choice suits that style.
And I mean, you think about like headshots and then the cooldown reduction there, like that gives you the evades with the, you know, a little bit of boost of HP that you get there. Then plus also like the bike. I mean, that is a crazy scenario.
Okay, so respect them from VP. They say, all right, I don't think they were exactly expecting this Vendetta to come out. They realized, you know what, it's a little bit too much of a problem. I think because they really want to play Sim, they feel like that's going to be their key to success. And so Vendetta creates real problems for that. Katsuya, though, they take away the Mizuki, which means, you know, the mobility plays are still going to feel more effective. Katashiro return being buffed, of course, allows Mizuki to be a little bit more cheeky when it comes to fighting those flanks.
I also think this is going to hurt a little bit of VP's like SIG game if they want to continue to play that, right? I do wonder where they go to without the Vendetta, though, for Katsuya, right? There's not another hero like Vendetta that in the DPS pool that you can kind of like just slot in, right? It's kind of just her, right? So curious where they decide to go in terms of that second DPS slot.
Yeah, I mean, my heart says Genji, but
I was thinking Genji, but there's no way
Genji
that
got buffed,
happens.
but I will say the Genji matchup against Sim is like unplayable. You just get left clicked to death. The deflect just doesn't work. It's not feeling good to play Genji into Symmetra the way it does on Vendetta to kind of try to pop her down a little bit quicker. So yeah, I mean, Venture is probably the next best, but we have not seen too many teams go towards Venture. I will say historically, this was the style where Venture was the best, I think, in the Maga style, where Maga dives in, the Venture hits from another angle. Xion, I think, could fit, again, really nicely into that niche. It's also a question for Katsuya is how committed are you to the Maga style? Is that, like, the only look? It's obviously not from what their players can play, but do they think it can work without the Vendetta? This is the beauty of the new meta. Nobody really knows. Yeah.
I would try it. Venture, they don't get any adjustments across the board, like nothing up, nothing down.
I'd love to see just a little Venture buff, you know, just a little something. Venture's so much fun to play.
Yeah. One hero that did get a ton of buffs, still probably not going to see her play is Sierra. She gets a ton of adjustments. But
yeah,
just to remind you guys, we got drops. Make sure you have your Battle.net connected to your Twitch account, and you see all those beautiful drops there that we got going. I need this tier skips, bro. I need that loot box. I mean, bro, new season started. Like, I'm not trying to buy all the tiers of the battle pass. You know what I mean? I'm trying to like
that charm is kind of a cutie. I kind of do dig the charm styling.
Yeah, and then obviously the cool little waffle icon there. Looks like so. Pretty sweet collection of drops. Make sure connect your Battle.net. You do not want to miss out on those. And then also make sure to go check that shop for some of our Unvault skins that we got here in season 2. So that's gonna be VP's first map drop of the stage. We'll see how they bounce back in the second one. Katsuya, I think, look, that's a really interesting take on what you could possibly do in this new season, in this new meta. And I think there's probably some other teams that took note to that.
Yeah, I think that's a new style we could see more of. You know, it's interesting. Rush has been the one archetype that over the last few months has sort of felt the weakest, right? We see Poke looking good. We see Dive looking good with the Wrecking Ball with the Cat Bastion. Even though that style is so different, it's hard to call dive. I think it is ultimately a dive
It's just
style.
its own thing, yeah.
It's its own thing, but ultimately it's still a dive comp. Rush comps have felt like the weakness, right? And to see Maga, to see Xion, Vendetta, like that's kind of a grouping where even if you have to exchange, one of those heroes for another, could be interesting. I will say the Cassidy ban could change a lot because Xion's fighting for the slot with Cass. And for like a Sig poke comp, I think you'd rather have the Cass to just chill defensively, mark the enemy Xion, right? All those mobility skills are great until you cop a hinder, and then you're not really able to make much use of it.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see like if Kev decides to kind of play the Xion or then kind of go back and play the Cass, where I think if they decide to play the Sig, and look, I mean, they do a ton, right? I would expect them to kind of go back and play some of that Cassie. It looks like we had one player, maybe DC, before jumping into this one, so we'll let that player get back into the lobby, because that's the right thing to do. Yeah, we can't start these games out with a player.
Run the match 4v5.
Yeah.
I don't know. Come on, guys. This is great Overwatch here. This is peak. I mean, VP dropping their first map to a new strat. Yeah. I was worried this was going to be another 3-0. VP just cleaning up. Katsia, can they really compete? But at this point, it's not a fluke for Katsia. Their success is real. They have earned these wins, and they've proven to be a genuine threat here in OWCS. EMEA is wild. I really think there are like 5, maybe all 6 teams are like genuine competitors here. As somehow there's a kill feed before the game starts. I don't know how that happens.
Yeah, not going to ask any questions on that one. Yeah, no, I mean, everybody in EMEA, top to bottom, is like competitive. There's no real game that's like necessarily like a layup per se, where you're just going to kind of like, mark it down as an easy dub. So it just also goes to like, I know if some of you guys remember not too long ago, that wasn't the case with this region, right? I think the players have definitely like leveled up as a whole, in the teams across the entire region over the last like 2 years, really. It's been quite impressive to see. So
I mean, this is one of the best regions in the world now. I really feel like EMEA versus Korea is like genuinely close. I think it really depends on the meta, which historically has not been the case. It's just been Korea. It's been obvious. Everyone's fighting for second place. EMEA is making a genuine push for first, and Taejong, they're doubling down, baby. It is a Reaper look. No Musugi to deal with this aggression. They are going all in, Matt.
I think we've seen this comp in Korea, actually, the one that Katsia is running. So we've seen some teams already run this type of style, and just go all in with the Maga Reaper plus the Xion. Seems like the perfect hero to add into the mix. Vestal very deep though. I don't know how he's gonna live. Yeah, just getting kind of mowed down. The rest of the team not there.
I love watching Kepster's POV, man. He's just dialed on this one. Does Kapakunai coming through the TP? 8 grabs another kill, but Icenom, I think, still too healthy to put this one in genuine contention. Couple of late kills come in, but Kepster clearly knows, like, they only win if they kill me. That's the downside, I will say, this Katsia style is you really only have one way to play. A long, slow fight, you just can't win. And that allows Kepster to position so defensive. I mean, look, they're backing off before the attackers even come in.
It basically, you kind of know you've lost the fight, Katsia, if everybody uses their movement cooldown to go in and like 2 players aren't dead. It's kind of...
You need 1 kill minimum on your go.
Yeah.
See if they can find it this time. Pistol is pretty close. The TP's out. Could present opportunities. Where is Pistol going? He's going down to the point. Okay, Kepster grabbing a couple kills in the meantime.
Did he maybe think they took the TP down there?
Maybe. Yeah, I guess so. I would have thought he was going to try and chase off the TP, but sometimes, I mean, the level of chaos in these comps is so high, it's hard to track. And they did get a kill on someone on the point. I think it was maybe Psycho, but ultimately the rest of VP, the formation was too strong, and we see how quick this Katsia strat runs out of gas. Like, you really are on a very short clock.
Yeah, and if you're not able to get some of those kills early on, it is just curtains. So, first point, handily going over to Virtus.pro. We'll see now maybe with some ultimates here from Katsia. That can kind of get them a little bit closer. It's also brutal because like you end up using some of your movement cooldowns to close the gap. They just TP away, right? And then you're just kind of stuck. Just getting poked down by Kepster.
Nova is in like Blizz, man. He is deep. VP they're just turning and burning. Icenom Bull gets incredibly low. Kepster gets his skull, but can't quite connect the shot. Icenom somehow Bastola is still alive. What is this?
How is he alive?
from Alcacia to keep this guy up. What was that?
he was what is deeper than deep? I mean, he is just like touching the spawn door challenge, and they are able to keep him alive. That's really impressive from Gala and Zox. And yeah, I mean, Aid with the Xion ultimate was huge there. Interesting that they go to the Diva here. So gonna try and protect that backline with some, the defense matrix.
It's gonna be phenomenal against both DPS on the other side. Sejong pops, deleted, and not even able to get into the fight. Ray is out, Cage is responded to, but FACEIT doesn't quite see the opportunity to get his own into the fight. So Katsia with the ultimate dump may have done enough here. Eisnam still has the health to keep this fight going. Maybe can't say the same for the opposition, and the late raid from FACEIT actually feels really well timed. So the patience from VP in this fight pays off big time. I thought they would just double down into the cage fight. They ski the better angle into this one.
Well, the
kills
finds
continue to be traded. Yeah, it's not a free win. VP need to find some more kills into this one. Kevster got to find something, and soon, because Eisnam doesn't really have the HP to keep this point contested.
Yeah, I mean, just it feels like Vestola is like invincible. It feels like at times. Cardiac overdrive here used as some nice damage there from the bike. Comes on in as Kev finds yet another kill. I mean, what is Tito just running right at him?
You have to. I mean, you have to, right? Like,
yeah.
There's no other option. Like, I will say, it's funny watching this comp because some of the stuff Katsia does looks insane, but it's also
the only way to play it, right?
Yeah. And also, like, Vestola doing what he did that other fight, it, like, shows that it can work. Like, really, it can work. Although Taejong over to the sim, that's going to be sort of an odd one. I mean, the aggression is going to be unhinged, is I think the only word for it. Diva stabilizing against Reaper makes it pretty awkward to get death loss value.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess now you're going to obviously have some extra mobility here for Katsia, and then also the ability to put some pressure onto the Diva, but just like that, Kev turns the corner and they just get rid of Aid. I mean, the largest source of damage is going to be a Kitsune rush here. It's actually going to be one that Gala decides to invest here after. I mean, maybe they think they can fight back into that, but that feels like a rush that just burned.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if you want the smoke in a sim mirror here. Katsia, VP are so adept in this kind of a battle, and now you slow down the aggression just that like one little bit, and Kevster immediately is back into the fray. He's no longer sitting back. He says, oh, you didn't go double like flanker dive DPS? I'm going to aggro you on Cassidy, and this is why he had to get that respect band in map 1. Kevster has been playing some of the best Overwatch of his life on this hero recently.
Without a doubt. I mean, it's going to be Katsia who gets here first. But, I mean, they are just VP one flashpoint away from taking this map. Would be rather commanding and rather fast. Aid with the Xion ultimate. We'll see if he's able to kind of use that. It'll be a TP across, going to kind of close that distance here from Virtus.pro.
Yeah, a lot of space here for Kevster to work with. The Stomp comes in, Bite coming in to follow. Eisnam self-destructs to get back into the suit. See if he's able to do so. It's an awkward spot. The Deadeye zoning back into this tight corner. Vestola opens up with the cage fight. Did it catch anybody?
I don't think a cage
Doesn't
got aimed.
seem like it. And a better symbol now from Psycho. Still, Katsia in control. Maybe there's a way for Aid to get back into this. The huge ultimate gets into the backline. The shield wall mitigates a lot of that damage. The beat is out from Zox. Maybe enough to find some kills. Aid gets one, but Kevster tried to claw this one back. Psycho energized on the sim, presenting real problems now as Aid just feels like too much to ask here of the Xion.
Yeah, I mean, just all alone here as just VP not able to deal with them in the end. The supports being able to kind of keep everybody alive. Isom just lived, feels like forever, even out of mech. That'll be Katsia getting above 52%. We'll see, I mean, sim wall here, but I feel like it's just a better comp for VP to be able to kind of like fight around this, right? They'll be able to kind of kite and move players around with their own sim TP. I mean, you already see Psycho getting charged up there on Vestola.
Man, Eisnam is fearless, but maybe a little too fearless because the repush of the sim wall devastating his HP, needs all the resources from the sports to stay alive, and that means Kevster has been hung out to dry. Vestola picks up that kill. Taejong with the shield wall, put his team in powerful position. A rush from Landon. Oh no! Desperation, and I don't see any value from them in this fight. It is just cleanup time, if only stalling, delaying the inevitable. That's a rare error from Landon and gives Katsia another chance really on New Jung City.
Dude, that allows them to get right back into this, right? I mean, you would think, is VP just going to give this up? Then you hold on to your own Kitsune rush now to have to go into this next fight. And you're playing, well, obviously, the Maga and the Xion get massive benefits of that Kitsune rush. So, And also, look at where the next point is, right? I mean, you have an easy rotation for Katsia. They're going to be right back in this.
Simwall is massive, though. As good as Rush is, I do think Deadeye plus Simwall can be better. Still, Mistola, waste no time, getting aggressive, landing down again. Ooh, tough death. Zarks somehow finding 2 on the Juno, resisting the rest of the aggression from the team, and that is a dream fight win. It is strangely a little early for Katsia, but they do build a ton of ultimates.
Yeah.
I do think VP may get back in time to touch the cap. It's going to be tight with this choke.
I mean, I think you're Katsia, you'll take a little bit of an early, then just kind of waiting for the end. I think they're going to get the cap, so now we'll get another fight. I mean, do you get close to the cage here too, right? You can have a cage to choke. Oh, look at this. He's going to bike in. Nice
Good
sim
flank,
wall.
but it gets kind of shut down by the sim wall. With Eisenam already finding Taejong. A lot of the DPS that Katsia rely on in a long fight is already off the field. Eisenam steps into the solo, but is going to get battled back. And the big Xian ultimate punishes really well. The
and he gets
Diva picks up 2 and finishes her as well. Okay, the Ray with the Xian ult is crazy damage. Any kind of damage amp on Xian feels wild with its ability to break those thresholds. And that's an expensive one.
And because you're able to like control the dashes, right? Like you know, able to dodge the self-destruct there, then get back in. I know Reaper must just be looking on, like, bro, like, what about my ult? It's a cage fight here with the Ray. So the Ray's gonna come out from Fixa, gonna try and keep everybody alive here for Virtus.pro. It's a must-win.
The Ray is big, but it's basically traded for the cage fight. Kevster loses his life, but so does Vistola. Juno has to dash away from everything, but the chaos seems to be favoring Katsia. Their DPS thrive in this kind of a circumstance. Taejong's even holding on to the Symmetra wall. Looks like he's going to be able to hold it to the next fight. Zox picked up 4 in this fight on a Juno? Are you kidding me?
This has gotten just absolutely off the rails chaotic. As that's going to have Iceland back out. We're going to have one flashpoint here to decide it. An opportunity for Katsia to go up 2-0 here against Virtus.pro. They can steal this flashpoint. I mean, would be absolutely massive.
To change everything for the series, VP need to right the ship here, securing the 1-1. Katsia with the chance to steal that hope away. Ultimate advantage really not in either team's favor. This one's going to come down to execution.
Take a look here from Zox's POV, as you've been talking about, again, coming up with tons of
Keep
kills
fighting
on the
these
Juno.
kills. I can't explain it. TP forward now. Aggression coming in. Really defensive here with those torpedoes. Landed with the rush, but the Simwall is making this so awkward to fight through aid. Trying to desperately farm up the last bit of his
Later
ultimate.
rush from Katsia.
Making it hard. Later rush is out, but it's not really useful for much of anything. Katsia keeping the pressure on, and Virtus.pro caught scrambling. This level of pace is really working out for Katsia in these chaotic fights.
Yeah, and I think since they've gone away from like having the Reaper, right, and just had their own sim into the mix, it's definitely, I know, even the odds, it doesn't seem like Kev getting much benefit out of like the hinder or you know, anything that Cassidy kind of providing there in that case is also, I believe, Isom earlier running the Ramatra, right? And then they made the switch over to the Diva.
Here comes the Deadeye. If it just gets a free cap, I think Kev's going to be pretty happy about that one, and it will do so. Aid on a cheeky little flank here. Maybe wants to come in and hit from an off angle. Has ultimate. Scouted out, maybe, but is going to hit. Big connection from Pistola at the same time. The Xion ultimate, maybe not even needed. What a dive from that. And that's going to instantly reset his Aid up to a 20 streak. He is not dying.
It's just absolutely dominating. I mean, that is like coming from an off angle, right? Into the stomp, right? The stomp doing so much damage, and then coming in to just kind of clean them up with the Xion ultimate, because you can like pop all 3 like bursts like pretty like quickly, right, in that just short area. So dude, it has been so difficult for VP to get anything rolling consistently. Zox now.
Crazy TP forward.
Yeah, they're going in. I mean, this is gonna be the cage fight as well. TP out.
All right, it's a little too crazy, Brad. It's a little too crazy. They're just getting cleaned up. I mean, hey, you only have the cage fight to work with. You take a gamble. Maybe you catch VP. VP too solid though to go down that easy.
But what? You mean you need one more fight here though if you're Katsia?
It won't be easy though.
No.
Like, I mean, the economy is pretty dire actually. There's a real way back into this for Virtus.pro.
Yes. You know, trading Rays here doesn't really help. You know, Katsia in any fashion, right? They're gonna kind of need something to kind of go their way here at the start. It'll be, I know, both orbital rays opening it up, Deadeye coming out, and that's a huge kill getting rid of Aid. I mean, Aid has been so crazy.
Yeah, Vistola has to step up, especially after losing his DPS, but isn't able to get into this, and a stall would be devastating. Gala, oh, he's going to be in real trouble. Needs to die to the self-destruct. Maybe he can TP out. No, can't actually. Kempster just takes the finish. And I don't know that the touch is going to be a good one for Katsuya here. It's such a hopeful map for them, but it's so awkward now. Can Aid stall for a million years? This is sort of the weakness of Xion, right? She's not Tracer in this kind of scenario. Eisnam will eat her for dinner. Gala coming so late into this with the rush. Needs it desperately. Taejong and Vistola running out of gas here on the point. Gala's here, but yeah, the rush thrown in. There's still players alive. There's some kind of hope. Simon out for Psycho. Maybe going to take that last gasp of hope away. Lens is good. It keeps him up with no crit stomp, no joy, no kill. Virtus.pro hold the line, holding their nerve against overwhelming aggression out of Alcatsia. They had to earn that one, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, that is like the fastest we've seen Katsuya play probably ever, as VP able to hold it off in the end. As we take a look, obviously we talked about Aid and how good he was on the Xion on the other side of things, right? Kempster able to kind of constantly farm up those dead eyes pretty frequently. Taejong got off to a little bit of a rough start, right? Trying to maybe make the Reaper work. They weren't able to do that. Started to look much better on the sim, but another close game between these two teams.
Absolutely. Katsuya, definitely a lot of fight left for them in the series. I do worry a little bit that playing this one-note style, it's been, when we do see a rush become meta, right? Almost always we're going to see characters like Mei and Sim as part of the rush setup. And the reason you see that is because Mei and Sim give you optionality as a rush team. They're both pretty good heroes at playing slowly. They don't need to dive into the backline. Think about metas I guess the Junker Queen Genji Sojourn meta was a meta that plays like this, where you just keep on going. It's all gas all the time, no backing off. But historically, those are very rare for those metas to succeed, because they really only have one way to play. The opponent could be able to see them coming. Still, even Virtus.pro is caught off guard in quite a few of these fights. I mean, this was a moment where, genuinely, I just had those kills before the Xion even hit. They just collapsed on the opponent.
Yeah, I do think though there's something to this kind of shell with Maga, Xion, and honestly, I liked the Juno with it. Zox was the Ray.
The speed ring is really valuable to you. I think the rush fits really well, and Juno Kiri is a pretty greedy support line. Typically, when you run that support line, you might be a little worried about ooh, is my backline gonna die in some of these fights? But I don't think anybody is able to look at the backline in this comp. There's a Mauga in my spawn. I don't have the luxury of considering going after a Juno.
I think it's just, what is that secondary DPS, right? With the Xion, I think
the Vendetta did seem really nice, I will say. The Vendetta seemed like a pretty ideal fit, especially with all those buffs to her kit right now. I think I think it's you almost need either Vendetta or Genji. These are the heroes that bring insane pace to the game. Genji with the dash reset, Vendetta with the ability to just go all in on the enemy backline. You're probably one of the best heroes in the game at doing that without an ultimate.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, it'll be Katsuya. They've already banned the Cassidy. I was like, oh, maybe there's an opportunity to do that. Yeah, it feels like Vendetta. I mean, a Xion ban could happen.
I think a Xion ban is likely here. They banned the Sim, I think, which is dual purpose, both to actually get rid of the Sim and to protect Xion. But I agree. I think at some point,
the Xion,
part of why this comp is good is because Xion looks really good. And if we take that away, what's the follow-up? It's a Sojourn. It's just, it doesn't have that. Aid is hitting from the enemy backline at times, which I think is not that consistent for Xion, but if you can get there, it does hit like crazy.
It feels like if they don't have the Xion in this comp, it's a bit of an issue. And they get rid of the Juno
ban.
Yeah,
I think they also identify that the chaos from these orbital rays, Juno over the top in the skybox, getting torpedoes on everybody, you're just not able to punish it when there's that much pressure on you. I wonder. I mean, maybe Lucio's next best for Katsuya, which I don't think is a bad one, but I do think it will be weaker than Juno.
Yeah, we'll see how that kind of Juno ban kind of impacts things. The Sim ban is one that now this unlocks what? I mean, Psycho could play Reaper on the other side, right? I mean, you could play. What do you play?
If
I mean,
you want to play
slow?
Tracer, I actually think Tracer is probably pretty good against this kind of Vendetta plus Xion comp. Although maybe the Xion matchup actually is pretty hard. I don't know how that matchup plays. I would think Xion has so much close range damage, it may actually be hard for Tracer, especially with Xion's ability to grab instant extra HP and like, you know, you think you're winning and then you just get popped from the execute. So that may make Tracer less desirable. It is Psycho though, so even if it's a hard matchup, I would still have faith in him to be able to look good and just stay alive deep into the fights.
Yeah, curious what they decide to play for Virtus.pro now that the sim is gone.
Maybe an Echo? Could I sell you an Echo, Matt?
In what way?
Xion's damage fall off is like a real, like, it hasn't felt like an issue. Like Xion's damage fall off, we just haven't really noticed it because she's always on top of an enemy. But against Echo, I think it's going to be a huge problem. Echo just plays a long range. Runesapi's a pretty open map. If you don't have a true hit scan to oppress an Echo, Psycho could just get devastating value on you.
I mean, that's quite interesting, right? You know, Echo. I don't think Aura probably not on something like this. I mean, maybe.
I think either one, like a flyer, I think will be Xion's. If you're gonna play Xion in the hit scan role, is kind of the weakness, right? She doesn't have the damage range to deal with flyers, or even like enemy snipers. I don't know that you're gonna play those, but
I think it would be curious to see what Xion in Psycho's hands would look like with a Cassidy, and see kind of like how.
Okay, try it as like a flanker role, right?
Yeah, try it as like a true flanker, right? Even though we are kind of not really sure how her kind of like role fits in at the moment. I mean, you see just kind of the hyper aggression from Age, right? Just kind of like always in the mix, but could potentially be played as like more of like a, you know, mid-range kind of, you know, mid to shorter range hit scan at times. So waiting to see this one get suited up on Runesapi, but been pleasantly surprised this series because of how good Katsuya has looked trying to play this style.
And this is their best opportunity because Virtus.pro so dominant. When a patch hits, though, it's hard to keep that rolling. Things change, new comps come into the meta. Katsuya are exploiting that. But for VP to hold firm on that last map is a great sign for them. It shows that they're not completely caught, you know, head over heels with this, you know, comp change. They can respond, they can make the adaptations. Still, how the ban phase continues to affect this series is anybody's guess. So for Katsuya, looking for the upset, it feels way more possible now than we would have guessed, I think, coming into the series.
We'll see what VP decides to do here. Obviously, with the sim gone, I think Katsuya probably goes back to something similar that they ran on map number 1, maybe with the Vendetta in the mix. It's you know, a lot of time for teams to make some swaps here, so can't really
something tells me it's not anything. Echo Bastion Malga for Katsuya. I'm just spitballing here. I'm just spitballing here.
They've been playing just Xion aggressive the entire time, and now it's like, wait, hold on. Maybe you misspoke. Are we seeing Cat Bastion from them? Oh, our good old friend. Cat Bastion with an Echo.
Okay.
I think
Cat
VP's going to be surprised on this?
Today. I think they certainly consider the possibility coming into this. I think Kevster with, you know, with the Mizuki behind him has a lot of work to do, but he has been so lights out. It's just hard to bet against him when his skill is going to be what's put to the test, especially we'll have to see how the nerfs feel actually on Cat Bastion.
Yeah, obviously, I know some nerfs targeted at this comp, you know, in the most recent patch, but we haven't seen really anybody kind of go to it since then. But that's a nice nade there that connects. So you get rid of Fixa. Looks like the cat has to disconnect here for just a second. There's some damage coming down from both sides.
They can get a trade, but stabilizing is a different story because Iznam's Kevster stepping up to the plate here. Some desperation for Vistola trying to grab something back. Cat Bastion sacking in as well, but I would argue that kill from Aid is a lucky kill. He's aiming at the Mei, he grenades the Mei, and the splash kills Fixa. Like, yeah, I think they recognize that matchup is not feeling good for them.
This is gonna be filthy, I feel like. The Zarya bubbles. The Zarya bubbles with the Xion and the Vendetta. I believe the Zarya was banned early on.
True. Maybe this is sort of was the Vendetta comp, right? Playing around the Zarya. Maybe this can just overwhelm. But Virtus.pro have a lot of strategic depth to work with here. Kevster is at very long range. The Mei wall makes this a little awkward, but Sports can still play over the edge there.
They stole it pretty low, and then you know, same with Taejong here. Is that'll be Kev with a Deadeye, so already finding one. now the Cassidy is really starting to heat up. I mean, you know, when Kev has that much space, it's going to be very difficult for them to win.
Yeah, you got to somehow catch him at close range, and they're not giving them that opportunity. I mean, Mei and Sigma are both fantastic into Zarya. I mean, Mei, like, the ult's not great, but just walling is so good in this comp, right? It just isolates players, and they cannot afford to be isolated. They cannot afford to be slowed down, and it's going to be way worse than slowed down here, man. I mean, this is a team wipe before it's even happened.
Yeah, this one's not been that close thus far, right? That first fight win with Katsia using the Cap Bastion, and then I know since they've swapped off, I was really interested in this comp, but they have not really got anything rolling.
I mean, Sigma is really good against this, is my view at least, is that Sigma, it's like, how do you actually bring him down, especially with the Cassidy, who's like a huge threat. Like, Taejong and Nate have to put a lot of respect on Kev, and the spam is just constantly going against them, so they're forced into these desperate engages. Here comes a bubble onto the Vendetta. Gets a little bit of space on the high ground, but what does it really accomplish? Now the rush comes in, Vistola's still low. The Blizzard, oh, it's desperate. You dash right into the Blizzard. A Flux, I mean, kills with the pickup. That is not a good sign for Vistola on the Zarya. And some late kills onto Zox as well.
I mean, the AoE healing of like the Mizuki as well with the Hinder plus the Mei and the cast, it's pretty difficult. I mean,
I just don't see Zarya having impact. If you're just a bubble bot on Zarya, it's not enough. You need to do more. The Deadeye is a huge problem, although he does cancel it out, looking for a cheeky little burst kill. Won't find Matt this time. Grab is available. Surely that's enough at all. Kevster finds an instant kill, but Aid swings onto Psycho. Wasn't ready for that one. There's the execute impact we were talking about. Garcia in a 4-on-4. Looks like they want to keep pushing their luck. They should have to take some sort of a gamble here.
I mean,
maybe they can win with the ultimates. Yeah, but it's hard. The high ground's under control. You can't really push up with Ice on the off angle like that.
Yeah, I mean, he is controlling the high ground, and then also, like, even if you did dive and collapse, right, this Sanctuary is going to be nasty to try and play around. It feels like you're going to be able to kind of keep up for now. Oh, nice accretion there. Blocks the Sundering Blade that would have came through.
Yeah, that blade could have been massive. Great rock from Izom to cancel that one out. But, I mean, that's the Mizuki ultimate is so good at countering grab. You're in the grab, and then, okay, the follow-up almost can't come in. Sundering Blade would have been a way through, but good play from Izom to deny it. And now we're entering very dangerous territory. When the cart gets back this point, I almost never see a comeback happen.
I mean, Deadeye possibility here for Kev. Yeah, you're going to kind of round that corner as well.
I mean, they don't need to push, though. Like Repeat can just play defensive here. Let the push come. Here comes the beat. They're already backing off, though. I feel like they saw this play coming. Maybe not early enough, though, because Aid finding that kill on the Psycho mitigates the Maywall. The Flux, he's good on the Vistola. He's out of bubbles. And, ooh, just the cleanse is perfect to keep him alive. Gala really well timed on that one. Would have been a very different fight if that didn't connect. And Aid starting to pick up the kills as well. So VP eventually going to be routed, but I mean, the damage is done. 131 meters push.
I mean, you're down 115 meters, right? I mean, it is going to be so difficult for Katsia to get back into this one. VP have looked tremendous playing this. They're going to make a swap, so they're actually going to go to the Ram here. They're going to ditch the Sig.
This is going to burn the clock so hard now. It's going to be really rough. Katsia, they've got a long time to work with. And okay, wait, actually, VP are not going to play passive. They're going to go aggro, trying to take a little off-angle push here. Izom's kind of thinking twice about it. Landon almost goes down to the mortar spam. So this is what's getting really weird, that with the cart kind of pushing away, VP are just going to, looks like they're going to take the map flip.
This is an odd angle from the plate. This is an odd angle from the plate from though. I mean, you're going to be playing in the grass too.
Oh, but I mean, who's better than at that than May Ram? A freeze not going to come through. Vistola finds a little cubby in which to hide from it. But Ultimate's running low for both sides. Now it comes down to the deathmatch. Sanctuary deployed, just adding extra heals into the fight, ensuring that Katsia just cannot continue to step up to the plate. Landed with 2 for the cleanup. And VP get the job done. Katsia, they actually do well in the economy in that fight, though.
It feels almost impossible to lose fights with Sanctuary. Like, that's how good that ultimate is.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, in this matchup, it's like, you run an all-in hyper dive comp, and then they have, like, one of the best defensive tools in the game. You know, it's hard to figure out, right? It feels pretty great. Stomp comes in, it does crit onto Kevster. The Sundering Blade doesn't seem like it connects, but Taejong doing enough without. 8 as well cleans up Kevster, was getting a little bit too deep onto the flank. Another nice fight for Katsia. I mean, this is the kind of trades they need, but Eisnum grabs 2 back, and that's going to neuter any kind of a snowball offense, even if you clean up this fight, which at this point feels a little bit questionable. FACEIT, okay, eventually he goes down, but DPS late spawning feels pretty bad here for Katsuya. They're going to need a taxi from Lucio to get back into this fight.
Yeah, it looks like Zox is going to go back and get them back into action. So a Maga swap now, so kind of the tanks just kind of playing games with each other back and forth between these different tanks. This isn't our window though, right? Beat plus rush with the Maga, right? And you're also going to have the Xion ult. So pretty nice combination. A nice Maywall there, kind of blocks some of that damage that came down.
Good beat comes out. Maybe Abe can find more with the ultimate. Nice cleanse from Landon. Mitigates one of the dashes, but can't get the second one done. And this time, Katsuya will find the kind of clean domination they were looking for. This felt like a must-win fight for them, and they get it done massively here. Securing a cap, all 5 players alive. Real chance to snowball here, but
dude, and
there's so much damage done in this map with the push VP pulled out. There is still a very long way for Katsuya to go.
Well, I mean, they hold on. I mean, look, getting to a even with VP is going to be very difficult, right? They're going to probably need, kind of something to go disastrously wrong on the Virtus.pro side, but giving yourselves cage fight plus rush and maybe a Sundering Blade is probably the path to be able to do it. So see, they kind of get this set up around the corner. Yeah.
He's going to weather the storm. The rush is out, but the Sanctuary defends. Vastola trying to just get out of that. He knows he has no business fighting in that kind of location. Annihilation eliminates Taejong, who's stuck in behind. Vastola knows he has no way to back out in this fight, but attacking into the Annihilation. Good luck with that one. Eisnom continuing to keep this pressure on, beautifully piloted from the Virtus.pro Ramattra. Katsuya, they do get that fight out with just one rush for 2 ultimates, but I mean, these like slightly positive trades aren't good enough, especially
with a minute
when you
20
get cleaned up like this.
Oh, and they lose Vastola at the end here. I mean, with a minute and 20, and then now like a kill like that just kind of sends it further back. I mean, it's going to be very difficult, especially like you have a rush for VP. It's not like this is going to be a fight for Katsuya coming up. They're going to be able to kind of like walk all over them, right? You're going to be able to kind of, you're not really worried about the Ramattra inside that cage with the, Nemesis form. So you're going to be able to fight that, especially with the Rush as Kev with the Deadeye here. Saw Taejong go up in the sky. Ooh, nice shot there.
Good hit. Okay, Xion dances away really nicely. The cage fight isolates one. Eisnom just gets deleted. A big dump ultimate here onto the Ramattra. Needed, of course, to evict that crucial tank. And here comes Taejong into the backline, getting big damage, but no finished kills. Now they're going to start to come through. And with one, soon there will be more. Landed down, fixed it down. The rest of the team soon to follow. But we're going to be coming down into an overtime fight. Have Virtus.pro done enough, Matt, to secure themselves this map?
So, I mean, what? VP, if they decide to use Blizzard, you have an opportunity here where you can get defeat. Maybe you can kind of keep players alive. I mean, you're still going to be behind 30 or so meters.
Need to play well. There's going to be multiple fights. VP want to get every chance they can. Katsuya with double support ultimate soon in this fight. Migdala 20% away. An opening pick for Abe would be exactly what you want. Dash is coming in. No real value up the first 2. Maybe a third to get something. Vastola is fully frozen. Abe does kill FACEIT though, ensuring that the follow-up can't come through. The rest of Katsuya actually staying very healthy deep into this fight, showing real poise here. Any kind of counter kill would be amazing for VP. They're desperately trying to find something. Gala dies and is forced to rush. Knows that he cannot afford to give up this fight. Still a winnable position for Katsuya, but as Eisnom claims another, the weight of the OT may just be too much. They do find these cleanup frags, but Landon and FACEIT still alive, and you have to continue this push down 2 in the OT. It already feels like too little too late. They need some kind of a miracle kill right now, Matt.
Yeah, and I mean, and they're also going to be able to build up here towards their Sanctuary, right? So you're going to have to be walking into this huge Mizuki ult. Psycho's going to go over to the Pharah here, so nice job getting around the corner. Chain there. It's going to be Kev as well with a Deadeye. I mean, that's going to be nasty.
Oh, Sundry? Can he get a connection? Not quite around the corner. Picks it with a nice Sanctuary in the back line. Vastola is down, and with him, soon too, the rest of the team will fall. Annihilation seals the deal, and really a textbook victory from Virtus.pro. They secure such a massive advantage early on in this map. Real heroics from Katsuya to battle back and make it somewhat competitive, but a team as good as VP, they just do not lose in those scenarios.
No, and they've seemed to, at least over the last 2 maps, come up with some answers here for what Katsuya came in and had planned today. And I'm pretty impressed even with what Katsuya has done, right? They probably beat a lot of teams with the way they're playing today. It's just Virtus.pro seem to be at the top of the region in a pretty big manner. at the moment. So as I take a look at some of the stats, I mean, Landon obviously continuing some tremendous support play.
Yeah, I feel like Landon really tightened things up this map. Last map took a couple unfortunate deaths, some awkward rushes, but this map, it's night and day, much more solid performance. I think he's a huge part of why they lock in this map win and put themselves now in a fantastic position in the series. Because now, you know, it's looking a little scary for OWCS. You know, you've shown your look. It's 1-2. It's winnable, but it just doesn't feel reliable when VP are playing this well as individuals, when they're putting so much pressure on you in these poke trades.
I mean, it's also pretty brutal. Like, I mean, I think it also, like, not only does obviously this show kind of the strength of like maybe this comp that OWCS is running, I think it also just shows the strength in which like Mizuki, Sig / Ram, and then like EMEA can have, right? Just really difficult to be able to kind of like, you know, dive that type of group, or just even get aggressive, even with like crazy survivability with like 3 you know, pretty high damage players playing inside of like a cardiac overdrive, right? The Mizuki chain, the healing, everything, like even the Mizuki damage isn't that bad. Being able to just kind of like work players down, and then like constantly seeing Psycho like inside of the May ice block, right? Being able to kind of like survive, just really difficult to be able to kind of play on through that.
Yeah, I thought the May was pretty fantastic from Psycho in this map. I think it really changed the game in a way where Sim can do wild stuff with the TP and kind of change the flow of the fight, but it doesn't feel great reactively, right? It's like you want to be proactive with the Sim, you want to be setting the tempo, TPing, taking an angle. When you're reacting, I feel like the May feels much more suited, and so, you know, that on top of the Ramatra feel like really good little tweaks for Virtus.pro to still play their style fundamentally, but have a much better response to what the opponents are bringing. And this is OWCS bringing us now to Circuit Royale, and this is an interesting one because, all right, everyone looks at Circuit and they all say, it's a Sigma poke, right? Sigma poke. The problem with Sigma poke on this map is it can at times be too greedy. You can have a tendency to get a little bit ahead of yourself and try to sneak an Ilios or something like that. And then these explosive rushes actually look very good. So this map is deceptively good for the all-in rush comps, even though most people really don't see it that way.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting though that you would go here, because like this allows VP to kind of continue to play Sig, right? Unless I don't think, have we seen a Sigma ban yet? I mean, potentially that's what OWCS looking here. We haven't seen it, but
I mean, that I think it would be a smart way to approach this map. I still think Ram is going to feel fine for OWCS, so I'm not. That's the thing. I'm not sure if you do want to ban the Sig. And this is great from VP. The opening ban on Freya, because a ban deferment came in from Katsuya, and they might be regretting that, because Aid was, if you remember, very, very good on this hero on this map. And it's one of those things where it's like, if you're not used to playing against the Freya, those double bolts come in and just start finding picks, and the series starts to feel way scarier than it should. So I actually like this ban from VP. It's like, look, we don't need any kind of special ban. We're just going to make sure you don't get to throw this sort of chaotic element at us.
Yeah, let's see what Katsuya decides to do with their ban. Obviously an opportunity. Okay, so they ban Ram. Interesting.
I actually
so
like this. This is smart.
So they'd rather it just be Sigma that they have to deal with, I guess.
At least Sigma is like, it feels like you can overwhelm him, you know? Whereas Ramatra, he can weather that storm.
He just
you know?
blocks.
Like, yeah, he just holds, and it means the rest of the team doesn't need to be all that close. Like, supports can just heal the DPS. The tank doesn't need as much resource. And you know, you still run out of gas pretty quick for the way OWCS are playing. So by forcing the Sigma, it's like, okay, Sigma needs a little help when he gets caught and you know, surrounded. If you can get a crit stomp on Sigma on Malga, you feel very good about that fight. Still, this is Circuit Royale. I mean, this is a very comfortable spot for Sigma. You know, I think for Katsuya, they're just forced to pick this map because the alternatives on Escort are devastating. Like, you cannot play this rush comp on Dorado.
No.
Yeah, it's just not happening. Even Rialto, I really don't think so. So strangely, Circuit is the best of the escorts for your style.
Yeah, and I mean, some of the hybrid maps, right? I know if we can get to that final game, right? It'll be interesting.
I think at least all three hybrids are more playable. Like the new Numbani should be okay on attack-ish. You know, King's Row should be definitely fine for the rush.
Hollywood would be rough with high ground.
Suspect for sure. But I think Dorado is worse. I think Dorado is like, you can't play Dorado. You have like, you just have to play dive on Dorado, and I think they may expect that, like, look, we're finding success as a team playing Rush. Do we really want to dive near against VP with how dialed they've looked, how comfortable they've seemed in these matchups? Even the Sigma Mizuki poke, I think, is very good on Dorado. So I think they're wise to take a gamble on Circuit. I don't feel good about their chances overall in this series, but you got to play to your outs, and I actually like that Katsuya are kind of seeing the vision there.
It's also it's interesting that like a team looks like we have a few players in the bathroom. A team with like Vestola not wanting to play like Diva or like Sig, right? Like some of the heroes, so like you would think he's like amazing at like opting to go for more aggressive.
He's been amazing on the Maga though.
Yeah, that's true.
Like anyone who's played Maga is like against that kind of heavy poke. It is not easy. Like you have exactly one chance most fights. Like if you miss your chance by 1 second, you just completely lose your health. You're completely out of the fight. But Vestola has been in there and hitting the tempo on which the team follow-up is able to connect. So I think they've been playing really, really well. I think you've got to give a lot of credit to Katsuya.
Yeah, no, in the shop right now is our unbolts. Make sure you guys go and get those in the Overwatch Esports shop. I mean, you see all of these ones from years past, right? That's I believe that the Ember Juno, that was like one of the OWCS events. The Happy Genji, we talked about how great that one was. There's a pretty sweet Dallas Fuel, I think, version of that one. Probably not in the Unvault, but and then the Good and Evil Echo for me is like one of the better Echo skins overall.
That's fair. I think that's very fair. It fits the persona. It's kind of one of those perfect match made in heaven kind of skins.
For sure. So yeah, make sure you guys.
I think Ember Juno might be the best Juno skin. Is that a hot take? I think this is like a very fire Juno skin.
Yeah, I mean there are some collab skins from Juno that have been pretty cool.
That's true. There's stiff competition in the Juno skin battle.
But yeah, I mean, look, I think if you kind of take those out of it, I mean this one's up there, I would say. Ash doesn't agree, but I agree. I agree with you, Jay.
Overwatch Dress to Impress for a tiebreaker, Matt? Thoughts on that? We'll have to work on the format.
Yeah, like a skin battle. See who has the deepest bag in terms of their skins on their account.
Dude, some of our pro players have to be stacked when it comes to skins. I mean, they've got to have just about everything.
Whales buying every bundle. I mean, we see it. Even sometimes, right? Everybody's got their mythic weapons out, all the different types of skins. But one more shot here for VP to Alcad to extend this series, right? 2-1. They take our first map in the series on the Antarctic Peninsula, and since then, though, it's been back and forth, but VP has started to figure them out of it.
It seems like they have indeed, and on Circuit Royale, on its surface level, you'd have to think this is a tough spot to be on just map 4 of the series. Katsuya fighting for the tournament life, and Vestola is queuing up the Sig for now, which would be a wild move, not because of Vestola versus Eisnam, which I think is going to be very competitive, but the overall team for Virtus.pro, I think they're the best in the world is a big statement. I think they're the best in the region pretty comfortably on exactly this look. I think they are very happy to get this mirror match. Maybe Katsuya, though, the rest of the team not going that way. Maybe this is a bit of a bait, and it might just be a full rush here. Vestola just making some noise in spawn on the Sigma to throw the enemy off the trace.
Yeah, I mean, are they going to go back to the Zarya comp? Maybe? I mean, we'll see, obviously.
I don't hate it. I think they're going to maybe scout the defenders and then decide. And, like, they're playing some wild stuff for now. Cat Bastion is not insane on this map, but the nerf, it does feel like it hurts. After watching on Ritasapi, it was like, oof, maybe the strategy is not so good anymore. They're going to try it, though.
Yeah, they're going to go for it, at least off the rip here. So we'll see from AIDS POV. Guy gets in the turret form there. Just gets rid of that TP straight away. But everybody out of dodge for now. Katsuya just trying to get some space around this corner.
And Virtus.pro really want to build up to these ultimates. 8 is already charging toward Artillery Strike. Not that that's a particularly significant ultimate in this kind of a matchup. But the Cat Bastion certainly adds chaos into the mix. Maybe what you need to break apart some of this VP confidence. Bastion over the top. But Virtus.pro, this is where the card hold really starts to count. Katsuya, they need to find a way to break this setup. And Bastion needs to maybe get behind to do that.
Yeah, you would think they would go on like a really long rat maybe with the Bastion or over the top, but just
go around through last point
here. Yeah, I mean, moving right around. Oh, okay, and that's going to be the artillery.
Big artillery. Big hit with enemy all corralled into that small room, and maybe some life left for the Cat Bastion. Its demise greatly overstated as Katsuya pilot that really nicely. It's a bit of an unconventional look. Like, they aren't exactly flanking with the Bastion, they're just playing a subtle off angle and really playing more as a conventional Sigma comp. So I think VP are like bunkering in the rooms, prepping as if the flank is going to be some wild wrap. But from Zox, I think the positioning is just about perfect there.
Yeah, it's I think Vistolo is in a really weird spot. Actually, he's gonna pop. The flux here. Oh, he gets Psycho
and gets the cleanse to stay
I
alive.
Thought he was as good as dead.
Him.
He was like trapped inside of this door up in front of you here, where you kind of like can go down towards the low ground and never expect him to
cleanse. To save Kevster now, the Deadeye though makes a bit of space. Cat Bastion can't play through that really. Just zones for time, get some players back into the mix, but this has been a great map so far for OWCS. Virtus.pro really needs some kind of a major stoppage here to take some of the momentum out of the attackers. The rush might be what they need to do so. Later rush though from Gala, and with both Bastion and Sim, maybe the catnap and stun is going to be good enough. It actually pulls players out, but Psycho punishes the cat for that. The Flux is maybe good for a slam, but Aid with the nade finds two. And okay, Katsia still brawling this one down to the low numbers. But Vistola so much healthier. You think he's got the big edge into this one. As Aizdam drops, Taejong putting in that work on Sim, and a late kill on Fixa as well. Maybe enough to just cap second outright.
I mean, this is getting scary. I mean, you end up losing the Cat Bastion, but they're going to get back into the fight rather quickly. I mean, well, obviously the Bastion doesn't have mobility, but when the paired with the Cat all of a sudden does, is yeah, there is a Aid right back in quick. It's going to be the artillery here.
Immo actually does massive work to maybe get this point into the realm of possibility, but oh, this Flux is huge. Everybody in it. Vistola claps them down to the ground. A desperation team from Psycho keeps the fight going, but not for long. Vistola back to the Sig, back in business, and he's eating them for breakfast. Katsuya not losing a step here, and on the poke mirror, I wasn't even sure they'd take it, and they're looking amazing here.
I mean, I think they have just caught VP potentially off guard a little bit, right? And the fact that, like, this is not something that they've kind of gone to the entire series, refused to kind of match in terms of the Sig, not trying to play anything like this. They've been playing the Xion with either like a Vendetta or I know Sim at times, and this is just completely out of nowhere. Katsuya looking really good as a VP. They've kind of taken perches underneath Katsuya at the moment, so see where Vistola and Co decides to go in. That's a huge kill there onto the Cat.
How does he find that? Out of nowhere, drops the Cat, and now it's going to be a retake move on the high ground with the player advantage. It's a tough choke to break, though, even at the best of times. Bastion is here on the low ground flank and has the tank form. Swings wide and is going to devastate this off angle. Beautiful aggression from Aid, even without the Cat. Proves that he doesn't need that mobility to get some real work done. And those kills are going to lead to a major cleanup. Katsuya keep this cart rolling, and massive time on the clock for them.
And maybe Bastion is still pretty good even without the Cat, right? We saw that a little bit earlier in the day, and then now we see it now with the Cat. But you know, Bastion still seems to be pretty effective in certain spots. It looks like VP gonna try and take high ground here, but you have everybody here for Katsuya.
A heck of a bank. Rockets being delivered down from Aid, not able to find big damage on the backline, which he's hoping for. Aizdam doing well to tank that. But bunkering into the corner, caught by the catnap. This artillery foul is going to hit hard, but the Sanctuary mitigates the follow-up. It does take Aizdam off the side of the map. You need some sort of counter kill back into this Virtus.pro. The Deadeye is not going to deliver it. Maybe they can just get it done in the deathmatch. One trade is good, but can they find more? Kevster in desperation now, but the symbol from Psycho provides huge cover for him to fight into this. Aizdam coming back on the Doomfist. You cannot get off the card for even a moment here, but they won't need to. Virtus.pro, what a fight back after losing the Sigma so early.
Yeah, and for a second it looked like Vistola was going to try and end up using the Flux to kind of like grip them up and then stand underneath, you know, and just kind of get it home. But Kev rolls in, knows exactly what he's trying to do in that situation. So see now, Katsuya not much further they need this to go, as Zox is going to go over no Cat with the Bastion. They're going to play the Mizuki here against Ice Gnome on the D.Va. So as soon as you see that D.Va, the Mizuki, one of the better options to kind of go after that hero, as they're going to give up some of this high ground though to Katsuya. That's dangerous, especially with the Bastion.
Yeah, this corner is going to be a major flashpoint for the aggression. Here comes the swing. A TP forward, looks like a fake. Big aggression into the front line, trying to just burn players down. Aid on that tank form, though he does go to the back line. Maybe unexpected, but Psycho has already done the damage on the Vistola. Kevster gets the kill onto Aid, and this attack is going to be batted back with ease. I mean, the defender's advantage in this kind of a matchup when there's no ultimates on the field is just devastating. And I like that Aid gets off the Bastion. I just don't think that the tank farm is really going to do enough when you're not able to come from an off angle.
Yeah, now it's going to be Sigma the choice here for Icenom, so we're going to switch off of the D.Va right away. The Zox will stay on the Mizuki.
Ooh,
So
I'm so skeptical of Xion in this comp, though. Hey, this is where
I
you're weak, right? The range poke. Maybe on the last point, though, like this brawl value coming from different angles could be nice. They're going to try and just force things through, but VP, full high ground control, you do not feel good for Alcatraz right now.
No,
I mean, look at Kev, he's so ready for the TP, by the way.
Yeah, and I mean, even if they TP, he's got Deadeye, right? He's going to kind of rotate around. Oh, nice. Nice Tutu there. But yeah, Kev's still too good.
And, I mean, those two kills, both supports, they're going to maybe stall out some of these kills. Pistola needs to sack. 8 is hard kill to stall. Kevster just has to grab that one just to keep his life up. And Katsuya, I mean, I will say, they're going to have, like, one good chance with ultimate advantage. But VP know it, and they're going to force them to fight at the spawn choke. Great decision-making here from the defenders.
Yeah, play this door. Maybe if you have to even give up or play the at least
they're
further
not,
up.
They're not. Just a little cheeky poke from them instead. They think better of it. But I wonder if they'll regret it.
I kind of like
this
the
last point.
Close, maybe trying to use one ult to get like 2 out from the other side and then backing up.
Double support all is going to be a real asset, especially with Psycho nearing on that sim wall. The spam is heavy against him. Mizuki stopping the cart for a moment. Now it's going to be Iceland's turn to tank through. It has double support all to sustain through. Massive dump on the payload. Absolutely every particle.
Tell us what's going on, Jake.
Deployed at once. I couldn't tell you for my life, Matt. Iceland gets a kill. That's what I can say. Vestola finds one back the other way, but numbers starting to dwindle for Abkhazia. They need a decisive win, and that's not what they found in this fight. Daejeon finds one back. Still an energized sim, one of the few characters that can win in these low numbers engagements, but as Landon finds that kill, Vestola dropping so incredibly low, and Iceland back on the D.Va. The full hold will be secured for Virtus.pro. Third point was a slog, but it really does bring this map into a winnable spot for VP.
I mean, that was a wild one. That was 2 sim walls with 2 sanctuaries and 2 rushes with a flux going on at one time.
That's too much for me, Matt. Even for me, I played more Overwatch than just about anybody, and I'm like, okay.
I don't know what, like, because there's so many other particles and, like, damage, but I have no idea what damage is even being exchanged if there's 2 sim walls and 2 sanctuaries on top of each other. Like, just really nothing you can kind of get through either of those, and then also you have 2 Kasune rushes going on there at the same time as well, so...
I think just the fact that VP have the sort of spawn door to rely on as like all else fails in that kind of a chaotic moment, you just slip back into the spawn, stall a couple seconds, and come back into the fight. Where, you know, for Katsuya in that kind of chaos, you feel doomed to take the trades, right? And trades aren't going to be good enough when it's overtime and you're trying to desperation finish the map. You need that kind of clean team fight. So VP make the right call there, choosing not to aggro the spawn door. They knew that they had enough ultimates to get the kind of fight they were hoping for. Katsuya, though, how is this Cat Bastion going to fare on defense? I liked it on attack, but on defense, I'm a little more skeptical because anytime you back off to, like, reset or get the Cat to a better angle is time that the cart rolls forward.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think this has potential for VP to kind of, like, really take control of this. I know, and, like, if this Cat Bastion doesn't start to pay off right away, it doesn't really seem like Katsuya has anything consistent to fall back for, at least on this map, right? They tried to play the Xion with the Mizuki, and that didn't really look that great.
And I actually really like Icenom on the D.Va here. He's kind of calling the bluff, saying, you guys are not a real poke comp. You can't really pressure me. I'm going to be free on the D.Va to just do my dirty work. Psycho already finds Daejeon, and now it's desperation for Cat Bastion. Kevster stays wide as long as he can, then re-peeks back into the Bastion, burns him down. Cat going in for a desperation suicide play there, and it is a full team wipe for VP. Katsuya, the comp looks so strong in a sort of a true poke mirror, but as soon as mobility comes into the mix, yeah, he's going to come back to the Sigma as soon as he forces them off the Cat Bastion. Just immaculate strategy from Virtus.pro. Very well coached, and honestly, you can't even call this from the coach. This is the players with a very strong read on a new meta.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as soon as you're able to get them off of that, okay, let's go back and we'll just kind of match them. You know, with our Sigma look, which we've obviously been, you know, especially in a Sig head-to-head, you would favor VP with the way they've looked thus far.
Kevster finds first blood in this fight. Maybe enough. The rest of the team's still a bit battered. Won't be necessarily a walkover for them. But Kevster, he swings wide, and you just can't give him a chance, but he's going to find them. Daejeon grabs one back, but I think that's all they can find. Even Vistola going to be stalled just a little bit. And a late tank death spells disaster for this first point. I don't see a retake really coming in here, Matt.
No, this is going to be first point here for VP, and they don't really have to use anything to be able to get it, as Ice Dome's going to push up, just try and take some of this position here from Katya, make them earn getting it back here around the corner. And bad news for Katya, Jake, is like they're going to be in a really rough spot in terms of ultimates, right? I mean, you got the Ray to use here. You got Deadeye coming around the corner. They're going to TP it up to the high ground.
Big angle. Big angle. He's going to get some nasty shots. Nice timing from Vistola, though, in the kinetic grab. Eats that right up. Support needs to be there. Izdom takes a big nuke from the Flux, and Psycho won't be so lucky to get the save. Had to go one way. Still, ultimate's available for VP if they want to keep fighting, especially with Landon fighting that kill. Rushes now coming out from Fixa. A big Flux, a better connection from Izdom, but the rock from Vistola takes him out of it. Keeps the fight in contest. May just not be enough in the end. A lot of flash from Vistola in this mirror match, but in the end, the raw stats just too much for VP.
Yeah, I mean, Vistola just does a tremendous job throughout that fight, but there's just no damage for Katya. They end up losing Zox really early on. They probably would have ended up with a Sanctuary if he ends up living through that. But then, like, didn't really get much from Aid or Taejong in that fight at all. So it's going to be the bike thrown in there. It's going to be sim walls from both sims. As Aid's going to go in with the ult.
Through the wall, actually gets a ton of damage down on everybody. Don't think VP was expecting that to come all the way through, and even with Izdom grabbing that kill back, Aid's damage is done. And that's going to be enough to set them up for a beautiful retake, one of the tougher spots to kind of come out on the assault. I like the decisions from both sims, well played on the sim walls, but Aid ends up being the difference maker. Xion has been relatively quiet in the poke mirror, but with the ultimate, it can be a different story.
Yeah, it's just you're going to need Aid, I know, with the Xion to come up with some big kills here in the neutral, though, without the ultimate, right? I mean, this is where Kev has really shined, is already that TP is gone. So yeah, those players are split.
Those players are kind of stranded, but as they make their way back, the Sanctuary is going to be good enough. But it is forced out. Like, VP, I think ultimately that's really their objective in this fight more than anything, is get the Sanctuary out. You fully dry out the bank for Katsuya. Vistola at 80, though, he could very well have a Flux just from poke before this fight really gets going, especially with some early damage. So want to see a clean walk out from Izdom, especially to not give as much Flux as he can.
Yeah, I mean, that would definitely, I think, maybe catch VP off guard, right? If Vistola can kind of have this Flux for the next fight, but getting that Sanctuary,
he has it.
Yeah, getting the Sanctuary out is pretty important. You're going to have Kitsune rushes here for both squads as well.
Rushes out first. Gala doesn't quite have his ready to respond just yet. Vistola somehow finds a kill on Fixa, actually. Finds something with the Flux to aid in the backline. What can Izdom grab back in this one? Slams Vistola down, but the damage follow-up isn't there. And Katsuya snatching that fight back out of nowhere. I think little hesitation from VP on entering into that fight, and it's punished brutally. Katsuya find the opportunities in the mid-fight.
It feels like if they're not giving up these kills to Kebster in that like mid ground, and he has to kind of move up and play a little bit closer with Ice, that's when the Xion and like Taejong on the sim are able to get a little bit more value. So it's going to be a TP straight under. Aid with another ult. Look at that.
Going in.
Sees a great opportunity.
Oh, the cleanse buys enough time, and he can't get the third burst off. Kevster so good in those chaotic moments to shut that one down. Izdom still healthy. Has to delete Taejong is going to be kind of a real threat on this Symmetra. No one's pushing the cart either, so you got to be able to brawl this one out. And actually, the sim is doing work. Taejong still cooking, and if he doesn't go down, okay, he does go down in the end. And actually, hold on, Vistola tried to get cheeky, tried to chase down some kills, and he's going to pay with his life. Big double up from Landon to really salvage VP there. I mean, that fight could have been disastrous for them.
Can you get another touch, though? You're going to have the sim TP back in with Vistola.
Into the sim wall? I don't know about it, Matt.
Oh, it's not going to be pretty if you can.
Okay, they get the touch. Sim wall's out from Psycho. Izdom is down already. Hold on. There's a fight to be played, but Psycho is going to just cook here. Absolutely uncontested on the sim. He's getting baited around. The supports are doing amazing work to just stay alive, but he's demanding so much response just from his individual impact in this fight. Vistola still alive, actually, but in a 2v1, it's so difficult. Oh, and they just dealt a split on his Flux. Hold on, the spawner's coming back in. Landon goes with the rush, but there's not many to use it. Landon gets the job done himself in a crazy overtime fight. And it's actually still going longer, but eventually Landon with 3 who's going to clean this one up. It was the double support from VP to clutch like a madman in that one.
Honestly, not the worst thing, though, from Katsuya. right? Getting that one down to like 18 seconds left on the clock. Now you can come back. I would probably take a close fight here, and then you're going to be like just, basically OT going down, to the wire.
It is like still super winnable for Katsuya. I still like their position, but if Landon doesn't find those like back-to-back huge deathmatch fights, VP are out of this map already. So they're lucky to even be here, to even be contesting, as Katsuya are going to make their way here around the outside.
We'll see how Katsuya decides to try and fight this. They do have Sanctuary to use here. Be a flux up on the high ground. That is massive.
Oh, that's the team wipe in a bottle, baby. Eisnon catches them on that TP, and Xion, what? Okay, aid? How does he get a kill there? That is massive, because now you come into this final fight without Landon. I don't know that you can really hard commit.
But I mean, what do you do, right? I mean, I guess like 40 seconds on the clock, you're going to get a TP back.
Okay, that is a fast reset, I will say. He's back into the fight quick. That is Kiriko for you. Still, ultimate advantage for Katsuya. VP have a very tough ask of them. Deadeye creates a little bit of space. Maybe the TP's got a good channel. He's up to the high ground, behind the wall. But Xion playing the cover so nicely. The Sanctuaries exchange on the payload mean there's no real value for Kevster from the Deadeye. In trouble, needs a bit of support, but can't quite get it. And isolated by the shield while Kevster goes down. Virtus.pro elect to take a quick reset and try and just get out of this fight, but Katsuya,
can you even do that though? I mean, there's 13 seconds on the clock. I don't think you can actually fully back out, so it's going to look like you're going to put down some damage here, just going to fire back.
Tracer should be able to stall this one, but Aid has the ultimate. Aid should be able to devastate them. Straight into the backline, cleanses out, and Psycho is down without the sim. Surely it's too much to ask for. Virtus.pro running out of gas in the final fight. Now Katsuya, what a battle from them here on Circuit Royale.
Wow.
Staying alive in the series with a nice hold here on third point. The Stola, heroics on the Sigma, Aid making the Xion work, Taejon getting big fights on the Sim, and then it's not just one-sided. I mean, VP are showing incredible fight, like Landon coming up with some miracle kills. Kevster came in swinging to this map, but it wasn't enough.
And I mean, this is a VP that 3-0'd Twisted Minds, 3-0'd DK just last week. I think a lot of people expected them to just kind of come into this series and cruise, but that has not been the case. Obviously, new season, new update, new balance patch, new hero, and that has definitely, made a difference today. Vistola, though, showing you like, hey, he's still got that Sigma at a high level. He's been playing a lot of Maga throughout this series, but they believe in it to the point that they go to this map and take that mirror.
Yeah, and it pays huge dividends, right? That they're able to get this win. It honestly is a scary win for Virtus.pro, because it shows that your comfort comp is not safe. Like, you cannot expect easy wins off the back of it. You are actually going to be tested even when it comes to the mirror match. The Xion works better than I even expected, actually, in the poke mirror. I was kind of worried, okay, maybe the Cassidy does a little bit too much, but those Xion ultimates were the X factor that was at times needed when all the chaos of those sim walls came down.
I mean, there's one team out there who's probably watching this one. It's Twisted Minds, right? They end up losing to Virtus.pro. An opportunity here for, Katsuya to get a win here against VP. Both of those teams would then go back to 2-1. So it seems like, everything's dire. The sky has fallen for Twisted Minds in just 1 week there. And they're right back in potential to get that #1 spot, obviously with a lot of stuff still in play. But game 5. We'll go over to hybrid. Is it King's Row here? Is that the go-to for VP?
It's honestly a tough call. I think there's an argument to be made for really all 3 maps. King's Row is probably the most standard, but for a team as good as VP, I wonder if they haven't been practicing any of the, like not many teams play Hollywood, and I think if you have a really nasty Hollywood, it could be a pretty scary pick to go to. Hollywood, I also historically, it's first and third actually historically are quite good for Rush, but second point is a real problem. Like, there's a big open sight lines, massive high ground. You wonder whether that kind of style will work in the middle of the map. If you get through that difficult middle, though, you get to third and you're still on the Rush comp, you feel amazing. You're like, okay, we're going to snowball, we're going to crush. So it's a scary one to go to, and actually it will be what's asked of Katsuya is their response to a Hollywood pick.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Xion's effective range probably not ideal in that second part of the map as well.
But Matt, Xion hasn't been banned yet, has it?
Right? I mean, they probably can. Okay, they banned the Maga instead.
The Maga ban. I like this even better, because I don't know that you can play that kind of tempo with anything else into a Sigma. Like, right? What I mean, Ramatra, I don't really see that level of aggression.
No.
Options like Queen, I wouldn't recommend it, and
Not
pretty much
playing
everyone
Diva,
else is
right?
really vulnerable to the like I feel like Sigma just does a little too much against Diva. The accretion is such a huge problem for Diva in that matchup.
Yeah.
You know, I think you're just sort of praying that the Eisnom misses those rocks, and he's been pretty solid with them so far in the series. So
Well, especially they've been
with
playing
that-
the Mizuki too, right?
Yeah, exactly. And you know, it doesn't feel good getting super aggro into that. With this ban, I almost wondered, do you have to play a Sigmar once again for Alcatsi? I mean, it worked for them last time, so maybe that's not so bad.
Yeah. I mean, Sig with Sim and just kind of run it back, right? I think the thing is, though, like, we have, like, Aid really would like to play the Shia. Like, we have, like, can you play it? I mean,
I was doubting it, and then I think what they showed is that, okay, in a very wide open map, yeah, you're not keeping up with like the core hit scan in terms of like just ranged kills and damage.
yeah.
But as soon as those maps, like Circuit Royale 3rd, gets all sorts of weird. There's all these, you know, different angles people can hit from. And honestly, sometimes in those like cloistered positions, the Cassidy doesn't feel amazing. Like your Deadeye, everyone's hiding around corners. Like, what are you really doing with that? Whereas maybe you know, some standard front-facing shield pressure, Xion can provide that, but she can also mix it up when the fights demand a little bit of extra playmaking. She could bring that.
Yeah, I think they'll probably try it. I mean, there's, I don't think you would just take like a full-on mirror. Cat Bastion available here.
I will say Hollywood strikes me as a very bad map for Cat Bastion.
Yeah,
because there's so many rooms that are close to the payload and close to the capture point on first. Like, that's the real counter to Cat Bastion is a ceiling. It's a roof over your head in which you're still in a relevant position. Maybe I'm skeptical though, frankly. I'm very skeptical.
Yes, we'll see what happens here in Game 5. This one's been a banger. VP versus Katsia. Katsia looking to upset Virtus.pro as we will head to our final map. It'll be Hollywood. We just saw Circuit Royale as Katsia take us there, and they end up winning it. So what do they have in store for us here? Where VP, they obviously get rid of the Maga. That's been really great for the rush. And Katsia getting rid of the Pharah probably leads you to believe they also want to play Sim, right?
And I think that's, in a way, like, not a protect in the ban sense, but a protect for Xion in the sense
I was going to say they haven't banned it,
I think that's the weakness of Xion, right? Well, I mean, I think VP banned first, right, in the Maga. So they're not really, Katsia, by definition, aren't protecting with their ban. But I think Xion is what I would be worried about if I was going to, or rather, Pharah is what I would worry about if I was going to play Xion Sim, that the ranged flyer poke. Psycho, they value the Sim so highly, it's hard to see Virtus.pro swapping off. But I kind of would like to see him play an Echo here. Maybe that's too crazy. I don't know. It's a sketchy one. The Pharah would feel a lot better. The Echo is a little suspect in this matchup. And then Aid could just go back to the cast and make you really regret it.
It's going to be a mirror outside of the Xion versus Cassidy. So Kev has been really good on the Cassidy, all series long. It's just, it feels like when the fights get to those close quarter natures like you're talking about, and like you kind of get, into the mix all around, that's when the Xion really kind of starts to overwhelm.
Oh, opportunity now. Both teams putting the pressure on, but it's Psycho who goes down first. Aid on the off angle. Traded back, though, so Sim's off the field. Opportunity here for VP if they want to continue to press the issue. Seems like now they'd rather back off and lick their wounds, but it's not for long. Eisnom knows that the team is healthy now. Pushes through the choke, and oh, the Katashiro return. Disastrous positioning for Zox. Wasn't ready for that kind of a re-aggression. TP's right back into the waiting arms of a Sigma. And now Aid, challenged on the flank, is going to be cleaned up by Landon, who, by the way, has been tearing apart these last few maps.
I mean, Landon always plays well. He's just, always looking phenomenal. Nice track in there by Psycho, able to win the Sim battle, as that's going to be first point taken rather quickly there by Virtus.pro. Now I think this gets interesting, right? Like, can you still play the Xion at this kind of level of range, right? Obviously,
yeah.
Huge fall off.
This is the weakness for me. Like, I wonder if we see from the Xion PoE, do you really deal damage from high ground, like, in a serious way? I'm pretty skeptical, and that's a huge problem because typically in this poke comp, you're basically playing for your hit scan to get kills from the high ground. Or else VP will just bunker in the corners and roll the cart. And Matt, that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah.
I think Katsuya have to drop to the low ground and just take a brawl.
I mean, they have to fight. Yeah, that's what they decided to do. I mean, there was no way they were going to win that. Just kind of doing that poke. Nice damage down there.
It looks like with ults traded on the point, losing the Symmetra is a pretty devastating loss. Icestomp in a bit of trouble, but actually, hold on, getting a bit of support. Now, the better Sanctuary much later into the fight from FACEIT, and that just breaks the back of Katsuya. They just do not have anything left in the tank to deal with that ultimate. Astola going to be dropping low. Capture puts a lot of damage on him. Icestomp cleans that one up. It's a difficult fight. They're really killing Psycho. I think made VP expend more than they would have liked, but in the end, Cart still rolls forward.
And that's the most important thing. So maybe now, though, Katsuya, you can get like a TP high ground, and then like I feel like you got to go quick. I don't think you can kind of sit there with the shield and just kind of poke from high ground, you know, especially against Cassidy. But then also it just doesn't feel like it does enough like serious like threat damage to warrant the response. So high ground here. See kind of what they will do with it now. Let's take a look from the shield POV. Guys, love to see that potentially what kind of damage is coming out. It'll actually be the ultimate just kind of diving on in. A 2-for-1. That's a good trade.
Oh, but Icestomp brings two back. There's actually a fight to be had. Maybe not with Pistola. Finding Psycho. Icestomp grabs Socks. I mean, there's
yeah, I mean, no, you saw FACEIT here. Yeah.
I mean, just barely. But it's hard to leave Pistola. Okay, they are going to flex. They're going to get, oh, the beautiful, what a ranged cleanse from Gala. Very nicely done on the Kiriko. Keeps the sim alive and should stifle any hope. But Pistola, or rather, Icestomp is still alive, still healthy. He's going to keep putting that pressure down. And now that he has that floaty feet perk on Sig, he's able to do a lot of work. Kevster, though, wins the challenge on the high ground. Pistola grabs this one back, though, and the sim wall stabilizes things for the moment. Seems like Virtus.pro are not going to try and step through that. They just want to back off and reset. TP out as well for Icestomp. Might keep the Sigma still in the action.
Dude, they're able to get a hold here. I actually think Katsuya can most certainly do this. The way they've looked is going to be the grasp forced out. Is you're going to have actually landed off the spawn here. Use the rush.
Kevster is so deep, but he's got a kill off that. It's worth it already. Pistola needs to grab something back here, but Psycho is fully torched. Pistola's not long for this world, especially with the Sanctuary here, allowing Psycho to further step up forward. Icestomp, insanely well-piloted fight on the Sigma. He has been alive and fighting for minutes on end, even as his team sometimes drops around him. And that pressure, I think, is going to be a huge part of the success for VP as they cap this second point.
I mean, tremendous stuff from Virtus.pro. I mean, it felt like Ice Gnome Fixa were just alive forever, and then obviously, you know, we see Kev, you know, he's like lurking in their spawn somehow, able to get a trade there. High ground taken right away here by Ice Gnome and Co. It feels like they have to be a little bit more aggressive than Katsuya, right? To kind of close that gap. Just seems like at range, unless like Aid can kind of work around the fringes and find some kills.
Yeah, Kevster, he's such a threat on these off angles. Now he's going to be the one just to peek into that back line. A chain under the enemy Sigma forces the flux out of Pistola, or rather out of Icestomp, but it's not really a force when you're actually getting kills off it. A full feed here for Virtus.pro, and they only drop Kev, who's going to be back into the fight post-haste with this close spawn distance. And Psycho with the sim wall advantage. I think we're staring down the barrel of a full cap here. Aid has to find some kind of miracle to save this.
Yeah, I mean, you do have a Deadeye, though, like, for Kev, right? You're going to be able to kind of, like, zone this out with a sim wall as well. There's the sim wall. It's going to be Aid using the ult. But, yeah, the Deadeye, I mean, what are you going to be able to do, right? It kind of goes from side to side. Yeah, not able to stay alive on the Shion there.
Love that TP from Psycho. Just sets up Kevster for a stylish little finish. And capping with 2:18 on the clock is massive on Hollywood. Remember, on Hybrid, you cap with over a minute. An overtime finish is not good enough to stay alive looking for a win. At that point, the best you could do is a draw. So for Katsuya, that's kind of worst case scenario when the opponent's cap with a minute plus. It's very hard to find your way back in the map. They need a heck of an offense, Matt.
Yeah, it's got to be just an unreal
Fixa and
push.
Icestomp.
I mean,
deathless. Deathless, Matt.
I mean, we watched it happen, right? They were just kind of like dancing Icestomp on the second part of the map. I mean, both those players were just unreal, right? They were able to just kind of stay alive forever. And they were never able on the other side for Katsuya to really kind of give any pressure to take them out. I I think you got to be playing a Cassidy here if you're Aid. I mean, it feels really tough. I know maybe it'll be a little bit better on offense and defense, but still, it feels like though.
I kind of think it's the opposite, Matt.
Yeah, it might
I think it's worse on attack. Maybe it gets you that opening window through, but I feel like Cassidy on defense, especially on Hollywood, it's so comfortable. Like when Aid had the high ground on defense, it didn't feel very good for him. He felt like he wasn't able to do much. The same can't be said for Cassidy. We know what Kevster can do from that high ground. We have seen highlight after highlight from him in that position on this map before. So for Katsuya, it's a huge test. The mental game is going to be a rough one here. I think they just have to go fight by fight and try and get maybe some cheeky picks to bring this one back in.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to do so. I'm curious how they decide to play this with the Shion on offense. I just feel like this is a pretty big advantage for VP on D at the moment. So the Kevster just kind of putting damage to them through the choke. I mean, Vestola is so low, and I mean that's kind of where you see the fire coming the other way. It's just not hitting as hard with that like kind of damage fall off and the effective range.
Yeah, and VP looks so drilled on the defense, so they don't give anything up for free. For Katsuya, they do get a way through to the high ground, which gives them a decent position, but they're going to need more than that. They're going to need to find a way to break this backyard setup. The Stola TP to the cafe could be part of it as he starts to put some cap pressure down on the point. Still, it seems like VP are ready for this. Here comes the counter TP. They retake high ground control. Psycho almost dies, actually. Has to get saved by the support. So heads up moves from VP as this one is going full chaos, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, just players just kind of all over the place. Zox actually gets caught out down low as looks like Vestola steps into the cafe. He's going to get hit with an accretion. The Flux misses on him. He actually gets hit with a Flux on the way back down. So that is a huge turn of events there where Vestola is actually able to kind of catch Ice Gnome while using his Flux in his own and take him out. And just like that, I mean, look, the brawl is where I think that like Katsuya can start to come out on top, but if it's just kind of like poke at range, that's where it feels like VP has a massive advantage. So see if
it's huge that they cap first like that.
Yes.
Though. They really needed, I think, a quick win on first to keep this game in contention, and now I think it very much still is. They're going to hold on to the high ground, if only to really deny it from the opposition. We'll have to see how long that lasts, if Akatsuya can actually win some fights up here and really snowball through seconds.
VP, they actually go down here and they'll play from the low ground over on that payload. I actually like them kind of taking this position, right? It's going to force Katsuya to kind of go down here to the low ground, just try and actually force a fight. This Beijing has to be so careful. Oh, nice Sanctuary there. Actually kind of heals, picks it right back up. Keeps everybody alive.
Simwall's out. It's traded by Psycho. Beautiful Simwall from Psycho. Feels impossible to step up through that, and it's going to allow this card to continue rolling down. Timer ticking against you. Katsuya, you got to do something. You got to break this kind of a setup. They're trying, but Vestola already fell to the rock. Even inside the Sanctuary, this fight is far from secured. Surely Aid with the ultimate can do it, but he's cut down before he can get this second and third burst off. And somehow Kevster stays alive as well, and despite being in the attacker spawn, VP stand tall as 5.
I mean, it's just, yeah, there's just more ways for them to kind of come out on top in these fights. You know, bike around the corner. I mean, are you going to have to use your, well, Katsuya doesn't have the rush. I mean, you're going to have high ground control
fight,
as
man,
well.
That fight is execution gap. Yeah, I can't even say comp gap there. That is, they got out executed. Like VP styled on them. This is the VP comfort zone. And now VP find themselves exactly where they wanted to. Hollywood second point, Kevster on high. Player's going to drop down low. They're going to sense an opportunity to get aggressive with the rush. Beautiful Flux catches the offside of the TP, ensures Gala does go down. Pistola with the Flux of his own, but I mean, there's just no one left in this fight. It's only the tank from Katsuya. No real hope for him.
Yeah, and that's like, you know, you were talking about the kind of position that, Katsuya was fighting on their defense, right? Where like VP was just underneath and like just kind of moving the cart there, and then eventually they had to drop down. That's kind of exactly what we saw there. It's just VP on the defensive side of things, right, is able to just kind of chip them down on the low ground as they're underneath kind of moving the cart. And then once they sense an advantage, they decide to drop as Fixa will yet again be building it towards another Sanctuary here rather quickly. See everybody just dropping low. Yeah, nice accretion there from Ice Gnome.
Ice Gnome floated over their heads, came in from the off angle without making a footstep, and pops the Kiri for free at the start of the fight. There is no fight when that's how it begins. beautifully executed from VP. I mean, we got to get a replay of that one.
I mean, Ngala had the Kitsune rush to use as well. I'm not saying he would have used in that fight, but still, just being completely off the table is
not a spawn
rough.
camp match, surely not. Spawn camp Saturdays, anybody? I mean, VP, they're feeling themselves now.
I mean, why not, right? Force them to just kind of use this stuff to get out of their spawn. I mean, you're able to kind of get back to that high ground so fast.
VP are so good at like fighting for these inches. Oh, another rock. This time it goes just barely wide, but Symmetra still under scrutiny. Maybe Heisnam has gone a step too far. The rush response from Gall and the rest of the team maybe not ready to get in for that one. So Heisnam, overconfidence actually, kind of throws away this fight. It does, in the end though, get a rush out for free. And with the relative dearth of ultimates ready for OWCS, that could hurt. VP going to do a retake with the entire bank available to them. And the clock, Matt, is getting a little scary for Katsuya. It's not clear to me that they have a fight loss and a reset available to them.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think, yeah, you're basically you have to be perfect from here on out, right? It's going to be the Sanctuary here used. The Deadeye is used. Oh, yeah, the Flux, yeah, drags them out of the Sanctuary. So drags them into Kepster's line of sight and takes out Taejong. That's a huge source of damage.
Kepster has to go for the touch, but still going to be comfortable. I mean, even the Flux damage blocked here from Pistola, and it is a quick enough fight for Katsuya that they do get the reset. Problem is, Matt, they blew everything trying to win it. I mean, A is close to that ultimate, but it's been so hard to use those in the early neutral fight when VP are just poking so comfortably, no cooldowns forced. Yeah. It's so scary. Something like Kitsune Rush feels infinitely more consistent here.
I mean, now VP, right, with 30 seconds left on the clock, you can kind of control this however you want, right? You do some poke from the high ground. You know, maybe they're kind of coming on in. You just drop down the rush and just decide to start the fight.
They're going to try to overwhelm here right into the face of Pistola, who takes the rock. Stays alive, though, and hold on. Maybe A can do more in this small room. Most of that damage, though, eaten up by Eisdom, and the rush still ticks onward. The kills now starting to come in. Psycho takes out his opposite number. Eisdom, a clean rocket range to drop Zox, and with it, any chance for OWCS to continue on for an upset victory. Virtus.pro, they had to work for it, but they get it done in the end, securing another win here in this stage in 5.
What a series between these two teams. I mean, VP came in as the heavy favorite, right? Everybody kind of talking about you know, how good they have looked in EMEA thus far, and Katsuya, I think, kind of really showed up in a massive way of like, and they can definitely contend with some of these top teams. As we take a look at some of our stats, Aid had a rough one trying to make the Xion work here on Hollywood, 13 deaths. And then on the other side of things, I mean, Kev looked great, but really two players we highlighted, you know, Icenom and Fixa had a tremendous final map.
Yeah, their offense is, I think, what got this one done, right? Like, it so hard to come back from this kind of a scenario, and somehow the fact that Eisnom and Fixa can stay alive for the entire offense, I mean, you just can't win in a poke mirror when there's that kind of value coming through from the opposing core.
Unfortunately, wait, that's not possible. Hello, hello.
Yeah, no,
I believe I am back. Sorry, guys. But what I was saying was, like, yeah, it's crazy that they were deathless in the first half of Hollywood. It was so impressive to see the value that they were bringing to the table. Like, if your tank's not dying, what is the other team really gonna do, right, in that kind of scenario? But regardless of how Hollywood went, I think that this was a very close series. Katsuya, they look really good with this brawly style that they're playing. This is the most Xion that we also really got to witness in the server so far here, Jake.
By far, and I think there's definitely something to what Katsuya have cooked up. I mean, taking VP to 5 is way beyond what anyone else has been able to do to this team. There were moments when it felt like they could have gotten the series win. Being able to also win on Circuit Royale is I think, a great sign for this team, that even with how good that rush is, it's not the only look that they have. So for Katsuya, even though they come home with a loss today, I think this is actually a really good sign for them in terms of what really matters to teams at this moment, which is playoffs, qualifying for Midseason Championship, being one of those top 3.
And I think Xion will end up getting more play. I think it'll be map dependent. And then I also think it's like, teams are probably going to still have to try and figure out like what role to actually play her kind of in. Because like, you can play her like how we saw with the Vendetta here in like a, you know, Tracer alternative, right? or we've seen at times where like it kind of like fits in like this hit scan type of role. I think it really kind of depends on like the geometry of the map. Like some of the close quarter maps, like you can probably get away with Xion instead of like a Cassidy, like we've seen them kind of use at certain times. But then some of the longer maps, I think if you want to play her, it might be like kind of with some type of like hit scan and like replacement of a Tracer. But then obviously Tracer's so good, you're not really sure if you're going to be doing that. So I think it'll take some time for teams to figure out how exactly to play her.
Yeah, it's really interesting, I think, because of how she slots into the DPS role with her range and whatnot. But it's going to be fun to see these teams developing their style alongside Xion, how she's going to look to fit into the meta. Got a little bit of a taste of it today. But what we also got a taste of was this VP win, guys. And I want to lock back in on that because now with VP being 3-0 overall as well, it's just wild to know that now they've solidified basically their playoff spot so early on, like you guys are saying. Moving forward, having their goals set really on that midseason championship. But we do have an interview with Ice on the line for you guys. Ice, congratulations on the win today. I want to hear a little bit about, I guess, like how you're feeling now, starting big picture. You guys have essentially secured playoffs with this win, being 3-0, being within that top 4. How are you feeling about that and VP's form heading into stage 2?
Feeling pretty good about having the playoff spot secured. Feel like especially in these like shorter seasons with less teams, like if you have like a ropey start or like a bad week, you can get like relegated easily, even if you like finish stronger, you know. So I'm pretty happy about our format now and that we're qualified to playoffs now. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to ask, I mean, you know, coming into this match, you guys maybe came in as the heavy favorites, but Katsia showed something that I think was pretty unique, right? Making the Xion work in a strat that feels like really natural for her strength as a super aggressive damage dealer. What was this match like overall in terms of, you guys come into this, I kind of doubt you expected exactly this look. It's something we haven't seen before at all. And so what was that process like as a team in terms of adjusting your play, trying to figure out the way to deal with this Katsia strategy?
Yeah, I think even watching from the outside, you could tell that we're kind of like getting surprised by these like aggressive Mauga Xion comps. You know, like they're just getting there. Like especially on that New Junk City, I feel like you could tell like we really didn't really know what we're doing. You know, a lot of the time. But yeah, I mean, we didn't really play much in practice against Xion, and we might have underestimated her going into it as well. Didn't really know that they were gonna play it, and I mean, 8 made it look pretty good, especially that ult, like him just spinning through there. That was really annoying.
Yeah, I mean, just constantly putting damage down on you guys throughout it. Like Ash said, you guys make playoffs now. How important do you guys think that, like, finishing number 1 in EMEA and having that number 1 seed, as we go into like the midseason championships and how like groups and bracket play, how important is that for you guys?
I'm not sure how important it is, but of course, winning the stage is the big goal for us right now. Like qualifying to EWC is of course the first goal, but like winning the stage would be incredible for us. So maybe not even just because of the seeding, but just because you like win the stage, you become the European champion. So I would say, I mean, yeah, that's the big goal. Yeah, that's what we're trying to do.
No, I mean, that makes sense. You guys want to take that crown for this stage 2, and you guys have had a really good start to kick things off here, Ice. Congratulations on your qualification, and thank you so much for doing this interview with us.
Thanks for having me. Goodbye.
Bye. Okay, well, now that their interview is wrapped up, let's take a look at those standings that I was talking about previously. With the 3-0 win here for VP, they've qualified into that top 4 for playoffs for stage 2 of OWCS EMEA. But Jake, they still have a couple matches to go. The rest of this leaderboard is still really wonky too. A lot of upset potential still for the last couple days here of the round robin stage.
I couldn't agree more, Ash. I mean, I think both Akatsia and Geeke, yeah, they're maybe 4th and 5th seed, but I think both of those teams have huge upset potential against just about anybody above them. So I mean, maybe Tennessee is the one team down in the doldrums trying to just maybe make it out of those relegation slots. But for the other 5, it feels like those 3 spots to EWC are very much in play. It really comes down to every single match. Like this weekend is going to be huge, next as well. Like it's going to determine the future for a lot of these teams. And it all comes on the back of a fresh new meta, a new hero. Teams like Katsia, though, really finding their footing in that meta.
I mean, Ash, I would obviously say that we're going to see VP and TM there. I think that's I feel pretty good about that. That last spot, you could sell me on just about anybody. Like it could be 1, 2, 3, 4. It could be Katsia. You could even convince me EK is going to turn up.
Matt, I don't think TM is safe. I do expect them to qual. I think they're probably the favorite squall. But they've always been safe. I don't think they're safe this time. They have to earn it this time. It is scarier than it has ever been for them in terms of a qualification question. There's never been a question. Now, I think we have to say that there is one. I think 1, 2, 3, 4 plays a new style. The way Katsia are playing, it's I want to see that matchup against TM. That, I don't know that it will be as easy as it may have been in the past.
Hey, that's super valid considering how results have been for TM. It's going to be interesting to see how that ends up panning out for the rest of this regular stage here for them. But for us, that is enough of EMEA. We are done with our 3 matches of the day. A big thanks to Jake and Matt for sticking through today with me. We do have NA OWCS coming in next, though, so we will see you guys right after this.
About it, we are who we are. There's nothing we can do about it. Save yourself from fear. Be true to who you are. Gives me a reason from ever falling down. I'm in love right now, and I can feel it. Baby, hear me and never leave me. I'm flying off the ground. If you just trust in my feelings, I can breathe again. Touching skin to skin, I feel the love. Baby, let me in, just the two of us. to love you. I want to love you. Being in love gives me a reason from ever falling down. I'm in love right now, and I can feel it. Baby, hear me. broken pieces on the floor, like you've been walking on shattered hopes. I can't believe I didn't see, but now I make you nothing but a memory. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, no, no. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, not the one. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings for good, and we gone. You got me real close, time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. My broken heart and I, my broken heart and I. I'm sick and tired of you. All this time I've been nothing but a fool. There's no more trying, we're through. How this story ends ain't up to you. I'll take a step.
What a clean fight for Disguise. That will be the team kill.
Liquid.
Jeffs has managed to get tree down.
Play for point, play for point. Side boss.
It's just going to be an explosion of death in the hands of the Dallas Fuel.
That was impressive.
And to get the touch, here comes the engage. Psycho with 3! Oh, buddy.
There's the tether, looking for the drag off, but the pickup comes through. Oh, the carrier. Empty got to the rescue.
Twisted Minds looking to close out the series here and take home the trophy. Court has done it so many times before, and he'll do it again. Your OWCS 2025 World Finals Champion.
Welcome back, everyone, to OWCS NA. I said we would be back after a short break. I really meant me, and I'm joined now by Jack and Moxie for the NA portion of this show. Week 1 really got away from us. It was upsets across the board, I think, through all regions of OWCS, but the SSG over DF upset was quite the event, especially with how stompy it was. And then you also have Team Liquid's new imports who have been treating them really nicely. We're seeing level ups here in NA. They've only dropped 2 maps so far, and all of those playoff spots are still up for grabs. You were there last weekend, Moxie. What's your take?
I mean, Molly and I, we were sort of buckling in for a potential 5-map series between the Fuel and Space Station Gaming, being like, okay, first match of the day, it's a 3-0! And it went the way of Space Station, and honestly, it was not close. Every single fight that Fuel won, they had to really fight for it. Every fight that Space Station won looked just much more comfortable, both in terms of reading the new meta, but also playing their own game as America continues to run their own compositions. There's been like some Mizuki featured. You're getting to see some of the highlights here. This was a Lunex with the Battle Cattle Orisa gameplay on Dorado, which was actually looking insanely clean. For sure, we'll be seeing more Orisa coming out of Zeb in a bit when we have our first match of the day, which I think has the potential to be the closest one today.
Yeah. It definitely does. Zeb, my Orisa goat, that is for sure. But now talking a little bit about what changes are coming in, though. We covered the patch notes at the beginning of the show, but we got to talk a little bit more about the new hero here, Jack, because Xion looks so good. We got a taste of it earlier during the EMEA portion with Aid running it. I want to get your thoughts on how she's going to look to slot into these comps, and honestly, just tell us a little bit about her in general.
The new DPS comes in and they're suddenly slightly OP. Korea's loving a little bit of Xion, and I think this hero is kind of insane. The right-click burst is probably the best part of her kit. I know people be like, but you can Reaper ult 3 times and dash, and it's like, yeah, it's pretty cool, but you can get interrupted and get Suzu and stuff. But the right-click and the accuracy you can get with it, if you hold it up, you charge time, you narrow the spread, it is crazy, man. This hero is so good. And who thought it was a good idea to give her overhealth on the shift? That is crazy. Dashing and gaining overhealth is insane. Yeah, this hero is really good. I expect it to be played a whole lot more. And what EMEA were running with the Mauga and the Vendetta and Xion, I'm like, okay, this actually might be it. They might be cooking with something here because no one dies. Xion goes in, Mauga pops Cardiac Overdrive, no one dies. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it really is kind of crazy. I think any style of Overwatch 2, it would really be suited for some of these teams. So it'd be super fun to see her being brought out this weekend. But overall, let's talk a little bit about today's schedule here as well, right? We already talked about the standings, how these playoff spots are up for grabs. But again, with such a quick regular season, all of these matches also matter so much. We have 2 matches here in NA to take a look at, and we have Lunex versus Disguise for our first one coming up next, and then that SSG versus Cafe game. Overall, I think it's going to be fun, guys. Like, quick thoughts here, Jack, as far as like how these teams are going to be stacking up.
Yeah, I think, well, to put it bluntly, SSG Cafe should be a fairly easy game for SSG. They should be a 3-0, theoretically. I mean, Cafe are starting down, what, -6 already? But Lunex and Dallas Fuel, like, it's tough. And then with how Space Station Gaming dealt with Dallas Fuel, yeah, that should be an easy one. Lunex versus Disguise, though. Like, this is going to be close. We've had a couple of 5 maps. We could be in for another one here. I think Lunex have the edge slightly, but Disguise, you know what? I give them a couple.
Hey, super valid. But let's talk a little bit about what these teams are playing for, because they're not just looking to get those spots to playoffs. It's about getting all the way to that mid-season championship for EWC in Paris, where we'll have 16 of the best Overwatch teams in the world there on LAN. It's going to be a fun one. These teams definitely want to be making it to these majors here as well. And you guys can be there with them and maybe even have the chance to meet some of your favorite players, because you guys can get your tickets for the MSC in Paris on that QR code. Make sure to scan it on your screens and also use code OW15 to get your 15% off tickets, to ensure that you can, save a little bit of cash, maybe get a little bit of merch while you're there. You know what I'm saying? Overall, though, let's get straight into this Lunex versus Disguise matchup, because we've talked and we've seen how good Lunex have gotten over time. Like, stage 1, they were so impressive. Now into stage 2, they're looking strong here once again. Moxie in this squad, Jack was just saying it. He thinks that they have it to take it up against Disguise.
I mean, they could have beat Liquid. They almost beat Liquid. When you look at that matchup, literally all of the free maps that Liquid were able to win came right down to the wire in terms of Tree being able to clutch up 3 times in those situations. So Lunex absolutely have what it takes to be able to qualify.
Yeah, I think the roster, though, that they're going against, Disguised, I think this is very competitive too. I think Lunex, it's funny because Lunex have always been that, like, oh, we could get into the playoffs, we could make it to a LAN, but they're always just kind of beat out by the Liquids and SSGs. I think Disguise, they're at a position where they can maybe beat out Lunex, but I'm happy to cast PGE again. I think that DPS2 is crazy, and the Brits have invaded as Kiwi's now on the support lineup as well. It's a good time seeing Tread. Didn't have the best opening season for his premiere into OWCS, but he has got better over time. I just want to see small improvements from him as well going on throughout this stage.
Hey, understandable. He also had a big move over to the States as well, so maybe it's an adjustment period now. Into stage 2, though, we have Lunex versus Disguise coming up next. Let's see if Lunex can take the win or if Disguise will upset.
Yes, thank you very much, Ash, Lunex, and Disguise. I've already kind of thrown my hat in the ring there, Moxie. I think Lunex are going to take this. I think it will be a 3-2. I give Disguised a couple. What are your thoughts here as we load into Oasis?
I agree with you. I think off the back of this ban as well, Disguise taking out Zonda's Reaper, which was a problem. Even Liquid themselves said that they were having issues really trying to shut the Reaper down, teleporting in, killing one of the backline, getting away with absolute murder. I think DSG are in a really solid position, especially because this was the map that they were able to pull off last time they played up against Fuel, where they were able to just totally shut down that Farah with the Cassidy. PGE, you talked about it during the rosters, has been a standout for this team. So for me, I know that PGE will be able to pull his weight. Where I want to see improvement is with the rest of the team.
I want to see who's going to be rocking the Xion. Surely PGE has 1,000 hours already. Surely. He's a grinder.
Like you said, Korea's already been playing a whole lot of Xion. EMEA opened up with a starting ban on Xion, which was like, ooh, maybe we see more of her, but it wasn't as much as Asia. But the thing is, like, they've always been 1 week ahead of the rest of the regions, it feels like, so far this year. So I think that when we do actually see some Xion properly come in is potentially next week, because there's been a fair few changes. And some things, though, still say the same. That Bastion cat, well, we did have a few nerfs coming out onto the fluidity of movement, and obviously Bastion losing the extra armor of the artillery strike. It's still a very valuable option to be able to just give something that has high burst damage, normally very little mobility, the means of taking anyone down very quickly.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised they didn't kind of tweak the tether timing on the Cat Bastion, but hey, still very valuable here for Disguised, even without the Cat. PGE rocking the Bastion already, and Tread on the Sig. So it's just going to be teleporting the Bastion around. Hopefully PGE can come up with the goods required here, because Zomba and X10 aren't exactly a DPS duo you want to be facing, especially if you're the amount of weight on your shoulders right now, as PGE is going to be the only damage available at this range.
Yeah, you're going to have Zomba and X10 setting up a really good crossfire. Zeb can anchor onto this point, making it really difficult for PGE to actually find a standing position. But there we go, Simpty onto the high ground, interception and boot by Concussor.
Easy boot for Zomba. Yeah, now Tread's out of position, sadly, as well. It's so easy to rotate as well for Lunex's comp, too. It's the Pharah you can't CP on top of. Like, Zeb you can, but Zeb has so many CDs to stay alive. X10's got a dash. Like, it's so hard to teleport. And it looks like PG deciding, yeah, okay, need someone to actually kill the Pharah. Cast anytime.
Bastion's gone. It would have been good holding the space if you won the first fight, but almost impossible to get back into a good position. So PGE onto the Cassie, trying to shut down Zomba, but Lunex have the grace of positioning now, and Zomba can play around cover.
Oh, good spear onto PGE. Better Suzu, though. Good stuff from Car. Again, being able to rotate with these TPs is so good. They're just going to... Well, I wouldn't even call that a teleport, to be honest. You could have walked. It would have taken you the same amount of time. As now Zomba is going to just take on these off angles and has Barrage in 15%. So again, PG is the only real person here to actually check Zomba in the sky.
I mean, the good thing is they're taking so much damage, Style has unmatched rush.
Yeah, there's the rush on the point already. Golden for Zeb as he ends up backing off. PG now making use of that increased attack speed. They're going to give that one away for free. Hopefully you don't lose too many people. But no, PG and Tread still come up with kills. Now, Disguise looking for the cleanup. Should be able to get that one. Zeb's not going to kill anybody.
Oh, late kill as well onto Zeb, just stopping Lunex from being able to regroup a little bit faster. Means as well that Disguise will start folding back some of that point percentage they're missing. We really need to see how Zomba will be able to make this Pharah work into this next fight. Z at least has the advantage of one-sided Kitsune Rush, but with the Sim TP for Rocket as well as the Symmetrical Wall, it's not going to be that win condition it was for Disguised.
See if Zomba can actually get in a position where he can off-angle, because right now is just PG looking at him. Irma, there you go, there's the boot. And here comes the overclock as well. Wall's going to stop that one. Oh, and the barrage, that is the saddest barrage I've ever seen. Straight into the wall. In fact, both DP assaults getting negated completely by Rocket there. Once again, Zomba finds an off angle. But without those ults, could be rather tough. Like you mentioned before, though, one-sided Kitsune Rush. Z pops it down as she surges the team forward. And a free flip there for Disguise. They're actually just going to pop the Flux so they come back in. Like, this connection has to be massive. It's going to be in the small rune there. Ends up connecting with Zeb, of all people, but hits the Golden real quick. Kiwi pops the sound barrier, but Nemwite's orbital ray straight on top of Zeb. It's just too much damage and healing to deal with, as Lunex win that fight easily.
Yeah, but Disguise will pendulum swim back into this next one, though, surely. Like, you fish for a little bit of time, or you use Deadeye to be able to zone Lunex back. Skull's able to build one-sided Kitsune Rush yet again, and Disguise can try and flip back. Problem for them is that if Lunex don't lose someone on the disengage, they can very easily kite it out and then play the second turn.
Oh, OT approaching now. There's no wall available to stop Zomba. High noon for PG. Teleport across. Everybody knows this game, though, at this point in time. Zeb takes... Wow, that wasn't even 1 point of damage, it felt like, as Zomba tries to stem in the sky straight on top of PG. And unfortunately, Kiwi, you cannot boot Pharah. Nice little direct as well. No, it's a rush, but unfortunately, Disguise health bars are looking rather low as Zomba takes yet another kill. That's 3 for the Pharah. Make that a 4th? Not quite. X10 steals it as Lunex get the first round.
Yeah, PGE swaps a Tracer to try to get a touch in OT. That round is done the moment Zomba's able to hit that barrage onto the Cassidy. Like, Disguise, they've got, like you said, that Deadeye with the Sim TP, but everyone from Linux knows it, plus you're running the Orisa. So if you get a good Javelin throw or Javelin spin, that ultimate is entirely avoided. It's all about the Pharah though. Like, Disguise have to put so much pressure on the point itself and forcing Linux back so they don't lose someone on entry. No one marks the Pharah with the ultimate, who wins the round for Lunex. Starting now on City Center, this first fight's going to be so very important because if Lunex win it, yet again, the crossfire of the Pharah and that Sojourn will be really problematic for PGE to claw any space of his own to try to keep Zomba contested. But if Disguised win it, they're in a position to shoot the Pharah down before she becomes a problem.
Oh, here we go. Okay. Zomba on the Xion. What I want to see here. X10, of course. Very good on the Sojourn, so keep her on that. No problem. Looks like Zomba taking an off angle here. Still very much an option for Xion. And dealing with the Tracer too. The right clicks, like, it's pretty easy to force the Tracer to recall. So
yeah, especially
you're going to have to be scared.
You're camping health pack. You've got a pocket in the form of Z. Bike connection onto PGE gets him low enough that he forces to just disengage onto the health pack, which means that Linux have full control of the angle. Just turn on the Kiriko.
Yeah, like, what do you do in that situation? What do you do in this situation? And Zomba is just on the off angle, throwing bikes at you, and then you try and run towards him. But like you said, you got the bike, you got a dash, which gives you over health, like, very self-sustaining. It's a real rough spot.
Yeah.
Let's see if Tread wants to change here. Just sticking on the Sigma, I'd imagine. Yeah, but you have to deal with someone on the off angle.
Cass gone, Sojourn picked up for PGE instead. So farm off of the Orisa's health. Potentially use things like the disruption as well, stopping Zomba from being as aggressive, trying to control those off angles. Since if you're looking at the Sojourn, you're not looking at the Tracer. Like, Rocket can find an in to try to hit that Juno and look for the one clip, but Linux are doing such a good job at guarding their back line.
Oh, there's the railgun charge. Oh, beautiful little connection with the right click for Z. Making sure they heal them up with the Suzu, and yeah, motorbike flying at your face, then a dash. You got over health. Now PG has to farm yet another rail. Should be very easy though off the Orisa, but it's taking time, which is the problem here for Disguised.
There's a combo that they can do as well, like Spree into Terror Surge or Orbital Ray. That's a lot of damage Disguised won't be able to shut down.
Oh wow, and just like that, the fight is already won. I think that Ray came down at the pixel perfect time that PGE died too. So really rough fight there for Disguised.
I mean, they've got Pulse Bomb, but Rocket's just not getting any space to be able to get close enough to attach it. Plus you have to worry about like Suzu being up and around. PGE will have the overclock. Linux not running that Lucio will be vulnerable during it. That's really what Disguise are going to be trying to hinge their hopes on, since this next fight will be a rush mirror.
Don't die to X10 using Railgun Challenge. Almost impossible, they say. Has Science gone too far when X10's got Railgun? Just kills the whole team.
Well,
Let's have a look if PG can cut a match.
At least. So Disguise will be a little bit more sustaining in the face of the Sojourn ult.
Oh, well, they haven't got support. Oh, the Ajax. Oh, Kiwi. You haven't got sound barrier anymore, son. Zomba with a dirty 4K. Oh, and he gives us a little drift as well. A little donut in the car park after that one. Oh my goodness, Lunex. Put in Disguise in the dumpster. Yeah. That was disgusting. Chat, can we get a little clip on that one? Put it on socials real quick. Thank you very much. A little, a clean little 2-0.
I don't think Xion died once.
I don't think she did.
I mean, like you said, who decided to give this DPS over health on dash?
She's pretty good.
Because every time Zomba was able to just aggressively take the lane, throw the motorbike, starts taking some chunk damage from the Sojourn, instantly dashes back, which sets up the angle for the execution, followed up by just the primary. And then because of the overhealth, you still have the sustainability to survive the Sojourn check. It's insane what Zomba's able to get away with.
She's pretty good. There you go. Take that into your rank games. Just do that. Just 50 times and you'll be champion. Think about that, chat. Think about that. Yeah, Zomba looks real clean on it. We'll obviously get a highlight of that in a second, but that was the pick as well from that first fight. Being able to hold a right click like that and then insta-kill somebody is just insane. Look at the Ajax. Boom, there it is.
Yeah,
Like, that's not just the Ajax, that's also stopping Skull's Kitsune Rush. Right, that's why all of the kills come through so quickly on the side of Lunax afterwards. Skylar's setting up to match Kitsune Rush onto the actual point, and then you're wanting to use the overhealth of Sound Barrier so that you can actually survive and win out the fight, because you know that Juno used Orbital Ray the fight before, which is why Zomba knows that you have the green light to go ahead, throw the ultimate in, and catch the Lucio before you can hit the ground. Like, the damage coming off of that spree, it's so fast, Jack. It really is something that Lucio players have to worry about.
Dude, Reaper players and Reaper in he's crying right now. He's like, wait, you guys can dash in your ult and there's like 3 bursts of it and you get overhealth. I have a shift and a TP and I have to stand still. Like, or basically still.
Power creep. That's
pretty
what
good.
it is.
No, she's cool. And she's cool to watch too, which is why I'm really excited to cast these ones. I think Xion in general, I think it's going to get picked a whole bunch, especially in these comps that can just engage very quickly. You can have 2 different kind of playstyles with her. You can play it like Zombo is playing there. Well, I hold an off angle, I try and find a pick, I divert attention, and then our front line just holds the point. Or we can just go in. We can just hold W and run at them, and then Xion finds someone with a right click, or is able to dash in the fight and just out sustain the enemy front line kind of thing. New Queen Street is our second map here. This guy's picking this one, rather disgruntled, I'd imagine, especially off that last round. Wasn't close. I think it was 1 death each player at the very end there for Lunex. So crazy.
Well, they just kept everyone away. Like, they always took the first turn, so no one was able to really get past the bouncer check of the Orisa and the Xion on the off angle. So even though you're running Kiriko Juno, which means if a Tracer gets through, your Juno should be absolute mincemeat, we never really got to see that come into fruition. As I was about to say, do we think that we actually catch a Xion ban?
Of course,
on
yeah.
New Queen Street? Because, like,
surely.
if Disguised aren't ready to deal with this, going to push a map which allows that Xion to be able to set up on multiple different angles, have multiple ways actually where you can get to the high ground. There's some really cool bits of tech that you can do with Xion, where when you ride your bike, you can clip into walls, which then pushes you up. And New Queen Street has a lot of places where that tech finds its home. So I think the easy answer is just ban the Xion and force the Tracer 1v1.
Guess what? Map 3, 4, and 5 can't ban Xion, so there's that as well. Disguise, you got to pull out something crazy here. PG, I know you got it in you. You got to pull out the Xion at some point. Is that the same bike as well from the Tracer highlight intro and the Kiriko one? Just got it. Maybe same.
No,
brand?
surely not.
Sure.
It's a Hashimoto bike. There's actually a Hashimoto logo on Xion's
No, but
bike.
like, is it the Hashimoto bike that Tracer's riding in that highlight intro? I'd have to check.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, there's a highlight intro with it. Sweet.
Mizuki
Well, there's the
ban.
second ban. Yeah, Mizuki. What do you think of this one?
I mean, I'm not surprised to see Mizuki get banned. Mizuki did actually get a buff coming out of this patch where, wow, that's what, 3 patches in a row now Mizuki has had buffs. This one wasn't even a perk buff. This one's actually like useful. It's really useful actually. It's the fact that you can use your teleport and go much later, right? It lasts longer and then it also comes back faster. And something about Mizuki as well that a lot of people don't see. They think like, oh, 11-second cooldown on teleport, that's actually quite long. No, that thing starts the moment that you actually use your talisman. So it's actually only about 6 seconds once you use it that you get it back. So you can actually be very aggressive with Mizuki and go for some flank plays and then teleport back to your team. Plus, some teams just don't want to have to run into his ultimate. If you're relying on something like Emre or Sojourn to be a win condition in the fight, taking out Sanctuary is one of your best bets.
Yeah, it feels like over the last few patches, and obviously Xion as well, it's like we are playing flank watch. That's all we've been playing. It's just we will make flankers just really, really good. Like Kiriko as well is a perfect shining example of that too, back when she was released, even when she had double teleport, and obviously she's still very good at doing that as well now. That kind of playstyle has just been upped so much. And plus, Mizuki, after receiving 3 buffs, he's going to be almost perma-picked, right? Like, he is ridiculous. And people have gotten so good with the Sanctuaries, which is another thing. It's kind of another hurdle you have to climb when it comes to like OWCS, like tier 1 esports competition, is just the ability to use it as effectively as possible. And EMEA, we saw some insane sanctuaries today. So we're probably going to see a little bit more Mizuki. Won't be in this map though, and we'll definitely see some more Shion. But new Queen Street, we're going to load in. What do you think the tank look is going to be here for both teams?
I mean, likely Zeb on Orisa. I feel like unless you ban out the Orisa, Zeb will just always try and pick it up as much as he's possibly able to. DSG, they've got a few options. Like, you could go Sigma, you could go Diva, especially now that the Mizuki's been taken off the table, right? Because that chain going through both Defense Matrix and Sigma Shift is really problematic for those two tanks to have to deal with, especially Diva, who's hyper reliant on the boosters for that mobility to be able to zip in and out of those fights. So we'll have to see. I feel like Tread's more comfortable on things like the Sigma. There's always a shout for Mauga as well, Jack. I hate that we have to say it, but there is always a shout for Mauga. But I think for Tread, like, especially because you know that Zeb will be on the Orisa, it's likely the Sig over the Diva.
I think Mauga, we saw it in EMEA a little bit. I still think Mauga's very good with the Vendetta, with the Shion. I think it's very powerful right now. Well, it looks like it's going to be almost what we're almost reverting back to this style with both Sojins, Zomba on the Tracer, Rocket just still on the Sim to try and teleport Tread around. And then the not necessarily slower backline for Lunex, but without the perma speed of Lucio.
Yeah, but Zomba's the only Tracer on the field. Lunex not going for the Sim, so Zomba will have a lot of freedom of playing away from the rest of his team, which means this guy's still on flank watch.
Cool. Randomly dying to Kunais. We're so back. Oh, Z surely gets out. Okay, oh my goodness, he was so low. All good though. Still willing to take Staircase, of course, but this guy's they happy to kind of play on this corner. Not the happiest of all time, obviously, losing that first fight, but they're not going to be uncontent holding it.
Watch this guy's move here because their backline keeps going low, and Lunex and Zomba, in particular with Z, just continue to apply pressure behind this guy, so they can't really focus on anchoring the point itself, which means that cut's moving fairly fast.
Yeah, PG needs a railgun connect here, needs a kill. Otherwise, they are just not going to get off this angle. Oh, they force Suzu at least, but again, PG can't really push off this, considering Zomba is playing right up in his face. And in fact, they're just going to go straight towards PG. Good call from Seb. Shot call on there from Lunex was real nice. Suzu comes out, insta-kill on PG, you can't escape.
Yeah, the Javelin throw as well from Zeb sets up the stun on Sojin, so you can't get back to your Kiriko or your Lucio, and Lunex just instantly up at the back with that one kill. It's the Sojin that's holding them back, right? The threat of getting one-tapped by that fully charged rail. The moment that PGE is gone, this guy's chances at winning the fight go with it, and Lunex will easily be able to pick up that first checkpoint, and don't even really have to overstep their boundaries. They can just rely on sending Zomba into the backline to turn this guy's attention and give them space to kite away from Skull's one-sided rush.
Yeah, clean and concise team fights as well. They didn't use any ults because they didn't have any. Now they got some. And now if they can kind of win the fight here, they got a checkpoint, and then they get their march on to... Oh, my Tread. Where did my guy go? Well, that's unfortunate.
Right? Tread just moves away from the rest of his team, uses shift. Zeb waits for that to be done, throws the Javelin, which again finds connection, which is instantly followed up by X10's rail shot. Like, Lunex is just so coordinated off of when Zeb sees a target, knows that they're low, knows that they're killable, and instantly jumps onto the kill.
Like the rush, Stick lands on the ground, everybody dodges it, but someone's got to log Zomba. Just check Zomba real quick, someone please. Well, Zeb's in the spawn. Has got Terror Surge, doesn't use it, doesn't matter. X10 picks up the kill onto PG and is now just dominating the game. Although the Flux should put her to rest. Hang on a second, she still kills Kiwi. Don't know how, but they got 113 meters and Lunex. It's fine to lose this fight, guys. You're going to have a lot more time left. Tread eventually puts down X10, but I mean, within 3 minutes, getting 113 meters that's Avril thing. Like, straight up. The map might be done.
I mean, Tread uses Flux as well.
And why?
So, Nenoi is just waiting.
Nenoi's out. Okay.
Yeah,
wow.
Nenoi is totally out. Will be entirely unchecked. Now it means that you're speeding Zeb into a position to hold this corner, which means that just guys don't even get full push.
They're going to full cap. Foxy, head to break to you. They might full cap. There's a sound barrier from Kiwi. He actually connects with the ground this time, thankfully.
Yeah, but Lunex just back up.
Terra Surge, Tread's really low. Is on Diva now, of all things, as well. X10 puts down the Dark Lord as Tread loses mech. But yeah, a quick regroup here for Lunex is required, but they're still up a player. I'd say a player and a half. I mean, Tread doesn't have mech, so he's not going to be too useful. Oh, they're going to chase down the Baby Diva eventually. Spear goes wide. Shouldn't matter, though. And there come the kills. Oh, PG. He's ripping all. He got one. Hang on a second. He's got 70 HP. Surely he gets another. He just needs one pick here. A single extra would have been enough, you'd think. Respawns are going to come in for a disguise here, Moxie, but Lunex are just pushing this on to this final point.
I mean, if you're disguised, you're treading water until Skull gets rush. Lunex will back off. They want to have Z's rush to match. And also, like, the more they back off, Zomba gets that freedom to flank into Disguise back line, which then turns Paranoia. And Disguise don't get to hold the angles as cleanly as they want.
Z's just going to rush around the corner, then they're going to roll over them. Scar's going to have to respond, and then Zomba maybe hits the post one. They got an orbital ray and 10% as well. Good rock onto Zeb, though. Easily kills the Orisa. Stick from Zomba is nasty onto Kiwi, but PGE finally on the board. Double railgun kill. Disguise have the bomb.
Yeah, but Lunex have one-sided Ray into this next fight. Disguise at least going to put Rocket actually onto the Mei, so you're playing a little bit more of a brawly survival style. On the objective, you can use things like that Mei will try and shut down some of the movements of Lunex, especially with how aggressive Zeb has been. There's the Ray invested, and Disguise just have to give up all his space.
At least give them a meter. Come on. At least give them one. Well, Zeb ends up going down. That's a fantastic start. I like Rocket's change up here onto the main. Much easier to brawl out in the front line now. You're playing much more of a kind of a front to back comp rather than playing for picks on a flank.
Poke as well with Kiwi on the Alari too. So you can sort of hold your own against both Zomba Z and Nenwai. And speaking of, Nenwai's already down. So Disguise getting early kills on the Orisa and then late kills onto both the Tracer and the Juno. Meaning that they're finally, for the first time this round, Jaws, actually able to move the bot forward.
I think this high ground control here from Disguise just needs to be permanently held, especially with how Lunex now want to play with this Reaper too. Zomba is just going to be walking forward, forcing Tread to hit that shiv. Kiwi is on low ground, no outburst, has got the ult though, so might be okay. Forces actually a nice Mei wall too. Can they actually get to the mega health back? He does, but yeah, no shift. So good pickup onto Zomba. They're up a player, 4v5.
Yeah, but can Lunex find the trade on PTE, who has the overclock? Speaking of overclock, X10 uses hers.
What? There are like 3 different fights happening. Zeb went into a 1v4 in the mega health pack room. Ends up going down anyway. X10 rips the head off of Skyle. There's still 3 minutes to go and 119 minutes for Lunex. I mean, Disguise needs to play these fights perfectly.
I mean, Lunex is just forcing fights though. They're forcing fights, they're forcing ultimates, which is in turn slowing the distance that Disguise are able to pick up despite Disguise winning them. Zeb now seeing that there's both the Mei in play, ops off of the Orisa onto the Zarya, so you can just go into a brawl of your own, plus bubble Zomba, which means that Tread will be under so much more pressure.
Yeah, free energy as well for the Zarya, so Zarya is going to be perma charged as well. Rush for Z, rush for Skull, as well as this Captive Sun for Kiwi. I reckon the Mythic skin just yet. I'm a little bit disappointed, I can't lie to you. There's the rushes and the Blizzard as well. Now Zeb's going to be in trouble. PG trying to hold on here in the doorway, but a nice little double shot there. Zomba and Nenwai end up going down. Checkpoint is going to get secured in a matter of moments here, as Lunex almost letting it slip through their fingers, but still a mountain. This, well, a very small hill, I suppose, if you really want to be literal about it. They still need to climb.
That Disguise will have to climb, and they don't have a lot of ultimates to be able to crest it. Kiwi with Captive Sun is all, but Zeb with Bubbles should be able to shut that one down. If you're Lunex, you're just playing for Ray. Disguise have no good answer to it outside of just disengaging, but that means that Lunex will be able to push the bot back.
Okay, well, they're just waiting, biding their time at this point. Captive Sun from Kiwi. Can this actually connect? Oh, it's 2 players hiding on the stairs. Actually completely split up for the rest of the team. ZX10 already down now. Lunex, 190 meter lead. Surely a fumble can't be this huge. Zomba falls down there to the outburst as a team kill connects. An ult's coming up here for Disguise.
Yeah, that positioning on stairs, like Linux, maybe they were wanting to use the Raider force this guys to back away, then have two players catch the disengage and cut them off. That actually catches them totally out of position with the swing, and Linux now going to have to be hyper-reliant on the ult, so they have to just brute force disguise back.
Oh, here comes the Flux. Obliterate's going to come in as well. XN looking for the one single kill. Looks like PG is going to help finish off Zeb. Death Blossom connects with Shred, though. So, still, only a minute to go. 18 meters separating the team right now. As Lunex, they've got sport advantage, too. If they can just brawl out and survive as 5 here, they might be good for the win still. Blizzard's going to be good for 1 here from Rocket. Now he's chasing down more. Z gets pounced on by PG. The railguns are hitting straight and true now for the Sojourn.
This is so good from Disguise because what they've done is they've split Lunex, they've killed Z late, which means that she's respawning late to this fight. She won't be able to board up Rush to match Skiles.
Okay, Graviton Surge here. This is the game ender. This is the game decider here. X10 pops the ult already. It's overclock. Not finding too much purchase, though. In fact, she has to just slide all the way back. Now you have to bait out hands. If you don't bait out hands here, it could be disastrous for Zeb. You can attach it to the wall, of course, but the grass does have quite a decent distance in front of your face there. Rush is going to come in. Skull ends up going pretty low there. PG trying to duel out against X10 who went a bubble, but still, PGE comes out on top. Graviton Surge Hughes and Zeb just mows them down, or beams them down, I should say, as Lunex, not quite the fumble that Disguise were hoping they played. 119 meters off of the rip, and they come out with the dub. A 2-0 lead in the series.
Yeah, smart call from Lunex. Like, yes, it's a very early overclock from their end, but it achieves its purpose. It gives Z that space to build up Rush to have match for Skiles. Like, that's what you're worried about. You know that you still have the distance lead. You just have to win out the fight outside your spawn, and you'll have the ultimates as long as you can keep Disguised at arm's length for the next 15 or so seconds, which is perfect time for an overclock. You'll be able to achieve that. So, some very smart stuff from Lunex, especially like at the start. But man, the fight that they lost multiple times in a row, Disguised were adapting really well to the Orisa.
That was way close. Avril Theory still intact. Way closer than it needed to be, though. That was 9 meters difference from Disguise picking up the map and going 1 apiece. 119 off rip. By the way, within 3 minutes. That is how absurd that was. It is such a tremendous lead that, like you highlighted, Moxie, the kind of fumbles from fight to fight to fight, like losing players, even getting like straight up team killed, enabling the point cap. That is something you need to look back in the VOD, I think, if you're Lunex.
Like, there too. The fact that your Soji and your Kiryu both get caught on stairs by Captive Sun, of all things, as well. And you're not able to just blip out before the Captive Sun hits. Like, there were some fumbles, but that's what we've seen from Lunex, right? You talked about it in the pre-show. They're the team that should be able to qualify, but in the past, they've been pipped to the post so many times because they've done so good to a point, but never quite been able to crest that final hurdle. And we even saw a little bit of it last week where they looked really strong on attack, but the moment that they had to go on the defensive, things just fell apart when they weren't able to control when the fights actually kicked off.
Which is funny because there's not really a true defense here, but you can see that point illustrated perfectly when they're just like losing back-to-back fights and they are on their side of the map. New Junk City is going to be the pick here for Disguised. See if they can round this one out. Technically, there is a point of defending here. You're defending the point when you've got the cap, Moxie. But yeah, we'll see how they end up doing. Xion cannot be banned now, so come on. We've got to see more of that Zomba. And on a map like this, too, with the amount of high grounds and stuff, it does feel so good.
It's perfect, especially because you saw the strain that Disguised were put under by the Tracer on New Queen Street. Like, even when we moved to forward spawns active for Lunex, Zomba being able to just worm his way multiple times into that backline with the threat of Pulse Bomb was so clutch for so many of those instances that if Disguise are having real issues being able to keep those flanks in check, that will be an issue that continues to rear its head on New Junk City. And it will be very interesting to see, well, they can't exactly ban out the Tracer because Zomba would just play the Xion. So it's like, you're sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't ban a DPS, because both the Reaper and the Xion will be active here. So maybe what you actually do is you take matters into your own hands and ban out a tank.
This is the new Beyblade comp when you play Xion and the Reaper at the same time, and you both spin, and then you both win. Looks like they're going to decide to ban the Orisa instead, so it's going to be a tank focus ban for Disguised. See what Lunex want to ban. What do you think? Because for me, I'm like, realistically, what do I ban off of Disguised? Do I ban... Okay, it's going to be Cassidy. Sure. I mean, I don't hate it, to be honest.
Yeah.
It does leave Lunex's DPS line a lot more free of like flashbangs hitting your face every 5 seconds. So, yeah, don't hate it at all.
Taking out Hinder and also taking out something that has the range to be able to out DPS a Xion or a Tracer. Like, that's what you're really worried about, especially because PGE has been on absolute fire lately. Being able to play the Cassidy and shut down things like Pharahs, Tracers, Xions, it forces you to have to put so much more resources into being able to clear out that one DPS, when if you're playing something like a Tracer, you don't want to be taking resources from the rest of your team. The whole point of Tracer is that she's self-sufficient, so that the more people whose heads turn in the fight that she's engaging with, the more value the rest of your team, your frontline core, will be able to achieve when they walk with player advantage. So it totally defeats the purpose. If Cassidy is in and you're having to send something like a Kiriko to be able to have the safety to send a Xion or a Tracer towards clearing that flank.
Xion's pretty self-sustaining as well. Little dash there for the overhealth. Like, you do a lot of damage on the flank. You're not someone that you could really, truly 1v1 and it feel fair at all. Don't forget as well to connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch account, or YouTube account as well. I believe you can connect it there. But yeah, there's a lot of drops being thrown in for this stage. So yeah, June 13th to July 2nd, you're going to get your drops. Don't worry. A couple of little name cards there. A couple of battle pass skips, which is quite nice. And of course, the Overwatch Esports loot box. I did open a Chengdu Hunters Farah. I pulled the Jimmy Farah. Very classic.
I think my best esports drop, I got a Path2Pro player exclusive.
Oh, really? Wait,
yep, 2019 and 2021. Player exclusive icon that they only gave to people who participated, and spray that they only gave to people who participated.
It was the Chibi Genji Tracer, right?
It was the Chibi Genji Tracer.
Yes, I do remember those. I'm still happy that the Chengdu Hunters ones are in, because they're not technically in the little shop thing either at the moment. So yeah,
yes,
a massive W. Yeah, so make sure you connect your account. You'll earn the loot box eventually, and yeah, you can rock some old Overwatch League goodies. Let's jump into this one then. Disguised. No, obviously not kind of pivoting right now to the Xion, but Lunex might not do it here either. With Zomba hovering the Sim.
Zomba was earlier on the Xion before he swapped onto the Sim, so likely Sim TP to just get the team out a little bit faster. As Disguise taking the Orisa away means that we're going to be having some more of that Ram May brawl. No Juno in play, just Lucio. Speed boost, and there it is. Zomba will be going for the Xion to off angle, which means that Disguise yet again going to have to play flying quads, except this time without the cast.
Wait, this is the true Beyblade comp. We have two. We have Zomba and X10. They will be spinning when they hit their ult. This is perfect. Just what I wanted to see. I like Zeb picking up this Zarya too. Problem is against the Ram and the Bastion, it's not that good. It's just not that good.
It does just get popped. Quite literally, right? You Zarya self-bubble, and then your bubble gets popped, and then your health bar gets popped. And I think it's actually like a really good answer to what Lunex have been wanting to run, because like Lunex, they want to set up the flanks for Zomba, which means that Zeb will be alone and Disguise just ignore the Xion and go for the Zarya without our team tank to anchor Lunex's composition. They all just crumble.
Zomba's gonna have to find a mean off angle, but again, no one's off angling for Disguised either. So realistically, you're fighting and you're forced to front, like fight to front to back. Throw the bike in. Wow, that went quite wide. Unfortunate. Quick rotation here coming through from Disguise, trying to wall people off with that Mei, but looks like Disguise right now, for the moment at least, have found an answer to this comp that Lunex are bringing. Here comes the form from PG, but my god, that damage from Zomba. PG didn't know where his health bar went. Like, instantly killed.
4 health. Oh, Zomba uses the extra armor from the dash to get the life.
End up killing Shred as well. I mean, this should be a flip for Lunex. I mean, Rocket was also
Skylar's
kind of
just
carrying
pinned.
there with only a couple of kills on the Mei, but wow.
Yeah, Skull just gets totally pinned down by the 1v1 duel against Zomba, which means that no one's there to heal Tread. So, Lunex, like Disguise did in the first fight, roll the tank, set up shop on the point. Skull at least, though, one-sided Kitsune rush. Disguise have been using that to leverage these fight wins so often this series. This one should be no different.
Z is going to have theirs pretty quick, though. Like, one little heady. There you go. Instantly, yeah. One little headshot, a little bit of extra damage, a little bit of extra healing. You should be good to match. See if X10 can come up with something beautiful here. With her ult. There it is. Overclock first. Ends up getting shielded as well by the Zarya. Over the top. Through the crack in the dome. Doesn't find anybody just yet, but forces Disguise to hide.
QB's got the beast, though. Off of that pause. There's the spree, and Skull's gone.
Yeah, unfortunately now, no main healer here for Disguise, and the Blizzard is just going to go by the wayside. So, 15 HP. Actual 9 lives type behavior, cat behavior from Zomba right now as Lunex end up capping that first point. Sky just needs to survive, and unfortunately, the damage from Zomba and how sneaky he was too, coming up from the low ground. Yeah, just too good for Disguise to deal with.
I mean, everyone gets caught up looking at X10's overclock, right? They all have to position away from the Sojin for it, which means that Zomba can close up the distance and go for who you really want. Kiriko. Now Lunex still have the rush to be able to match up to Skull, but could potentially even take Skull early out of the fight again.
Now, this is the kind of comp that I thought would be really good. The Vendetta, even with the Xion. Vendetta's just
Zarya
so
bubble for
good at just
engagement too.
getting in there. Yeah, exactly. I think Xion right now, PG, more confident, more well-trained, I said. More well-versed on the Sojourn, of course. Graviton Surge is good. Should be a fairly trivial fight here. You just don't have the time, really, to build up Graviton Surge of your own if you're Tread there, so Zeb knows it's like not going to be a grab fight.
Well, you saved Rush. Zeb uses grab to offset Skull's rush. Z gets to hold her own for the next fight. This is devastating for Disguised, because now you're probably going to lose the fight that happens afterwards, because you have to get Rush out. And then when you pull Rush out, you have to worry about Sound Barrier. Nemwhite, she's already got it, so you're not going to be relying on Rocket's Sundering Blade ripping all of the health off.
Can Zomba get another cheeky flank? Playing on the flank currently. It's going to be harder to deal with Rocket, of course, if Rocket does end up going for a big engage, but that dash with the overhealth plus the bike, it does tip the scales in Zomba's favor, it feels like. There's the overhead dash there from Rocket, but in, out, both bubbles used. Happy though, I would say. Force the rush.
Yeah. Force the rush also buys point %. They're still holding on to Sound Barrier for when PGE gets his overclock online for Disguise to walk with that. This is final fight territory.
Oh, good railgun hit there initially from PG. It's going to be a 4-man sound barrier here for Lunex as they do try and push onto the back line. They managed to focus down Rocket here to about half HP, but a little bit too nimble as PGE takes over the fight. That's a triple kill for the Sojourn. And that'll be that for Lunex. They have to back all the way out. That sound barrier, while decent for Nemwhite there, they weren't able to actually collapse on an individual player.
I mean, Disguise, though, they're playing on the wire for all of these next fights. 98% for Lunex. Win one fight, they've got that point. Disguise, this is the true test. Shut down Zomba, shut down X10, make sure that Skull is able to safely get his rush on the field. As you can see, Zomba, we're playing flank watch yet again.
Oh, there's Rocket straight in, though. It's got the bubbles. Oh, the Graviton Surge. Jump straight into it. Not where you want to be, Zomba. Oh, hey, my best advice there. Don't jump into the grab when you're rolling. Unfortunate there for Zomba. Lunex,
X10
they just get wiped. And yeah, X10 also blowing the ult there too. As Zomba says, you know what? That's enough. We need front to back. We need a Reaper.
Yeah, Zomba comes through on the Reaper now, but if you've used the overclock, Disguise will just be so happy. They've got Rush, they have Soundbar, they have no reason to be forced into using it. Like, Lunex will still try to take this fight, likely just to force ultimates and try and build one of their own. Maybe Zeb can get a Hail Mary of the Graviton through once Kiwi's keeps strong.
Rocket's already in the backline as well. This fight is completely split up for Lunex, and I'm not sure they're going to be able to even touch. Yeah, that was a nice engagement actually from Rocket. Received bubble from Tread, went to the other choke where they know they're trying to off angle, and then Tread uses the like a self bubble to then push on into the other choke, like up on that high ground. So really nicely executed from Disguise there as we move on to the next point.
Rocket's holding Sundering as well. which now means that when Nenwai gets her sound barrier online, she can't use it until the Vendetta ults. Or Linux have to do everything in their power, including maybe solo grabbing Rocket, to make sure that Sundering does not shred off the sound barrier, because that means that Kiwi just has straight advantage.
Yeety grab, you won't. Oh, yes, you will. Good sound barrier, though. And they're kind of behind this corner, too. Sundering Bait from Rocket. That's a whole lot of damage from X10. She ends up throwing the Disruptor shot in right on top of the grab, but the overhealth kind of dealt with all that damage that was incoming. Now Zeb with a lot of green overhealth, now putting themselves on point. Linux do end up using the sound barrier. They kill PG, and that's point cap.
Yeah, Z has Rush for next fight, too, and Disguise don't have anything to offset it. Plus, you're likely looking for late kills here. Fighting on mid, but Zeb's getting low, so Linux are actually going to back off and give Disguise the space. At this point, you want them to be able to walk in so deep that they can't just force out Rush with a Zarya bubble engagement Vendetta the way they did last point, and then kite out.
They're going to try... yeah, the Rush is just too strong. Quick reset, though, actually, so only lost Rocket.
But Zomba can potentially find a TP angle here. This is what Zomba loves to do on New Junk City. And teams get a little bit too caught up with point percentage against them and don't have time to close out those corners. That's when Zomba's able to really make it difficult.
Go the complete opposite way. Oh, here comes X10. Nice flank here. Actually spit up by the Lucio too, so it's Nemway and X10 trying to find opening picks. Little dash towards the high ground as Tread just gets focused. Again, splitting up the fight completely as Nemway survives on like -2 HP. Skyle down, Lunex with another point on the board. Only one more before they end this series 3-0.
This is when Linux look their most comfortable, when they're the ones that decide to take first turn and they totally split your tempo into absolute chaos. Zomba will have Death Blossom, that will be bubbled by Zeb. So Disguise likely not going to be able to fully shut it down as we go up 2-1 for Lunex. Fighting in mid, it looks like, with both of these teams trying to just take on the other, forcing out that Zarya bubble early, and Zomba just backs out because you've done your job.
Right. Nice grab of the choke. Point unlocked at the perfect time as well. So just the single grab there for the fight win. And the point cap as well.
How do Linux try and play into this retake? It'll be much harder to get Zomba into a good position now that Disguise have won that first fight. They can actually assign players to watch all of those different angles. You can literally like see PGE looking main, looking behind, looking main, looking behind. Even having Kiwi there to be able to very quickly reposition when Linux get ready to push forward with a grab of their own.
This ends now.
All right, the railgun. OC for PGE. Yeah, no one's even given PG a chance. Really nice, and actually they end up holding space there as well. Kiwi with the beat around the corner, and NYZ quite far behind in terms of how this fight is being paced out. They got to get these ults on real quick. Beat hop for Zeb. Oh, they yeet together grab. That grab was insane. They end up hitting the sound barrier though, so Zeb ends up going down. Spinning to win his Zomba in the backline though, ends up clearing up 2. Now a 3-on-3, but Kiwi spots Zomba with the teleport. Lucio with an insta-kill, and that will be a stagger 2 onto Z.
Oh, no.
Nice fight from Disguise.
That's point. With that late kill onto Z, Linux without Kiriko, without Kitsune Rush, there's no chance that you can regroup. And that is a 2-2 tie. Rocket will have Blizzard. Linux can make a play, like they've got good ults, but losing Z that late, and the point being on Disguise's side of the map, means that Disguise will be set up in a position to run away from this rush when Linux try to brute force the point.
So they were clawing at their screens there, both Nemwai and Z, just hoping they get ults for that grab and the preceding fight. Rough final fight on that last point. But now they got ults, right? Now they get to kind of swing the tempo in their favor. Good snipe from X10. Scores a kill on PGE. Another one. Not quite. This is going to get invested, though. Double slide available for X10. Sound barrier does end up hitting 4. Doesn't do enough, though, to save Zomba, sadly. And now X10 going to finish this fight cleanly with this overclock. Big investment here, though, for Lunex. Can't be understated. All ults. Cap the point.
I mean, large investment from Disguise as well to try to hold it off. Grav and Blizzard both invested after PGE was caught too far out in the open against X10's overclock, which means that Disguise, they won't have a Krapiton until we go to final fight territory, which is one of the things that you could do to try and shut down Zomba when he decides to drop in your whole team with a Death Blossom. if you're Disguised, you're wanting to just clutch up some of these fights with an opening pick from PGE, but look at how well Linux are playing around the cover, not challenging the Soldier until one gets a Zarya bubble to push the angle.
Yeah, I really like this as well, holding PG at bay. Wow, Zomba basically just WM1 and killed PG. He slid back defensively twice there, so had no way to escape, and Zomba goes, okay, I just walk now.
Oh, the Blossom too.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that Linux win that fight outright, that Disguise lose more players late. Someone has to go for a touch. PGE off of Sojourn onto Tracer, but like this is desperation.
Z!
And
What a beast!
PGE loses in lane to Z.
Oh, what a beast. Z with a heads up. Brain too big. IQ too high. Z with a nice little pick off onto PGE. Secures them the map and the series, in fact. Lunex, a clean 3-0. Hey, I thought this was going to be... I thought we were going to have a little 5-map series here, Moxie, but I was proven very wrong.
I mean, I came into this thinking that Linux had the lead, especially off of the performances that we've seen from them against Liquid earlier last week. Like I said, they really could actually have won that series if Tree had not decided to clutch up 3 maps. But they really do just look much more put together. There's still issues, right? You can still tell that this team struggle when they're not the ones in the driver's seat, when they're not the ones fully determining that tempo, and they get pushed on the defensive. But that's why the issue from Disguised in that first fight of the last point, them using things like the Graviton and the Blizzard, even though they were down players, was so problematic for the fights that happened afterwards, because suddenly you have no cards in your hand to punish Lunex if they decide to just go first before you're ready to walk out of choke. You can't use Blizzard to zone them back. You can't catch the over-aggression with Graviton and punish it. Lunex, no. You don't have to be good at ult tracking. They literally used them in front of them in the fight before.
Extensing a clean 10k DPS as well. Or not DPS, sorry, just damage. 10k DPS would be crazy. I'm not like World of Warcraft numbers, but yeah, Extend, she still got it on the Sojourn. I'm excited to see how this team kind of develops. I like Zomba's look on the Xion. I think the Xion with the Soj could do a lot of work as well. But like you mentioned, still a little bit to work on for the team, who's always been at the precipice of kind of pushing through to a LAN, pushing through to kind of a playoff situation as well. Yeah, a 3-0 for Lunex. I'm excited to see what they can do in the upcoming weeks.
Yeah, I think one of the issues is going to be like addressing Zeb's hero pool. Banning out the Orisa made New Junk City a lot more stressful. For Lunex, then I think it could potentially have been if Zeb was on the Orisa, because he continued to be that aggression. Like, he is always going to be a player that literally only has W for his keyboard, no S key at all for this guy. But there's some things that you can get away with surviving on Orisa with things like Fortify and Javelin Spin to absorb that damage that you simply cannot on Zarya when your bubble gets popped into that sheer amount of burst damage that Disguise the whole plan hinged on. There you go, that's your highlight moment there, Jack. I'm sure
nice.
Zomba will be going back in the VOD and posting that on socials, because that was disgusting.
Yeah, 4.5 on the letterbox there. I'll give that one easily. Yeah, great stuff from Lunex. Disguise, a little bit more to work on, I think. And Xion kind of proving her worth, especially on the first map. I think the hero is very good. We've seen a lot of it from EMEA, permanently in Korea. I think they look fantastic currently in the game. We've got an interview coming up in just a moment, but there is your final score for this series. A little 3-0. Although the last map was very close. It did go down to the wire there. A little 2-2. And then the third point obviously flipped over for Lunex.
Yeah, I think that's not the last we'll see from Xion, for sure. I think, like, execution, it's such a good cooldown to be able to put pressure on things like Lucio's wall riding. Even Cat Bastion, I think, will have issue playing into Xion off of how easy it is to sort of anticipate the Bastion or the Cat's movement and just fully catch them out with that full clip.
We've got an interview coming up, or actually just right now, with none other than Nenwai from Team Lunex. So welcome to the show once again. It's been a little while, and so I'm glad to have you back here. Obviously, a big win here, a little 3-0 from Lunex. I thought it was going to be a little bit closer, but how are you guys feeling in this new meta and with the new hero, Xion? It looked incredible from Zomba, but yeah, how are you guys feeling?
We're all feeling pretty good. We did better this time around than last stage. We were able to 3-0 this team this time. And in terms of the meta, we're still figuring stuff out. It is still all really new to us, but Samba's been enjoying Xion a lot. He's doing really good on it. He dropped like 21-1 on the first map, and I had a feeling it's gonna be a really good series from there on out.
So can you talk us through a little bit of New Queen Street? Because you guys, like, the first 3 minutes opening, insane. Almost touched the spawn door challenge complete. And then the fights that happened afterwards, like losing players early, getting caught out with 2 of your players on stairs by Captive Sun. Like, what exactly happened that map where you started losing so many fights in a row? And what changed that meant that you won the last fight to be able to take the map?
So after we lost a fight in their spawn, I tried to make a play with my Juno ult when I suspected they had no ults. And then I ripped it a little too early. I didn't think they'd kite it, but they did kite it, and then they came back and won that fight. And that fight was pretty tough to lose because that was pretty much our fight to win. We had an advantage. They had nothing, supposedly. So losing that fight gave them just an advantage for next fight to have a chance to snowball with other ults. And then for the rest of the comp, they did make swaps, and we haven't really been able to make swaps due to our being close to some ults. So towards the end, we were able to swap to what we ideally wanted to be on versus their comp. But in terms of other fights, mostly just it just came down to ultimates. They would have better ult matchups, and it would just always be an uphill battle going in with our comp.
One final question before I let you go. Obviously, it was a big confidence builder win here, a 3-0 for the team. But what do you think your biggest strength as a team is?
Our biggest strength, I mean, we're definitely getting a lot more flexible, so that's a weakness I've been clearing, and it's building up a lot of confidence in us to take on these other top teams. And with this flexibility and the new hero especially, we feel like we can definitely punch up and take over one of the top 3 teams now. But definitely our biggest strength would probably be our trust. We are just a good group of friends. We've worked through this for a while. They've worked it longer than me, but we have a lot of trust in each other. We just know each other. We know how we're gonna play, and we can just be very reliable coming into game day to play our best, punch up.
Yeah, I mean, that's top team material there. Just full trust in each other, and literally anything's possible. And well, the 3-0 today, and a fairly easy one as well from yourself. So good luck in your next and upcoming games over the next couple of weeks. And yeah, make sure you have fun as well.
Thank you so much.
All right, perfect. That was Nenwai there from Team Lunex. And look, that 2-1, sitting at a +4 as well. You can't not be happy with that, Moxie.
Yeah, you're really happy in terms of map differential because this is a team who you just heard from Nenwai. She feels they're going to be able to take on these top 3 teams, and you want to have good map differential when it comes to closing up some of those spots later down the line, especially with the fact that some of these teams are taking a little bit of time to work out the new meta. They've had a week of scrims to try to work out exactly what's going on, so I think there's still a lot of experimentation that is occurring, and I think this next match as well will still be featuring some of that, Space Station Gaming probably going to just be trying to figure out can we actually use this composition, how feasible is it going to be, because scrims, we have scrim bugs for a reason. Officials are the real deal. Teams and scrims, they don't always try the hardest. Sometimes they're hiding strategies because you don't want to really give away what you're going to play. And officials, though, you can hold nothing back if you feel like it.
Team still sandbagging in the Big 26. Yeah, make no mistake. Make no mistake. Don't forget as well to jump over to the Overwatch store, Overwatch Esports portion of the store, I should say. The Unvault bundle available now. Some fire skins, some of the old crowdfunding bundle, crowdfunding skin, sorry, as well. Look at that. The Juno. That was a really sick skin that was released. And one of my favorite Ana skins. I'll say it. She's kind of badass in that one. One of the eyes as well, glowing red. It's probably one of my favorite ones we've done for the Overwatch League. So yeah, make sure you go head over to the shop. There's a link down there as well, bit.ly/shop OWCS. So yeah, make sure you pick that one up as we set up for our next game in just a moment, Moxie. Yeah, I like to kind of talk about how at the end of the day, you're still experimenting. You haven't had the most time in the world on this meta, but looking to other regions as we see the weeks go on is going to be a big thing, especially North America. It takes them a couple of weeks sometimes, but do tend to follow what Korea does a couple of weeks later.
Well, I mean, Liquid, we know for sure will be following Korea, since they have a Korean coach now.
100%. Yeah, 1 billion%. I'm excited to see how Liquid end up doing as well with the new tank, of course. But before we head into the next game, SSG, they look really clean. Team Cafe, are they going to be able to at least take a single map off them? It will be a big W and a big morale victory as well for them as well. But I can imagine a lot of the chat is going to be SSG favored into the next one. But we'll take a short break before we get into that one, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit.
Your climb to OWCS with FACEIT League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey. Progress through skill balance divisions until you hit the Master Finals broadcast and get scouted by the best teams. Your climb to OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
Welcome back, everyone, to OWCS NA. We got our last matchup of the day on the deck, guys, and it's going to be SSG versus Cafe. And this Space Station Gaming roster, Jack, they bounced back a little bit from their performance in Japan with a 3-0 victory on Dallas Fuel. And it's pretty crazy the way that they did it, right? But Moxie, I want to ask you a little bit about last weekend, because in that DF versus DF versus SSG matchup. I almost said Dallas Fuel versus Dallas Fuel. What really happened there? Like, are SSG looking better than ever? Is Dallas Fuel maybe being a little bit stubborn with their comps or not performing the way that we know to? Or is it a little bit of a mix of both?
I mean, it's a little bit of both. Like, Hawk there on Ilios massively punished Kellen wanting to play the Wrecking Ball with the Roadhog and the Cat combination early on. Then when we went to Dorado, we actually got the classic, the Admiral Lifeweaver, which made it really hard for them to be able to find any form of value for things like pulse bombs and fluxes. Plus, Admiral then turning his hat to Mizuki was able to totally shut down a lot of what Chronic wanted to do on things like overclocks, since Space Station would, pretty similar to how Linux played that last match on New Junk City, just go first, taking away any option that Dallas Fuel had to fire back.
You hit the classic, Ash. I love it. The Dallas versus the Fuel. I think that was it. I actually genuinely think that was it. It's so 2022 coded. It's crazy. Space Station as well. I like how you set that up too. Bouncing back from the LAN in Tokyo, it's like they did not do well. And then it's like, oh, we're online now? Wait a second. Let's demolish the Fuel, who are beasts. It was a strange affair. And I will give Dallas Fuel a little bit of time here. But Space Station, they got heaters on their squad. They have insane DPS. Like, if the vibes are good, the team is good. They just got to keep it that way.
That's very true. The vibes definitely have to be up, and I'm sure they are here for SSG considering that win. But let's talk a little bit about their opponents here, because for Cafe, they're still seeking their first victory. And this is a very tall order to ask, Jack. Realistically, I don't really see Cafe taking the win, but in a world where they keep this very close, who do you see really stepping up for the team?
Oh man, yeah. The toughest questions for the strongest soldiers on the desk, me and Moxie. It is difficult. I think PDK and Ryan, in fact, the whole team, they've had experience in this tier 1 portion before. Like, it is possible that this team does well. It's just gonna, I think, rely on it being a meta that is so new, like a week's worth, a week and a half's worth of like, okay, actually we can trip people up. We know how to play the Xion comp a little bit better than you guys. Like, this is where they need to take top quality teams down, because over the long haul, Space Station aren't going to go down without, you know, caving your head in, a couple of times over the course of the series.
I mean, what's interesting as well when we saw that roster lineup was that Sniper's not in for the team. Astro is actually going to be starting. So right from the rip, it feels like Cafe will be mixing things up a little bit.
It'll be fun to see the mix-ups and how they end up playing out here for Cafe, but let's talk a little bit about our predictions heading into this game. I think I already set the bar with mine, saying that I don't expect Cafe to be taking a win today. SSG, this is a team with a very talented roster. They had high expectations in stage 1, and now here into stage 2, they're looking honestly better than ever. We also talked about how they worked on so much like after Japan, and looking to be a little bit more proactive, a little bit better when it comes down to like comp swap and whatnot mid matchup, and it's looking really good for them. So I can only really see them leveling up from here.
Yeah, same. That's it. Just same. I think Space Station are going to win. I think maybe Cafe, I want to see a little summon, a little fraudulent control win, perhaps. I mean, the most fraudulent game mode being the first in the series. Like, if you're going to win on a game type, it's probably going to be that. I want to say 3-1. More than likely, though, Space Station 3-0.
Yeah, I agree. I think we're all predding Space Station here for a 3-0, but what I really want to see from Cafe is just experimenting. Like, it's a new patch, we have a new hero. As Jack stated, Space Station, they already have played against what was meta last week, and they got more experience being able to play against those compositions in official format back in Japan. So one way you can catch them by surprise is potentially coming out with a very different composition, and already we're starting to see a little bit of that. Like I said, we're not going to be having Sniper starting. We're getting to see Astro play for this team.
True. Well, we'll see if the likes of Cafe do have any tricks up their sleeve going up against a Space Station Gaming that have been looking really great since week 1.
Yes, thank you very much, Ash. And we start out on Ilios. Don't mind that at all. Although I'm happy with seeing more Antarctic Peninsula. I'll put it out there. I actually like the remake. The original one, choke points were too choky, but this one a little bit more open. Feels nice. It's a definitely a much improved map, but it's old faithful in Oasis here as SSG end up picking that one. They banned second here. It will be Cafe banning Diva and then an Ana ban for SSG.
Yeah, I wonder if Cafe will try to run the Wrecking Ball and they go for the Diva ban for the save against it. I do worry if that's like what they're trying to hinge their plan on, because as talked about, Space Station really shut down Dallas Fuel's Wrecking Ball with a Cassidy and a Roadhog alongside a Cat Bastion composition. And with Space Station going for the Ana ban, leaving the Cat and the Kiriko open for your back line, I have a feeling that will be taking to the skies for the first time today on the NA side of things, Jack.
Cat Bastion. How good do you think it is still? Like on a power scale of like 1 to 10, 10 being the most powerful.
Probably a solid 7.5. I think it's still good. I think it still is very good at suppressing specific like angles, but there's a lot more that can take it down, plus the novelties sort of worn off, where people are like, okay, we know how to play against Cat Bastion's timings. When Bastion has turret form, that's when we have to be very careful, and we don't want to have our players get caught out in the open, to the point that we're literally seeing teams be okay with letting it through, and just having something like a Wu Yang bait his position for the Cat Bastion to turn to while the rest of the team just does what they want.
Well, Cat Bastion it is going to be for Space Station. As we see UV, just with a quick speed boost back onto Kiriko. Okay, kind of same old here for SSG, but okay, Cafe. Okay, let's talk about this. A Freya and Ryan playing the Xion as well. This is a lot of burst damage real quick. You land a right click with PDK, Ryan is going to insta-kill you, so you just cannot get caught out of your SSG, or no, I should say, if you're UV or lethal in the sky.
Yeah, Admiral Lethal, a lot of pressure, and that means that the Xion can just jump UV. And then Lethal, once he's been dropped by the Cat.
Yeah, I really like this. Against the Cat Bastion as well, like, what's really good about the Freya is just the take-aim shots on the very, like, I wouldn't say immobile, but, like, he's not being able to dip behind cover at all on the Bastion.
Especially
really
when you
nice
lose first fight,
evolution.
right? You don't have the pillars around the point itself that you can play defensively. You have to go all the way around coast side, and you can still see that Lethal's taking pressure shots from both PDK, and also when you get close enough, Ryan too. Like, execution onto a Bastion, being flown by a Cat, it does so much damage.
And then, as the Cat Bastion, who are you looking at to kill? You're not looking at the ball a lot of the time. The ball just leaves. And then it's like,
Jack, the point. Cafe look at the Cat Bastion a little bit too much, and Space Station get the flip.
Yeah, and now Ultraviolet's won his 1v1. Eventually there, they end up descending onto the backline. Forcing the teleports is going to be really nice here for Space Station Gaming from people like Scuffed and Grapes being called out too. Nice flip there for SSG, and they got ults to spare.
Yeah, SSG identifying that Cafe have a very good position and composition at taking angles. What it doesn't have is sustainability and staying power on point. And what Space Station have is Arista, which is very good at anchoring on point. And now you've been able to secure that space for your Cat Bastion. You can also play the high ground position here, so that Hawk can keep PDK in check.
What the? Okay, Astro just hit the slam on a little curve there and just got sent off the edge of the high ground. Lethal is turning his DP up to like 3,000 to try and look at everybody who's jumping on him right now. Into popping the ult too. Obviously, he's going to be slightly nerfed. This Great just takes one to the dome. That was an unreal shot from Lethal, actually. Mines are going to get deployed. Astro ends up rolling away, so those mines actually don't end up getting too many kills. Still, though, Space Station Gaming end up controlling here, as Cafe just cannot stick to somebody.
I mean, Cafe lose both of their supports. Grapes to Lethal's ultimate, Scuffed afterwards. Without a Kiriko or a Lucio, you're not going to be able to sustain in that fight for long. You just want to lose it gracefully, so you get the opportunity to set up your ultimates for this next one. But I mean, UV will have Rush to match Scuffed, and that's if Cafe even get close enough to the point to be able to use it, since Space Station are holding so far up.
And they still have to touch, mind you, as well. So many ults for Cafe. I mean, realistically, using that beat to stay alive on the point would be perfect. Astro kind of rolling around at this point. Pulse bomb. Yep, a little wide there. Astro rolls over it, but ends up escaping. bike for Ryan. They've actually managed to get themselves on the point. But Hawk's going to be able to lock this one down easily, you'd imagine. There's the rush. Sound barrier comes in for Graves. Only hits 4, though. And here comes the spin to win for Ryan on the point. Nice lot of damage there. Ultraviolet ends up going down, but Ryan just cannot do enough. Admiral picks up 2 at the very end with the cat ult, and that will be round. Cafe with a very nice start. Capping the point first, getting 22%, but then Space Station locked them in the little cage and then just ended up beating them senseless. It was a tough final fight where you can't have your Xion do everything.
Yeah, I mean, for Cafe, right, it's that novelty. They run out on a composition that catches us by surprise, likely caught Space Station by surprise. So you win the first fight because Space Station are trying to work out what exactly they have to do into it. Comms totally thrown into chaos off of the amount of players just jumping at you from all possible positions. But then when you lose that first fight, you get the opportunity to sit back, assess, and go, okay, this is what that composition is good at. This is what it's weak at. Let's just go to the point and anchor our position. So Cafe not going to be changing anything up. This being well, though, throws a new wrench in the works for Space Station to have to plan around environmental knockoffs to the Wrecking Ball.
Still going to be nice for Ryan. Obviously, the mobility of Xion cannot be understated. Hello, Bastion. Goodbye, Bastion. It's still comical. Like, look, we got a flying Bastion in the game. We got motorbikes in the game now. Like, you know, we're in 2026 Overwatch. Is the best.
If you get hit by a bicycle, do you think you end up in a totally different map type?
You go, yeah, you go back to push. You're like, no, get me off the escape side. Or flashpoint. Right, let's have a look. PDK with a couple of kills. Right, at least with a nice opener. Much better map, like you mentioned, for this comp specifically.
Early pressure as well on Space Station. Like, Sugar-Free now, this time on the Tracer, so he can be more proactive in trying to just, like, go for the objective, also put pressure on Scuff. He'll be totally alone, since Graves is likely just going to be trying to find positions for PDK to be able to play with, which means at Space Station, same thing. Lose first fight, just walk point.
PDK, a little bit of harassment there on the side from the Tracer, but nothing really to worry about. And this is the big thing that I thought the Bastion would be really good with. Really bad against, sorry, was PDK shooting at him. Oh, Sugar-Free goes running by bike. Unlucky. That's a ridiculous. Showed that to someone in 2018, a motorbike in the kill feed as it kills a Tracer. They would lose their mind. Ryan's getting stunned up a little bit there, but Cafe's still in control. Lethal unable to lock anybody down. A lot of places to hide from the Bastion too, in these corridors, in these buildings, even in cage onto the left-hand side here. Astro falls, sure, but still grabbing control at this point. It's just so difficult as UV dies again.
Yeah, Ryan just rides through with Joyride to be able to stall at the point. Space Station still have not been able to flip. Cafe are just not going down.
There we go.
All at once, which means that the flip only comes through now. 65% on the board for Cafe, which is a good chunk of point percent. It's just, can they actually play the retake? Because that was where this comp struggled totally. On Ruins, Astro already trying to set up a position to just roll through and apply pressure for Space Station to turn and look at the Wrecking Ball, which frees up the squishies to walk away from the Cat Bastion's attention. But Graves is just down.
Okay, yeah. Actually transitioning to the point is very tough. UV takes down PDK as well. I mean, Ryan's always got Spree, right? But realistically, getting that even into a position can be really tough.
Well,
Ryan
in Space Station is actually going to be in a position for the Xion to use it. Like, you'll connect onto one person maximum. Everyone else is just playing so spread.
There's the Bastion up. We're really just ulting them in the spawn at this point. Is that what we're doing? Is that what we're doing, Lethal? And slowly, so it's like, okay, the min-maxing there is insane.
Yeah, you get what, 5% extra point percent off of the back of that?
W.
Like, Astro trying to roll through, but you don't care about the Wrecking Ball at all.
5% is 5%. You wait until they win by 5%, Moxie. Then who's laughing? It'll be lethal. Fines come out from Astro. I can imagine they were on the point. Spree still available for Ryan here. Might be a good time to use it now. Hawk is on gold already. Up to the high ground, though. Straight onto the back line. It's Lethal. It's just sent so low. Still dragged out by the cat. Turns into the turret fall, but not enough overhealth to survive. Ryan finally finds a kill here, but the kidnap comes in, and Hawk laser beam aim, killing Ryan. And Space Station Gaming, with the hand of Admiral there, end up winning that fight. And now they have 90%. It's one fight territory for Cafe.
I mean, Cafe had to use so much just to get the squishies dead from Space Station. They have nothing left resources-wise to take Hawk down. This is last fight territory. Cafe have to just throw bodies onto point to keep OT in play. PDK is who you're looking to with the bowler. Try to take someone down, but Hawk can shut that out with javelins then. And then it all falls to scrap.
Oh, good bowler shot, though. Okay, Lethal down. So 1-1 trade. The Scuff also falls. PDK is going to have to do something a little bit more here. Is that Terror Surge from Hawk? Hawk nets 2 kills. Ryan Grape's dead. PDK off on an off angle. Astro 1 HP. That should be round. That should be map. SSG a 2-0 to start the series on Control.
Yeah, Scuffed goes down in the fight. Like, that's your last hope if you're Cafe. You need to open up with a good Freya ultimate and then live long enough in the fight to get rush onto point so you actually have the means of flipping it. Without it, you're just not going to be able to ice Space Station's anchor position on that point. I like the approach. Like, you can see that there was a lot of thought that went into Cafe's composition to come up with something which totally tries to divide Space Station. The problem is that Space Station just read it perfectly after losing 2 fights. They're just like, okay, you'll go for our squishies, you'll go for our Cat Bastion. That means that you have nothing to overpower our Orisa, which means that Hawk just becomes an absolute war god.
An absolute demon. That Grapes kill was so ridiculous. How you died to that as Lucio? So sad. So sad. It's when Ryan tried to kind of put his team in a winning position, but the spree ended up hitting a lot of damage on point and then followed up with the right click, but it just wasn't enough at all, sadly.
It's like that. They know. The Wrecking Ball itself does nothing, right? If it goes for Kiriko, UV just swift steps to someone else, and the Wrecking Ball has no pressure to actually kill one of your squishies when they're left alone. Yeah. Even if he rolls onto point, that's it. It's temporary. He's not going to be setting up. He's not actually going to be there long enough to secure a flip. So you can just let him do what he wants and then jump on the rest of his team, because that's what he's trying to be. He's trying to be a distraction. He's trying to disrupt you so that his squishies, the ones who are actually in danger of dying from the Cat Bastion, can safely pass from spawn to point itself. And Space Station, they have no care about the ball. They just keep their eye on the true target, which is the Lucio.
Yeah, the Orisa's just kind of chilling, anchoring, like, yeah, I can just survive on the point contest for a million years as well. Like, look great for SSG to start this series off. A nice little win on Ilios. Don't forget, though, right around the corner, and trust me, that time is going to come quicker than you actually know it, is the Mid-Season Championships over in Paris in France. Tickets are on sale right now. Use code OW15. 15% off. You love to see it. Get a little discount there. And have a nice little time in Paris, too. Maybe stay an extra couple of days after the tournament to explore the city. Or even go other places in France too. Pretty decent public transport there as well, so you can maybe explore the country while you're there. But yeah, make sure you come and see us live as well. That's OW15 for 15% off. Or you can scan the QR code. Man, would you look at that? Circuit Royale is going to be the next map in the series. Cafe picking this one.
Well, from one Wrecking Ball map to Sigma.
Yeah, right.
Probably just Sigma Mirror coming out from both of them. So do we think Cafe field Sniper back in, because that has sort of been like their go-to tank that they've played, especially when it comes to playing that Sigma? I think the ball was in to just try and mix things up, offer a new perspective, a new composition that they've been trying out, and yeah, there we go. There's the expected sub. Sniper will be coming back into play, which means that this is likely going to be a Sigma mirror, and it now becomes a question of, do one of these teams want to take out the Mizuki? Because America has been very slow, I think, in adopting some of the compositions that other teams and other regions have been picking up very quickly. Space Station were one of the faster ones, so I could definitely see value on Cafe's end if they want to remove something like the Mizuki.
Would make sense. I like that. Diva can be picked as well by Hawk if they want something a little bit quicker. Too. We had that banned in the first map, but Sigma versus Sigma does make a lot of sense. Cat Bastion, though, do you still think that's going to be rearing its head here? Wow, actually, you know what? SSG like, nah, I'm good. Actually, you know what? We're playing off tanks and we're not playing Sigma. I actually really like that. We'll see what Hawk has cooked up for us here. It's going to be a May ban for Cafe. And the May ban is like, okay, we don't want to play the May Sig.
Yeah.
Like, we don't want to play that. Absolutely not. And it's like, well, actually, you're not going to play Sig either. That is quite the thorn in the side for Cafe to deal with as we load on in. Just as the sub comes in too.
Ramatra? I mean, if Dallasfield were playing, I would
Sure.
say Rhine. But Ramatra, Mauga, Zarya, or Orisa. Honestly,
Or Orisa?
Orisa's been starting
Yeah.
to pick up a lot of traction. I think after Lunex's performance last week showed exactly how much Orisa got away with. Like, when I say that Zeb was aggressive, I really do mean that he was playing in positions and timing where you would mistake him for a Tracer player. And he was getting away with it, which was the wildest thing.
Wait a second. Sierra? Are we being real?
Well, Sierra was actually
Lethal?
played earlier in Asia, where she was played, I believe, by Stalker. There's been a few theories going around that Sierra would see a Ryzen play, especially with like Mizuki, because Trailblazer just totally shuts down any defensive capabilities of things like Sanctuary.
Like what I'm seeing. And then this is the pseudo unkillable, attackable backline here with Avril on the Lifeweaver, UV not on the BAP but on the Wuyang instead. We'll see if it can have the same level of prevalence. I doubt it. Wuyang doesn't really have the same capabilities as the BAP, but quite nice. It was setting up the get out of jail free card now. The Ghost Wisdom.
Well, Sniper's not actually on the Ramatra, will be on the Diva, so trying to defense matrix a lot of the incoming pressure from both of the DPS, but also the greedy backline from Space Station, as they've already actually had to back up all the way to corner. Sugarfree not getting the positions that he's looking for, as Cafe have great stunned out by Orisa and instantly lose one of their supports.
That was a really nice wave actually from UV. I think that hit everybody on SSG, so they're just like, whoop, okay, extra healing for us, and we move forward. And a nice spear. Good shot as well. PDK, wow, that was like a million miles away from Sugarfree. Nice stuff.
Oh no, two of Cafe just totally boxed in. At least you've got mobility.
You got the
Sniper
bike.
with the boosters, Ryan with Joyride. But that's still a lot of time taken for Cafe to get pushed all the way back to corner.
Popping off. Hit that Trailblazer. So I'm excited to see a little bit of Sierra plays. A bit overshadowed, I almost feel like, already by Xion. Xion's been out, what, like a few days?
Well, I mean, the problem with Sierra, right, is that the tracking takes away from critical shot uptime, and that's very important in pro play. Sugarfree down to Xion, Ryan going for the snipe with execution through side rooms, and Space Station pushed all the way back yet again.
The tree here from Admiral so they can play on this corner. And as you're shooting that tree, it's going to be so hard to take down. They might actually have an angle through the little wall. Nah, okay, not even an angle through the little gift shot.
Okay, Cafe have both support ults though, so they can try and greet this fight. Great resets up the kill on Sugarfree, so no barrage.
Yeah. Easy one there, but they might be able to hold on still. There is going to be someone on the point, and Hawk has got a couple of cooldowns left. Actually, even a Wuyang deployed onto Hawk. There's the Terror Surge too, but okay. Eventually runs out of cooldowns and ults to support him on the point, and that should be the cap for Cafe.
Yeah, Space Station tried to buy the space back with Trailblazer from Lethal and then set up Hawk to have the extra sustain off of the Tidal Blast into Terror Surge, but Cafe just had so much overwhelming damage with the Xion and the Sojourn in that fight, plus Scott's Ray. So we're actually seeing some swaps come through from Space Station. Admiral goes on to the Mizuki to be able to chain Sniper's mech, even through Defense Matrix, and have that added layer of damage.
Goodbye.
But speaking about layer of
Lethal.
damage, Lethal will be totally missing from this fight, which means the Space Station have to back up and give yet more space.
I told you PDK was the one to look out for. There's one player in the server right now for Cafe, PDK, getting these opening picks on Sugarfree and Lethal.
They're huge as well. Like, you have to keep Space Station away from just rolling on top of Sniper's mech, because Sugarfree on that sim now, and Admiral Mizuki, that's a surefire way to take Sniper back to Bunny Form.
Oh, there's so much pressure for Hawk already. PDK kind of shutting the door on this point already. They managed to push it up, so there's going to be one little fight here for Space Station Gaming, and they've got no ults due to the comp swap. And here comes the Tidal Blast. Ryan just running forward onto the point. Hawk goes golden, but cannot stand up to the damage. Space Station Gaming with a cap, not with the cap. They've lost the cap. Cafe with a cap, as Ryan just goes for some cleanup.
Yeah, Cafe pushing their way for really quickly, honestly, but something that we've seen happen on Circuit Royale so many times is a 4-minute plus time bank jack into third, and a total stall-out after losing one fight. So Cafe here, they've got options. They'll have Ray, they'll have Spree coming through from Brian. Sniper can be very aggressive with how they play their positions too, since you do have self-destruct to gain that neck back. But you also have to be ready to kite Space Station's rush.
Although they do finish, you know, they do cap with 3 minutes, but it'll probably be OT by the time they finish, if they even do. Most on cap. Great. Wow, that was a position to be in of all time in the little mini room. Thought maybe that the team could kind of follow up there, maybe, but yeah, Grapes caught out completely. Does give them enough time as well as Space Station to put up a couple of support ults as Grapes decides, you know what, Mizuki, pretty good hero, swaps onto it.
I feel like you have to go for the Mizuki match, no? Since Hawk swapped onto this Diva as well. But winning that first fight, or that last fight, off of the one kicker from Grapes on the reposition is huge for Space Station's ult economy. Cafe will try and wrap around and take the high ground, but Space Station, Sim TP rotation, Diva boosters back onto high ground. They're right back there away from Cafe's close.
Oh, Orbital Ray is going to be good. Bike's going to get thrown in as well. Launch downtown. Abra goes really low. Sanctuary on the point. Ryan has got the Spree available, but fighting into the Sanctuary is not going to be well advised here for the DPS at Cafe. Looks like they're just going to be able to wait it out without taking any casualties either. High ground control for Hawk as he dips down to low ground, but someone's going to need to touch. Lethal now on an off angle. Wall deployed from the Sim as Sugar Free bisects this final point in half. PDK trying to go 1-for-1 here with Lethal, but can't even go band for band, unfortunately. There's no railguns in sight. No railgun kills for PDK to open this one up again. Chains on to Hawks. Free, yes, still available, but still has to be wary of Hawks' ultimate. Straight up to the high ground, as that Suzu is going to negate a lot of that damage, but Ryan closes the gap on UV. Scuffed ends up falling. Bike sent to the skies. Hawk dodges out of the way, but it's super low. Cafe have the health advantage on the point. Hawk ends up looting mech, and they lose the point. SSG having to contend with 1:59 in Cafe's bank.
Yeah, that like massive ult exchange fight coming out. Looks like Space Station were able to get the better of the rush itself, since they have the Mizuki Sanctuary active, since they went for the swap onto Mizuki much earlier than Cafe. But when we have the overclock coming out from Cafe's end, that then forces the sim wall from Sugar Free, and Space Station lose all of the ultimates that they had available, while Cafe still have Spree as well as self-destruct, and no one actually gets picked off in all of those exchanges, which means that Cafe don't lose players to force them to back away from the actual fight and have to play into the better positioning from the defense of having the high ground and having the potential to pick one off as they try to walk on through, which means that they can continue the fight with that Shion ultimate in full swing, and Space Station just get bullied off of the actual objective itself.
And that wall from Sugar Free too, plus obviously the overclock, plus like a lot of things. Even Admiral popping down that Sanctuary, it's like, well, there aren't any kills. Cafe just has such a good exit strategy, and honestly a really good mind for the game there too. Just not losing anybody, you're able to just go, okay, well,
yeah,
we can
Sniper
still stay in the fight.
Doing double time with defense
Yeah.
matrix, making
Yeah,
sure
seriously.
that no one died in that exchange. Like, you're going up against a Sanctuary and a Sim wall, and Cafe were the ones who were able to keep the full team intact.
Ooh, Cat Bastion, okay. Going back to the default here for Space Station.
Yeah, break choke. It's just like one of the easiest ways of being able to break choke. So you can take off angles, you can pressure Cafe past the tank as well. But Scuffed and Grape's actually going to be starting off with this Juno and Mizuki, so damage heavy backline. And Mizuki, not the greatest at trying to fast heal, especially early on before you have those perks that allow for the extra bounces. So all of this incoming burst damage from both the Pharah and that Bastion could be overwhelming the front line.
Yeah, whoa, swung in there. PDK dodge into the strafe, a little bit too strong. The heal was even stronger there, keeping PDK up. Sugar Brawn down though to Ryan of all people. Nice little snipe out of the skies. Still SSG with the space, but they're going to respect the damage that Cafe can do. They're actually going to back up. Catch on the Hawk, not possible, methinks, and in fact, PDK is the one that goes down. Overstepping.
Yeah, Hawk's able to get out. Cafe lose the Sojourn, so Space Station had player advantage. Feel more than happy to fight this, especially with Lethal being able to catch Cafe's disengage with the strike.
Okay, they escaped. Hawk, maybe not quite so lucky though. A long-range Suzu from Ultraviolet, keeping Hawk alive and well. Sugar Free almost goes down again, but now a Terror Surge on the point as Lethal, the Bastion's on the high ground. He's behind us. Sanctuary's going to be good, though, for a lot of mitigation. Hawk's going to dive straight in. It's like a cage match between Cork and Sniper right now, and Hawk wins it out. All right, Sniper now alone, isolated, health pack stolen, and dead. Very easy spin to win there by Hawk. Using that spear spin to just bash Sniper out the way so he can't be healed by Scuffed and Grapes. Nice stuff. SSG, cap the point.
Yeah, can't be healed by Scuffed or Grapes. Also can't be on the point trying to contest it. So Space Station able to walk away with first checkpoint, put themselves into a solid position on second, especially with all of this just suppressing damage post before Cafe can answer back. So Sniper off of the Ramatra, too stable, too stationary a shield to be able to deal with the Pharah and Bastion's movement. Swaps onto the Diva instead. So Defense Matrix affords Cafe the opportunity to walk forward and get Scuffed into a position to use ult.
Yeah, Ryan's got Spree as well. Pointing off onto the sidelines. Orbital Ray. Can Space Station survive? Ryan doing a lot of damage in that corridor if he so chooses to, but that Ray is going to wear out eventually. Has to dash away. Got that overhealth to survive, but Scuff's already down. And there is the Bastion ult just for a little bit of defense. And Sugar Free dive bombs the Diva. Just unable to collapse after that Orbital Ray. It moves so slowly, Moxie, and they weren't able to kill the people from Space Station Gaming who were just hiding in that small corridor.
I mean, Admiral even uses Catnap to stun out Scuffed. So all of the healing is put on the shoulders of Grapes, and players who've tried to make Mizuki work solo heal fights, yeah, it's not enough, even when your aura is up to full. Xion could use the spree rather, to try and contest, but like, this is such a gamble from Cafe to try and make it work.
Oh, Sugar Free. Oh, Sugar Free! He gets taken out. A little bike up to the high ground. Sugar Free just evaporates in front of the rest of SSG. Good pick off by Ryan, honestly. That mobility from Xion as well.
It's no joke.
I mean, the bike looks cool when it hits people, but it's even better if you want to get up to the high ground like that. Oh, not even the high ground. It was just in the skybox.
Wait. For real? Sugar Free and Run?
Really? Wow, we are seeing the... we're playing mystery heroes at this point. Unrun? We've seen Sierra and Unrun at this point. Two DPS characters that have just not seen the light of day, really, in any meaningful way.
Time. I told you, Jack. Like, it's the experimental week where teams are trying to work out,
I'm
like, what's
messing with
good,
it.
what's
Honestly?
not. Messing around with things to try and test it out. As PDK, no messing around with this one. Living Weapon invested, Space Station make themselves scarce.
The Passion is still ripping the ult. Oh! Slowly but surely. Okay, one of those got eaten up, sadly. Well, there's the Sanctuary. No fun anymore, says Grapes. You have to play the corner now. Dive bomb straight in. Admiral tries to go for the kidnap. I think he dragged, Sniper there for like half a meter. Not too far. Not any meaningful distance at the very least. Grapes caught out completely off guard here as Admiral goes to the cat scratch. Ends up scratching Grapes to death. As that point is still moving. There's a Sniper on the defense. Has to back out. Meg spared, and Orbital Ray in the back pocket. Lethal down, and Emre on the point. Means PDK should be able to hold on as Cafe make a final stand here on second.
Yeah, Orbital Ray more than makes up the absence of Mizuki in that fight, especially with PDK pulling out the Siphon Blaster and just shredding everyone from Space Station with the lifesteal attached. Sniper still has the self-destruct, but it's more a reliance on the defense matrix against Lethal's drive-by. That Cafe will be relying on keeping their squishies up and around. That and PDK sniping players out with the scope.
Hey, Sugar Free's nearing the ult. The Vermilion Ascents. I'm ready for it. First time I've cast one of these in OWCS, that's for sure. Ready for Sugar Free to make a big impact. Sniper's got a remake available, but there's little to no ults here for Cafe. Looks like he's going to go in straight into the choke point. That's a lot of damage on PDK and Ryan. And Sugar Free just fanning them to death, fanning the flames of their demise. Cafe ended up falling over to Sugar Free as he gets a triple to win this fight.
Yeah, it's just overwhelming amounts of damage that breaks through the potential uptime of the Juno and the Mizuki. And then even if Sugar Free starts taking a little bit of pressure, he still has his iframes. So he'll be able to keep himself sustained while keeping Cafe's players off of the point contesting it. Silver lining for Cafe, they will be coming into this next fight with a whole lot of ultimates, but they're going to have to part with a few of them just to force Space Station off of holding up on this high ground. Lethal using the artillery strike early as well, just forcing Cafe to bide their time and wait, meaning more point distance picks up for absolute free. and more opportunity for Space Station to build up the Terror Surge as well.
It's so annoying. You just have to sit and wait for the Bastion to use all of his ults, or ult charges.
Oh no.
Well, there is the slam. Nice kill on PDK. Ryan is in there already, but just so low. He ends up trading for Sugar Free. Sugar Free just fans it once, and he ends up falling over there at the end, but it was enough damage, in fact. That's Spree doing a lot in the close quarters. 1 minute and 13 seconds to go. Admiral does need to reset. He's on the... Yeah, he's in enemy territory right now.
Yeah, but he got scuffed. You got an exit trade onto Scuffed, which means that Cafe have to back up and wait for Juno to regroup because you're wanting to open this next fight with Ray.
Hello, straight up to the high ground. You got to clear this as well. Although Sniper is now one. We got to heal the Diva. We cannot let the Diva demech. Okay, we're good. Cafe barely holding on to the high ground. All right, PDK whips out the living weapon. Oh! Gets sniped by Hawk of all people. Maybe took a headshot kunai in the back. I'm not entirely sure. Sugar Free, though, ends up going down. So it is a 4v4, but the Orbital Ray, that increased damage for Sniper, just runs down the front line. Mows him down, in fact. 20 seconds to go. Space Station needs to touch.
Totally takes away from Ultraviolet's rush as well. Scuff uses it right through UVs. So Sniper's able to get all of that defense, all of that extra damage. Wow, hooks onto the Doomfist to be able to try and touch because it's the last 10 seconds. Space Station here, they've got an opening. They're so close to that overclock, which should be able to take Cafe down.
I touched, guys. That's basically all I can do on the Doomfist. Well, there's the attempt actually coming through from Sugar Free. Another ult connects to the point. Has to now stay and touch it permanently, though. He's trying his hardest right now as Admiral goes in for the slam. Actually gets a kidnap too, resulting in a kill onto Grapes. Lethal with the overclock. Has to deal with Sniper, and they're going to have to get this remake. There's a little orb around the corner, and Sniper ends up going down, but you got to touch! You got to touch! Lethal doesn't get back in time, and that'll be a map for Cafe.
Okay, not a day of 3-0 on the field for American Overwatch. Cafe pull Circuit Royale. After a fairly experimental phase for Space Station's composition building. But yeah, they did a really good job. Like that last fight, still having self-destruct. You're losing players to the overclock. You have no answer for it outside of just using your Diva mech on the objective. So that Space Station don't have the means of being able to stay standing when contesting that point. You can even see like the disruption shot coming out on top of the self-destruct, trying to catch the baby Diva around the corner so you can potentially try and prevent some of that remake from getting on through, but they're not able to touch since they had so little time and they lost their tank so early because Hawk had to go for the Doomfist touch.
Yeah, you ain't surviving after you use that block, that's for sure. What a mixed bag of DPS. We saw Anaran, Sierra, obviously we're seeing Shion as well, and Emre. It's like, it's actually the 4 most recent DPS that have been released.
Dartboards. That's what Space Station are playing, Jack.
W.
They're just like, they have a dartboard and they're just pulling out darts, being like, okay, let's see if this works.
I'm here for it, honestly. Variety is the spice of life, and especially when it comes to DPS, it's real nice to see. Not sure if Sugar Free is going to continue playing this, although this ult was pretty sick.
Yeah.
To get a nice little triple.
It's just like the continuous damage that you do wears down the healing aura that Mizuki is doing, right? The fact that Scuffed is having to turn their attention and look at so many different people, because that's where your burst healing is concentrated in that composition. If you have Juno Mizuki, you get a very slow, steady heal from the Mizuki aura. Then you have your hat bounce. Hopefully you get the extra one if you have your major perk unlocks, but that requires you being on him for so long that you actually get that one online, and even then those recharges, they come through very slowly. So it can be very easy to just like overwhelm and break through the amount of healing that those two supports can do in neutral, which is exactly what Space Station attempt to do. They go for things that can do a lot of burst damage very, very quickly and onto multiple players to just try and make sure that the Mizuki and Juno are totally overwhelmed.
See where Space Station want to go now. I honestly, at this point too, I'm like struggling to come up with what bands they want to throw in there. Like, where do we even pick? Because obviously it depends where we go as well, because we could have Astro coming back in, but unlikely it feels like. We're going to King's Row for Space Station.
They've been more wanting, like more open to playing the Cat Bastion. They've also been open to just playing really weird stuff. So I think it makes sense that we do go to King's Row because you have so many good options. Like you can play more of the Thar if you want to, you can play the Cat Bastion. You're not totally locked into having to play Dive. Now it should be noted that the Sigma ban has already been used on the side of SSG, so Cafe likely will be keeping Sniper in to be able to anchor the team around being able to play things like the Sigma, the D.Va, the Ramatra. If Astro is like coming into the team, it's more just for the Wrecking Ball. And I think with the amount, like the variety of different fights that you take on different parts of King's Row, you want to have a more flexible tank in on your lineup.
Show us something crazy. Space Station, Xion ban. Okay, I actually don't hate it, to be honest. Not willing to play it, clearly, at this point.
Well, they've obviously been experimenting with a lot of different things. And I think like removing the Xion as well means that you don't have to reveal your hand up if you do want to play it. Because like all of these teams are going to be looking at everyone. Yeah, exactly. Save it for playoffs. Like you're trying to hide as many strategies as possible by showing as many different heroes as possible so that teams, when they're looking and trying to work out what your actual default composition is, just have no idea.
Orisa ban for Cafe. Okay, well, Hawk has D.Va, so maybe seeing a little bit of that, but taking the Orisa away, don't hate it, don't hate it. Arnaran, Sierra, I'm not sure. Maybe, like you were mentioning before, with the Sanctuary interaction, maybe there's a possibility we see the Sierra here.
Potentially, I think it's more likely something like Vendetta, though. I think I prefer the Vendetta to shutting down Mizuki, because like that's the way that you go about it, right? When Mizuki's ultimate just absorbs all projectiles, the easiest thing that you can do is you just go for melee heroes. Like Genji Blades do not care about Mizuki ult. In fact, they want it
Doomfist.
to be, right? Not Doomfist,
Genji.
not Doomfist. We're not going that far.
Vendetta, Doomfist, melee. When will we have a full melee comp in Overwatch? Vendetta. Is Genji a melee? He does have shurikens. I'm going to say yes, because he has Blade. And then, what's the tank? Doomfist. Wait, Doomfist, Brig. We don't have another melee support, unless you count the Cat. I don't think the Cat is really considered melee, even though he does a lot of damage with the scratch.
I don't think Cat is melee, despite having
Cat's not
Cat
melee.
scratch.
So we need another DP support that is melee. Scott?
Yeah,
Let's
melee
get on it.
support.
DP, a melee support, another one. That's not Brig or a Brig lookalike.
I don't know. I don't think... I mean, if you're going off of the goings-on Mecha Base, I'm pretty sure most people are hopeful that we'll get a new tank. Since Demon's Mech, apparently, on the latest update, has been taken in for repairs.
Okay.
Or upgrades.
You're lore maxing right now. I'm just going to nod my head. Yes, absolutely. I agree. I agree with you. I agree with whatever you're saying. I totally agree. I am here for the Alari Mythic. It is a good mythic. That is what I saw in the patch notes. That is what I saw. I did not see any of the lore stuff.
We do appreciate some Alari gameplay. Like Hulk support who's masquerading as a support, shall we say.
She's a summoner.
Alari is
She
a
has
DPS,
a summon.
let's be honest.
And that is what I like. Yes, exactly.
Out of interest,
J3
how much
still
hours
won't
of
let it
World of
go.
Warcraft do you play?
Just to let you know. Too many. Don't ask the Ilios. Let's have a look at this attack here. Hawk on the D.Va. Okay, so it's going to be a D.Va battle. Oh, no, maybe not. Actually, changing up. I will say, Avril on the Lifeweaver too. Don't hate it whatsoever. With Ultraviolet, it's a very defensive backline, but it basically nullifies Ryan almost completely.
Well, apparently we're not leaving World of Warcraft totally behind because Lethal's on Hunter/Hanzo. And we'll be trying to just snipe someone around the defense matrix. Sees Ryan go a little bit too far out of Hotel. No way.
Oh, you got to get... the thing is with Lethal, though, you have to get him off these lines. You're in a position now where you're going to get perma arrows thrown at you, and having Lethal on height is just... he's scary with the Hanzo. Put it that way.
Pulls to Sniper, though. Like, the instant we look at Lethal up in our high ground position, being able to get a line on someone in choke, Sniper delegates their duties of D.Va boosting right on top of the Hanzo. But, like, Cafe are very floaty in terms of that comp. When Space Station actually get on to point, I'm worried, Jack. How do Cafe actually force them off?
I will say this is the most nothing fight of all time so far. The point has been capped 33%. So surely some action is going to come here. Looks like Ultraviolet's going to be the first to fall. Sniper and the rest of Cafe just pushing through Hotel. This backline very defensive, but not enough resources apparently to save UV. And there it is. Okay, only 37%. But Space Station, they've got 4 ults for this next fight.
No ults invested from Cafe's end, though, to force the retake. So no rush, no Sanctuary, which honestly could potentially actually absorb the issue of Sugar Free's Blizzard. Lethal with that Dragon Strike should send it directly down Scuff's Rush, so you're looking at Sniper to be able to make attack the Dragon, and they want to get that DMAC before they use the Handle or Mayol.
A decent rock there. Sugar Free saves himself with his own wall. There is going to be a Flux, almost the Forbidden combo, but straight into the Sanctuary, and that's all the health healed up instantly. PDK turns the tempo up just a little bit more now with this overclock, but unable to really find any heads. Hasn't really been like a big impact kill just yet, as Hawk is sent dangerously low. There's a tree deployed as well. Ryan's got the shift, ends up backing up. 1 minute and 27 seconds to go. I don't think I've seen as little kills in a fight in like 3 minutes as I have here. This is a crazy amount of time that it's taking to find a team kill, or at least a couple. There's Hawk with the 2 under his belt. Eventually Lethal snipes out that mech, and Space Station Gaming capped the point.
Such a strange fight going on from both teams. Like Space Station, not just
there were literally 5 deaths for Cafe there. Like just 5 straight up deaths. Team kill came in, and then Space Station lost 3 on that previous fight. Like 3 minutes are we seeing? It was strange.
I mean, Sniper obviously has to swap off of the Diva as well. Like, now you're going to be much more tied into having to directly contest the objective, which forces you into matching directly up to Sugar Free's Mei. So you don't want to get beamed down out of your mech like that one. You'll go on to the Ramatra, who's more brawly into both the Mei and that Sigma as well. Keep your eye on Ryan, though. Wants to flank Death Blossom, but gets cleared and scouted.
One tapped to Sugar Free. Nice Blizzard. Good Suzu. Just send him away. And there's the Tidal Blast on the Mei. I can't think of anything more scary, I'm going to be honest. The knockdown does end up coming in, though. Nice little shield dance there from Sniper. But as he was doing the do-si-do, unfortunately, the damage was flung straight at him from the rest of the squad. Nice team kill again from Space Station. Ryan now only just spawning as they eventually get it hop in. There will be another touch, though. At least one.
Yeah, and that means that Scuffed will get the opportunity to build up that rush. PDK can also zone some of Space Station away with the overclock to open things out. Admiral not going to have that Sanctuary to absorb all of the pressure coming from that Sojourn's ultimate. So Cafe have to try and walk forward, but Sniper's taking so much damage just to try and walk up.
Oh, and even more now. Dragons is going to help separate the team. PDK is in. Wow, he really wanted Sugar Free dead. My goodness. Unfortunately, though, Ultraviolet, too good at the water bending, ends up killing PDK. It's going to be a trade. So a DPS for a DPS, but SSG, they're probably happy to fight this. Hawk has Flux. He can just Flux 9 at this point.
I mean, what you can potentially do, right, is force Grapes to use Sanctuary and then Flux right through it. So if Cafe try to hide in the Mizuki ultimate, they're the ones going into a worse position. But Hawk actually used early, forcing out Grape Sanctuary defensively.
Yeah, and then you pop the Annihilation, you're full HP anyway, and you can't do much else. Really nice response, and basically the perfect response, right? It's better than a beat in these scenarios. Just popping that Sanctuary down, your Flux does 0.
Yeah, and then you get to use Sniper's ult on top to take Hawk down. And that's like the fight reset that Cafe wanted, right? Now you've actually pushed Space Station all the way back. They have to navigate through these chokes anew. Lethal's going to go onto the Bastion, stands the Cat, so you have burst damage to try to just melt through the uptime of Sniper on this Ramatra, but you have to clear out Ryan. No one's cleared out Ryan, Jack. He's waiting with Death Blossom.
Surely someone checked behind them. Nope, absolutely not. Death Blossom is going to hit and hit hard. Nice little clean up from Scuff and PDK, but we all know it was the Reaper guy.
Yeah. That's what Cafe wanted. Space Station still finding trades, but like Cafe will be able to win out the fight at the end of the day. That's why you wanted the full reset. You got your Reaper into a position to hold a corner, wait for Space Station to walk past, and then use ultimate, as opposed to having to physically walk him into a choke when Space Station are already scouting out that rotation that he'll be making. Sugar Free does have Blizzard. Cafe don't have a great answer to it outside of just playing away from it. So Space Station wants to just watch the point and use Blizzard on top of it.
Oh, that was a yeet. That's by no stretch of the imagination there. Sugar Free hoping to get one. Half freezes Sniper. Good though for separating the team. Now Grape's incredibly low. Hawk with the double. Nice little wall off. Teleport comes in from Scarf to try and help the team. But yeah, fight is already done. Blizzard was good enough. Not for a freeze kill, but to separate Sniper from the rest of the squad. Team kill, OT push, and Space Station. They're going to get a bit of extra time. 1 minute and 30 to be precise there to push the third.
We go third, but Cafe will have the opening rush. Unless they lose someone early here. So Lethal up on the high ground, just taking away uptime. That Cafe can use to try and push Space Station back. Scuffed, taking that poke damage, translating it into their charge for rush. Try and just push Space Station's position off. Hawk can offset though with Flux. And there's not a lot that Cafe can do to cancel it.
They've got Sanctuary either now. Unfortunately, Abel died at 99%, and that gives Grapes enough time to build up to a Sanctuary of his own. So this Flux might be able to get it denied. We'll see. There it is. Okay. Sugar Free, though, killing Ryan is a good start. Hawk's on the high ground, but he doesn't really have too much backup. No bodies left to fight over this point now. Oh, Sugar Free's also gone. Lethal shooting at the toes of the Ram. Just trying to do some damage, but in the Nemesis form, you ain't doing much, son. I can promise you that. There's the Sanctuary on the point now. That, unfortunately, Cafe have to fight into. Annihilation, Nemesis form, pop by Sniper, but look at that burst damage. Space Station Gaming rollover Sniper. I mean, that was the quickest I've ever seen a Ram die in his ult. That's to be certain. 15 seconds to go now, Moxie, as they are just pushing this one home.
Yeah, that was rock and roll from Hawk. Straight up guitar solo. Rock on to the Ramatra mid-ultimate to set up Space Station's follow-up burst. And that means that Cafe have no one to anchor onto that point and try to play for spawn stalls. Space Station, like you said, even though there was a few hiccups trying to get first and second as quickly as they would want to, still able to complete the full push with time to spare, which will be very much required if we see ourselves go to overtime rounds.
Look at that. 2 deaths, 3 deaths, 3 deaths, 3 deaths, 2 deaths. They're real nice right now. And as you'd expect the Sigma to be doing the majority of the damage, 10k for Hawk. He really is one of the greatest of all time off-tank players for North America. Kind of scary. On the other side of things, I mean, Sniper's sitting only at 7k. Kind of struggled on the Ram towards the very end. As we see the defense for Space Station, no real surprise, honestly. Although Ash for Lethal is not something I had on my bingo card today, but, you know, don't hate it, especially with the sitcom.
Space Station are just going through the whole DPS roster.
It does feel that way. Someone's got a bingo card out there, and Lethal's making sure we check every single one of them off.
Channel points, potentially. As Lethal, yeah, will be on the Ash. Don't hate it, especially if Space Station are playing for like a very stall out sort of fight with both the Mei and the Sigma. Being able to catch Cafe, Stock, and Choke means that there'll be a lot of uptime for TNT. Plus Bob can be really problematic in terms of forcing Cafe to have to hold on to things like Sanctuary to be able to absorb all of that pressure as we get double Sniper from Cafe just to open out. PDK with the Sonic, setting up Ryan to have the information of where to send the Widow shots before we swap onto Farah, as Sniper is already on the high ground with their pick of the Hazard.
All right, yeah, don't hate it. Nice little rotation. Try and get Hawk, just stab him in the back, separate people with the wall as well. He's actually just creeping and crawling here. Should be able to, yeah, okay. There's the audio cue. Chain's going to be rather tough to kind of deal with if you're a Sniper. 75 HP, hits the leap away. He's going to get healed up eventually, but the idea is just to slowly make it to high ground and push people off, but no cooldowns left. Very little spike guard. He's going to back off.
I mean, every time Sniper tries to make these rotations, they're just being checked, marked, chained, and then taken low enough that they're forced to just totally rotate back to the team. That time, you can't rotate back to the team. You call Scuffed in to rotate to you, and that means that Scuff gets taken down at the same time.
Oh, hello. I thought PDK was going to get another kill there. Killed Sugar Free at least, but... yeah, the chains for Mizuki are kind of nasty. Sniper change. You know what, actually? The Hazard? Not great here. We're going to go deeper instead. A little bit more survival against that. And they can also dive on the Ash.
Yeah.
Nice stuff. Kenji from Ryan. That's an El Clasico, in fact.
I mean, more follow-up, right? Before, the Hazard was having issues because you were going in alone. Now you have Ryan to actually close up the distance and follow up with you, which puts more pressure on Space Station's back line.
Okay, Ryan.
And now you can go for the objective.
Dang. Okay, Ryan. Yeah, Kenji. There's another DPS hero off the bingo card, wherever it is. That should be first point rather easily. I mean, Hawk is so close to this ult too. Kind of sad. If this fight lasted a little bit longer, that like engagement there from Cafe is thwarted pretty easily.
Means that you get around Sugar Free as well with these melee walls. Like, Cafe just have so much mobility. No one is getting isolated by Sugar Free's walls. You just go right over the top of it. As Cafe head out into street phase. PDK has Dragon Strike, but at the moment what Space Station is worried about is his position right on that high ground. Has to get cleared out by Lethal before just trying to thread the arrows through the space and choke Anchor.
Dragon Strike through the wall. Wasn't actually through the wall, it was just through choke. Hawk is going to use their grasp to try and get away. They're going to be able to play on the rush. In fact, both teams are on this corner. That Blitz is going to make it rather tough, though. Sonicare actually hacks the health pack, so real nice for actually Sniper to hang around in the little bar area. Bob gets deployed. Here comes an orbital ray from Drake, but Hawk and the rest of the team, they're not really in a position where Cafe can jump on them. Hawk... This Bob is devious. Cafe have made their way past this choke point with the orbital ray, thankfully, but Space Station Gaming found every kind of nook and cranny in these London alleys to get away from any meaningful damage. And Cafe, they're going to get staggered here too.
Yeah. It's the classic. It's such a bad stagger too because there's literally nowhere for the Baby Diva to throw themselves off the map. Like, if you're Space Station, you're literally just getting the kill onto Sniper so that someone does not die to the potential remake. As now Sniper will be, yeah, again, off of the Diva onto the Ramatra. Does this mean Ryan's close enough to the Blade? I think you use the Genji ultimate and then you swap. Now that you don't have a tank to actually set up your dive position.
3 minutes on the time bank. Still plenty of time, especially on this phase of King's Row. Oh, Ryan going down. Oh, wow, Sugar Free, okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Cafe, like, you want to keep the Genji Blade because of the value that it has into dismantling UV's uptime with Sanctuary. But if you're Space Station, like, yeah, these are all just really late kills.
Cruel. That's like Geneva Convention type beat. He's put up a wall. He's like, okay, I don't want to go Nemesis form. He's trying to punch through it, goes through it. Instant chain from Ultraviolet.
Yeah.
It's just so nasty.
It's horrible. Like, Cafe, like I said, they'll keep the Genji, but Space Station are just going to be able to read out the rotation. Set up a dynamite from Lethal to catch Cafe as they cross the high ground. Lethal does go down for that positioning, at least, but you're looking for this play to have value.
Well, there's the Sanctuary too. Sugar Free dead. This is Sanctuary with 3 people, by the way. The Flux, it connects with 3, but Hawk, there's no follow-up. The DPS are already dead. And now Ryan's in a small corridor, ends up getting rocked. Hawk gets the kill onto Grape, sure. And in fact, another one. But eventually there, Lethal and Sugar Free dying first just so early. Yeah, it's a death sentence for the rest of SSG.
Okay, Rush Mirror, next fight. UV swaps off of the Lucio, or the Mizuki rather, onto the Wu Yang. So you can potentially try and knock back Ryan. You can greed out some damage early on in the poke phase. Lethal will be so close to this Bob as well. And off of the back of those Mizuki damages, you'll actually, or Wu Yang damages, you'll be able to scout out where exactly Cafe, crucially where Ryan could be. So the Space Station have to know, Blade's coming.
Overclock delayed by the wall there. Even as Suzu to help PDK escape. That was a blizzard to try and catch PDK out. It's a 1-for-1 trade in terms of DPS ultimates, but here comes Bob. He's on the point. And he gets Suzu'd, and he's going to die real quick. He survived a lot longer than I thought there. Actually gives Ultraviolet enough time to ebb and flow Ryan to death. Hits the wave on him as Lethal gets another kill. It's going from bad to worse for Cafe right now. They end up using their rush and their overclock and their annihilation to try and win that fight.
I mean, this has to be a real good beat Blade engage from Cafe, and I fear that they've waited so long. Hawk has another Flux to be able to grab the Genji out. Or just shred off the overhead from Sound Barrier if Grapes uses it to give Ryan the confidence to move forward.
Whoa, that was a really early beat. Flux from Hawk. Oh, but Ryan's still swinging. He's trying to find bodies straight up to the sky, trying to even take down Hawk. The Flux does connect with Sniper. Ends his life quick, sharp as Hawk. Gives Ryan a left hook. There's the oh my goodness. The tidal blast from Ultraviolet on himself to get back to the point and kill PDK. And now it is Sugar Brawn versus 2. Grapes has gone down. Sugar Free's got the ice block. It's 1.95 m. Maximum amount of time stalled here for the Mei. And Scuffed has got nowhere to run. A Doomfist ends up coming back just in time though, so he ends up teleporting away. But it is a Doomfist. Oh, the cancel on the Mei. The Majax. Sniper, cancels Sugar Free's Blizzard, but is it actually enough to stay alive? Not sure. Scarf with the rush, ends up popping it. Is still alive somehow, 3 HP, but lethal on the Tracer. Too many bodies for SSG on the point, and that will be that map for SSG and match point.
A very strange King's Row, I think it's fair to say. Like, a very strange King's Row from both sides and both teams. Like, holding the Genji Blade as long as Ryan did, and then using it for the engagement with Sound Barrier, it would have worked, mind you, if it was not for the meddling Tidal Blast from that Wu Yang. Which is absolutely insane that UV was able to build it up and use it to touch that point in time.
20k damage from Hawk. Yeah. 20,000 damage on King's Row, and we didn't go to extra rounds.
Yeah.
Come on. Like, that's not even fair. Like, how do you deal with that? Mr. Backline, you're under such duress to heal up that much damage.
It's all on like your RAM as well, it feels like, too, right? Because it was the combo. It was Hawk being able to just like rock Sniper, followed up by the Mizuki chain from UV. And then so many times as well, they were just able to totally push Sniper into these really uncomfortable positions for the Ramatra to be in alone. Like Blizzard splits, this moment where it's like you're trying to back away, you've lost too many of your team, you're wanting to try to just get out of the fight, but then you've got a Mei wall behind you, you've got a Mizuki chain, you're going down later and later, which bleeds into the time that you have available to set up for the next fight. It's a really rough one to try to regain that momentum from a Ramatra when you're going into that much poke damage from a team set up who can just take you so low before you actually get to close up the distance and play where Ramatra is at his strongest, being able to just pummel through front lines.
I cannot believe Sniper Blizzard Jax is Sugar Free at the end there too, and they don't win that.
And they don't win.
That is like, okay, I've gotten out the biggest ult of this fight, like the Blizzard. We cancel it, we Ajax it, boom.
They got Rush as well. Like that's
and
the
they
thing.
got Rush at the very end.
It's not just the Ajax, it's also the fact that you built up Rush. But then there's the Rush from Space Station, and Lethal on the Tracer just gets 3 people all picked apart.
The spawns
back
are better.
To back.
It's just
the spawns are closer for Space Station. It's just a rough time.
You got to feel for Cathay in that situation, like hands down, because dude, they did extraordinarily well on their defense. They pushed them down to like 6.4 seconds or something silly. I think it was 6.4. Ridiculous stuff. But I will say, yes, you've been saying it. SSG feeling like they're experimenting a little bit here with them being the favorites and how good they looked last week, of course, in their last series. But it's still Cathay like fighting here. They're fighting back. They're biting up. They're like fighting upwards, or like punching upwards. Sorry, is the term I'm looking for. And I think that's a really good sign for them going into later weeks. They are obviously 0-2 right now, and the chances for playoffs are pretty damn slim. But so you've got to be happy with how close you're taking one of the best teams that just come off of a LAN in Tokyo as well, taking them to a 4th map.
Yeah, especially if like you're going up against a team that's experimenting, you don't want to lose easily, right? There's a big difference between going up against a team that's like playing their full comfort compositions and losing, and playing a team that's like very much openly experimenting, trying to work out and hide strategies so that they don't give too much away, and losing and it not being close as well. So I think like for Cafe, this is a really good outlook from them, especially because like we've been saying, there's potential for this team. So many times we've been saying like there's potential for this team if they just tighten up a few areas. Maybe if they'd like swapped a few compositions a little bit sooner, it would have been easier. They wouldn't have been going into that last fight just down so many resources. As we get a look at the bans from New Junk City, Cafe will ban out the Symmetra, with Space Station removing the Kiriko.
Astro is back in as well here for Cafe. So we're not going to see Sniper again. New Junk City. A little bit of Wrecking Ball, a little bit something quicker maybe for Astro.
Yeah, but Wrecking Ball on first point?
Yeah, it's not.
I mean,
wouldn't say it's the strongest pickable time.
Open parts of the map, sure, Wrecking Ball can be really good and disruptive, but on first point, it's a lot harder to make that Wrecking Ball work.
Let's have a look where they want to lock in. Kiriko ban for SSG. All right, what are they kind of cooking? Fury out of the mix. A little bit of Juno. Double flex, obviously. They're very used to doing that.
Juno Mizuki?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great comp.
Juno
Love
Mizuki.
Like, honestly, at this point, I love Mizuki.
Like Wu-Yang.
Oh, UV on Wu-Yang as well? Yeah. I like Mizuki on, I feel like, most maps. I just feel like the chain is so strong with Sanctuary as well. It's just so good. So.
It's the cooldown as well. It's so short.
It's pretty good.
So
it turns out when you
short.
buff a hero like 4 times or however many times they buffed him, he turns out to be pretty good. And
yeah.
Ultraviolet, don't hate this either. Wu-Yang again, he is just the GOAT at so many flex supports, so I'm not going to argue with him, put it this way. But it looks like it's going to be Astro on the Orisa. This makes more sense.
Yes.
It's going to be Orisa versus Orisa. But Ryan, finally, we've got the Xion back again versus Sugar Free on the main.
Yeah, Ryan looking to off-angle, Sugar Free going to be much more anchoring around that front line, as we can actually see Sugar Free and UV in charge of clearing out Ryan's position so Lethal can focus on burning out Astro and turning his attention to PDK.
Graves just one shot already. PDK and Ryan, wow, 2 very quick kills. Space Station Gaming didn't know what hit him there.
I don't think Ryan knows what hit him when Hawk, Sugar Free, and Admiral just run directly at the Xion. I think she's more accustomed to running people over with the motorbike than being flattened by a Battle Cattle's advancement. But Space Station losing out on the first cap. Lethal actually going to mirror the Xion pick.
What was that? It is just disgusting. The right click. Okay, sure. Fight's done. I don't know if you could tell, but...
Yeah! Especially when you can get around the back of Orisa and just take advantage of the giant head hitbox. Lethal, within the first fight, 60% to spree, beating out Ryan's charge of it, despite Ryan starting off on the hero. He was on an absolute tear, that clip.
I'm happy to see Lethal pick this one up, finally. This one is going to be tough to come back into. Sugar Free's going to be able to lock this place down. As soon as someone steps through, you're going to get a wall at your back and you are going to die. Ryan's going to have to find an off angle like Lethal was doing a minute ago. Speaking of which, oh, dearie me, Admiral. Yeah, it takes a full right click straight into the pulsar torpedoes from Scuff. Insta-kill onto the Juno, and Hawk ends up just running to the back line trying to get a trade with the ult. Doesn't find too much success. Ryan gets another as Ultraviolet ends up going down.
Yeah, not able to win out the 2 versus 1. Sugar Free is able to actually win out the duel overall, but Cafe being able to pick up both of Space Station's backline and Hawk on the tank secured that flip. Sugar Free still standing though, it means the Space Station will just wall off Cafe, put them on point and force them to walk into Blizzard.
Yep, and now Sugar Free can sit in the block, pop the ult after Astro's pop gold, and you're good. Ryan tries to hop on the bike, but 2 flat tires, ends up getting run over by Hawk. PDK, however, with the double. That's Overclock doing a lot of work here for Cafe. They just need to be able to hold on. PDK almost kind of inting into the backline as Sugar Free tries to chase him down. Orbital Race is too strong. Space Station Gaming have a lot of tools left to try and finish this fight out. Even that Orbital Race from Scuffed isn't enough. Sugar Free still holding on to this point. Astro needs to be taken care of, though. He's got a spear spin and a spear to kind of stay alive. It's going to be a tidal blast, actually, to clear the rest of Cafe off of the point as SSG get a flip.
Hawk's back on Doomfist. Sugar Free the Tracer. Space Station wanting to shore up their players to take this next fight. But Cafe not in a position to try to contest. Lethal keeps Ryan occupied. And Space Station likely going to be having Hawk swap back to the Orisa after going down.
No, come on, Hawk. Just 1 point, my tank player says after jumping in 5 times as Doomfist and dying.
I mean,
Just
if you're
1
Cafe,
point, guys.
do you think they're floating the discussion of do we leave Hawk alone so he's stuck on Doomfist?
The answer to that question is no. That guy is almost dead. Oh my. Okay, they want Hawk. There's a bounty on this guy's head or something. Jeez, that was a whole lot of damage. Luckily, though, Ultraviolet and Avril, goated backline, ends up saving him. Sugar Free almost gets one tap by Ryan's right click. Ryan holding this point down. Has got the spree available to him as well as, yeah, Hawk, kind of a non-factor now in the fight. Has got the punch onto the... Oh, didn't want to finish Gross off? All good. Yep, there it is. Eventually ends up killing the Mizuki. As SSG end up with the fight and a quick flip as Cafe only get, what, 22%.
Lethal killed 3 in that fight, by the way, one of which was a motorbike kill. So PDK's had enough Cassidy time, both to put a stop to Tracer, but also to try to hinder up some of this mobility from Lethal, have a little bit extra range against the Xion. But you did lose that fight, so now you have to walk into a setup Tracer and Xion, who have a lot of space and flank potential.
Oh, there's a Tidal Blast. Oh, we're so back in the Tidal Blast meta with the Tracer collecting that one, getting a free kill.
I mean,
so
what
good.
can you do if you're Cafe? Like,
Nothing.
Grapes could potentially avoid it if you've set up your talisman, but Cafe not running the Kiriko can't just teleport away from it, so Space Station banning out the Kiriko here makes so much sense. They're just sending their DPS players at Cafe's back line and bombarding them.
Come on. Hawk, leave him alone.
He's got Meteor Strike. He's fine with going in this deep.
The whole team is split up. Oh, and there's the flashbang.
Rotation. If you go low, boom, you're out.
Hawk not looking like the Doomfist in your rank games. That's for certain. Wow, that was a trivial point for SSG.
Yes, please do is do not use this as a way of justifying playing Doomfist in your ranked matches.
It's too late. They've already loaded up and they're in Circuit Royale right now trying to play Doomfist. Moxie, I hate to tell you, I hate to break it to you.
I mean, he's still alive, so the Doomhawk continues. As Astra takes Lethal down, which is a very good start to the fight for Cafe. Also means that Grapes does not feel inclined to have to save Sanctuary to try to absorb some of the damage from Spree off of the Xion.
But the pick realistically didn't mean too much. It gives you a little bit of positioning, but the point hasn't really been capped yet. So we'll see if they can kind of regain position. Ryan hopping on the bike, dashing away, and there's the spree from Lethal, already with 2 kills. Meteor Strike, it's a nothing ult a lot of the time here, so Hawk not too afraid to throw that one away. But unfortunately for Cafe, they ended up deploying the Sanctuary, and they didn't even have point. So Space Station end up capping. There's 0% for Cafe, and now they get to earn percent.
Yeah, it's a weird situation for Xion ult into Mizuki ult because like Mizuki ult absorbs it, but Xion can move. So you can go like in and out of the Sanctuary and still hit people. So Cafe not really having a full defense against, or at least as fortified as they would like. They do have a lot of ultimates for this fight, but you also have to be worried about UV just ulting Sugar Free and them having the Tracer run full speed at Cafe's ulti.
Uh-oh, here we go again. And that Tidal Blast. Oh, what a change from Grapes. Actually locks Sugar Free in place so he can't get the knockdown. And that is how you deal with a Doomfist. A Terror Surge straight to the dome. And then PDK following up. All right. Wow, Cafe. They brought all the answers to the quiz that Space Station gave them. And now they should cap. Yeah, they do.
Yeah, but what's the answer in next fight to Sugar Free's Pulse Bomb combined with Admiral's Ray? Lethal off of being able to shoot up Astro as well, be able to have the spree online far sooner than Grapes gets Sanctuary, so Ryan goes for a spree of their own since Cafe wants to just keep Space Station on the ropes. No one's getting a full fight, 5v5 on the point, and Cafe can just slowly pick apart Space Station's players one by one to get more percent.
There's the switch. Okay, Doom. Yeah, Doom, we've had enough. We've had enough now. We need frontline. We need to actually get it onto the point, and I'm getting changed. I'm getting speared. I'm getting shoved into the wall with spear spin. It's not happening.
Cafe will be able to buy time though. PDK with Deadeye. Space Station can't really play into it unless Hawk's able to get a good javelin throw cancel.
Oh, Letha's gonna go. Letha's gonna go. Oh, he's got the spree, but good lead from PDK. Ends up hitting the flashbang, roll straight in, and Ryan also gets a double. Scores a kill with a Mert bike as well onto UV. Style points. For SSG, they capped, by the way, 76%. Cafe find flip. There's a chance for a touch. Sugar Free is alive. Oh, Hawk died so late, though.
Yeah. Also, Grapes
They're
could
chasing
potentially just,
Sugar
like, chain Sugar Free.
Nope.
Yeah, no one's able to get the touch.
Oh, if he hit that right click. It's so scary for the Tracer. I feel like Tracer's life gets scarier and scarier every... Although she probably is at the highest... If we're talking, like, the highest level of all time, the best someone's ever played the game, Tracer technically would be, like, the best hero in the game, but...
Yes.
It does get scarier and scarier every single time a DPS or, like, a support is released where they're like, okay, I can change the Tracer. I can one-shot the Tracer with a right click from Xion, right? But
Yeah, well, this fight will be scary for Space Station. Cafe have a lot of ultimates available. UV, with that Tidal Blast, could come into play massively to set up Sugar Free to be more aggressive, but Cafe hold the space. Terror Surge on top of Sanctuary.
Nice Tidal Blast there. Doesn't get a knockdown on Astro, but now PDK trying to high noon to make sure Cafe can heal all the way back up. In fact, he held that for his entire duration. Ryan looking for a big right-click kill. Spear, narrowly dodged. Sugar Free on the Tracer, looking in the backline. They're so low. PDK is one shot with a flashbang. A long-range one helps Grape secure the kill.
That's clutch because Sugar Free had that pulse bomb too. Terror Surge from Hawk, though, is invested. Space Station still think it's winnable, and they get PDK.
PDK down. Yeah, PDK down, and Hawk on the warpath right now, but can't quite get past Astro, who's burned all of his cooldowns. Ryan's still alive too. I mean, if you're not killing the Xion, the fight's not over. There's the bike. Ooh, not quite.
I mean, the fight going this long as well has actually allowed Scuff to build closer, and actually they have that orbital ray for this next fight. Space Station a little bit behind, but do have point percent to be able to play with before Cafe close up onto the full 100. So Emerald can't wait to have the match. I mean, if you're Cafe, you're just so worried about where Sugar Free pumps up tempo.
Orbital ray. The lost fight here for SSG. They cannot get into this one at all. UV, only healer left alive. 2 after PDK had his way with Admiral. There is going to be a flip for SSG as Scuffed actually ends up going down. Ultraviolet might just be the best to ever do it. Swear, gets out alive and picks up a kill onto Scuffed. I mean, that is absurd behavior from the Wu Yang. Even Ryan overstepping there a little bit. SSG with a nice flip. At 99, though, Cafe still have a chance on this point.
Yeah, but that was one-sided Ray fight for Cafe. Admiral has his now. Lethal will have the spray. Cafe could have a good entrance with Ryan's ultimate, but UV can just use that Tidal Blast, put it onto Sugar Free, potentially even put it onto Lethal. Now that would be a killer combo.
Spree available and they're going to fight forward here. Oh, the damage is just so good. Orbital Ray and Tidal Blast. This is a heavy investment coming in for SSG. They find late picks, though. It's 75%. And they're staggering Astro. I mean, it's over.
Yeah,
they can't. It's done. Astro ends up going down. There's 3 ults for Cafe, but you've got no tank. Like, good luck, have fun. There's just no shot. PDK, Ryan, they don't make it back. I mean, Ryan even tries to let loose a spree as well. SSG at the very end of that fight. Picture perfect micro and macro, you should say, as SSG take home the series 2. 3-1. There's a very close finisher. Could have been Cafe sending us to a map 5. SSG come in with some power plays there from Sugar Free and Lethal on the DPS.
as well. Like, we cannot understate how much that Wu Yang was able to do. Living, setting up like Hawk and Lethal to get 3 kills in the second to last fight, then you're able to just like get the kills on players from the sort of Cafe who were about to hit ultimates to have uncontested within that last fight. You get the really late kill onto Sniper, which means that, or Astro rather, which means that there's no chance for Cafe to regroup or full push. And at that point, it's just done.
I love it from Cafe, though. It's got to be said, the tenacity from this team is cannot be understated. They are 0-3, unfortunately, so playoff hopes pretty dashed at this point. But, you know, taking SSG this close, even if SSG kind of mixing things up a bit, especially on the DPS half of things, not too bad. Some some good spots at the very least. SSG, they're 2-0 right now, Moxie. So I don't want to say playoffs guaranteed, but playoffs are almost guaranteed. Like, this team is going to make it.
I mean, before we fully move away from discussing that map, I would just like to point out UV on Wu Yang, 11k damage. Almost did the same amount of damage as Lethal on Xion. So
that's UV taking triple orb and directing everybody every single chance he gets. I mean, it is crazy. He is so good. He's so damn good at every flex support. But when it was like Wu Yang meta with the traces, he was head and shoulders like above the rest. There was like a tier gap between everybody, and then Ultraviolet was on top. So not too much of a shock. And I like the different looks we saw from SSG today. Obviously, the meta is not going to be completely figured out. We're not going to only play like, I don't know, Vendetta, Xion, like Malga, like what EMEA were playing earlier today. Still things to figure out. But Space Station flexing their muscles a little bit here with the 3-1 in the series and showing us a lot of different looks. And yeah, who knows what they'll play in playoffs. That's all I can say.
And I think that's like really important, right? Because they had their most important match, which was their first match up against Dallas. So you were able to thankfully play that out on the last patch, which meant that you had no reason to hold anything back. Now you know that there's going to be a lot of people trying to like look at you, and I think one of the things that a lot of the teams from the NA and EMEA side will have taken away from Japan is not just like what comps were strongest, but also the reason why it was strong to not give away your strongest compositions, because that's sort of what Crazy Raccoon and Zeta were really good at, right? They overcame everybody because everyone went into it thinking, it's Bastion Cap, that's the only composition we're going to see, play it, ban it, that's really the only comp that is top of meta. And I think a lot of people got caught out by the Mizuki, which had obviously been held back and not fully revealed until it was shown in official format when you had so little time to be able to work out how to play against it. So I think that was actually a really good lesson for these teams to learn very early on when they can still play into some more of those playoff matches.
Space Station on top, 2-0, +5. You love to see it. Team Liquid just behind them with a +4 differential. Map diff, that is. We've got a small interview now with none other than Mr. Christopher. How is it going, my man? That was a fun game today, I will say. I'm not sure how much influence you had on the DPS picks there, but it looks like they were playing a little bit of roulette with what they were picking. How are you guys feeling in the meta so far?
Yeah, okay. I mean, I think we've had a pretty good week of scrims and obviously a good start to the season. So I think it's clearly like a different team than the one that we were last stage and stuff, but that's intentional. So yeah.
I think I have to just like ask you straight away, what's your opinion on Xion? Because like obviously as a coach, when something new comes out, especially if it's new character, you're thinking like, is it going to be something that we can incorporate into compositions? Is she stronger than what was already there? So where do you feel she falls in terms of hierarchy for DPS?
She's pretty good, I think. It's quite a techie hero, so my feeling is that once people learn, you know, I think there's always like this saying, or it's what people say, if a hero comes out and on day one in scrims it's playable, that means it's broken, you know, like if it already finds a way, and I think that was the case here. Feels it's probably slightly map specific. Like that last map is really, really good. But I suspect when they played it on like Ilios, for example, I know Ryan got a good KD, but maybe it's not great there. But I'm fairly sure, assuming there's no hot fix, that you're going to see like it's going to get close to 100% pick ban, I suspect.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way at the moment. Obviously, Korea, they're bigging up the Xion right now. You said obviously big changes coming through from the LAN. You guys you didn't perform. It kind of sucked to see, honestly. Obviously, you guys want to bounce back for EWC. Like, what has the big change been within the team? Like, how you guys kind of changing things up? Obviously, LAN's just around the corner at this point.
To be fair, we changed just about every single thing in terms of like our process, our mindset, our comps. I think maybe the obvious one and the most noticeable is I think a mindset we had in stage one was, okay, we are a Diva Lucio Kiri team or a Brawl team and this is meta and we're just going to play this. Whereas I think what we're trying to do this season is just we play everything, pick what's right, don't be afraid to swap, like always go for that comp advantage as opposed to like there was too many times I think last season we were losing to Dallas, but then we're like, oh no, our comp's meta, like we should be winning, and it's like, well, actually, it can be meta, but if it's not working, it's not working, you know. And I think that maybe at times it looks extreme in terms of the heroes that we're picking, but I do genuinely believe if you look at like the really elite teams in the world, maybe minus Twisted Minds, I think you see a massive variety in terms of the heroes. I think the swaps are really important and really common, so I think we really want to become similar in that ilk, you know.
Going back then to last week, you had a really like early matchup versus Dallas Fuel, which I think a lot of people were expecting to be far closer than it actually turned out to be. As a coach, can you sort of give us your thoughts on why you think there was such a divide between the two teams? Was it sort of going back to what you just said there in terms of the things that you changed coming out of Japan that influenced it?
I think everything that we've changed so far has had like a shockingly quick positive effect. Like our scrim results have genuinely never been better than they have been this week. I think for Dallas, I watched some of the interviews they did, and I think they expected us to still be a Lucio Kiri Diva team. So I think in their head they banned and they picked around it, and then they see Wu Yang Lifeweaver and they're like, ooh, okay, we're playing against a different team now. I suspect when we play them in playoffs it'll be closer, but my feeling is that we genuinely are already a better team than we were.
Yeah, makes it. Look, all as I heard there, Chris, is that Dallas fell off and you guys are on top. That's that's what I glean from that. Thank you so very much, Chris. Obviously, you guys are 2-0 now. Playoffs just around the corner, so good luck in the rest of your games, and yeah, hopefully see you there.
Thank you. See ya.
Perfect. That was Christopher, obviously, from SSG. 2-0. Moxie feeling pretty good with themselves, I'd imagine. Lunex is going to be their next opponent. That's the first match for NA tomorrow.
Ooh, yeah. That could potentially be, I think, a close one off of the potential that we've seen from Lunex. But I still feel like it will go SSG's way. I think I could see Lunex taking maps, especially off of how they looked earlier. But this is the true test, right? How far can Lunex go? We've said that this is a team that can make playoffs, but they still have a few weaknesses that can be exposed. And with how stepped up and improved SSG have been, I think they're a team that will very quickly expose those weaknesses.
Cave and Disguise, and then Dallas versus TL. That one is going to be a heater here for North America, so you make sure you join us tomorrow. And obviously, watch the EMEA games that are just before that as well. We've got a lot of action coming your way. EMEA, man, 2 map 5s today as well. Like, it's going to be a couple of map 5s, I'd imagine, for the rest of the weekend too. So hopefully you tune in for those as well. I've been excited to watch Xion. Do you think it's kind of living up to expectations? Obviously, Christopher had some nice words for the character as well. Do you think the hero is going to be this perma-pick, perma-ban type hero?
Yeah. Like, to put it simply, yes, the perks that she has, like, she's scary at the start, but when she gets those perks, execution being able to do way more damage if someone is below half health, and also the major one, Faces of Death, gaining all passives for all DPS roles just makes her an absolute monster. You see her with rapid reload after getting 1 kill through a Kitsune rush. She is just like boom, boom, boom. It's the most satisfying thing to listen to because it's just constant sound effects, but it is terrifying to play against. And it's also
I was going to say, on the other side, not so much.
Like, we've had Tracer in the meta for so long, it feels like a lot of teams know what the go-to is to shut a Tracer down, but Xion sort of fills some of the space and jobs that Tracer can do. Not so much about like the objective contesting and being able to push cart, but very much contesting backline and taking space. And she's new, so teams are going to have to work out how exactly to deal with her because it's very different to dealing with a Tracer.
Well, we'll have to wait and find out if she becomes more perma-ban, pick, ban, 100% win rate like Christopher was saying. Not 100% win rate, that'd be crazy. But 100% pick ban like Christopher was saying. But that's all from us here today. Want to wish Ash as well. Hope she feels better soon. Obviously, she's not joining us for the closeout desk. But me and Moxie will be back tomorrow to cast some more Overwatch action. So I'm sure we'll see you there. Make sure you get some rest, hydrate up, and yeah, see you soon.